Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning. We are now on the record in case number 2020-00160, application of Water Service Corporation of Kentucky for a general adjustment in existing rates. My name is Michael Schmidt. I'm chairman of the Public Service Commission, and I will be presiding this morning. Joining me today, video conferencing, is Vice Chairman Kent Chandler and Dr. Talina Matthews. At this time, I would normally caution attendees to please set your cellular phones to silent mode or turn them off. Due to the current state of emergency because of the coronavirus, the Commission is hosting this hearing via video conferencing. Since this continues to be a learning experience for everyone, there are a few suggestions I would offer. In addition to the normal courtesies regarding cell phones, these tips may help with clarity and avoid feedback issues for the video conference hearing. And these are the following. Mute your microphone if you are not speaking. Attorneys, when interjecting, please state your name so the video record is clear. If you use a phone for the audio and a computer for the video, turn off the computer audio. Otherwise, there will be feedback. If you are in a room with several people on their own computers, turn off the computer audio for all but one computer. Otherwise, there's likely to be feedback. If another participant is in a nearby office, close the doors between the offices. Sound carries further than one thinks, which can cause feedback. Once in the GoToMeeting software platform, go to your settings. The icon looks like a gear. To ensure the microphone setting is on the microphone you are using. There is a pull-down menu feature in GoToMeeting settings that will list the available microphones. Use wired headphones or wired earbuds for better sound quality. Wired is preferred because wireless devices may lose power depending upon the length of the hearing. Keep a charger nearby in case your battery runs low. And please alert the Commission if you are experiencing technology failure that prevents your participation at any time in the proceedings. Attorneys should contact staff at the previously provided cell phone number. The hearing today is for the purpose of taking evidence on Water Service Corporation of Kentucky's application for a rate adjustment. At this time, I would like for counsel for the parties to please introduce themselves, their clients, and the witnesses who will be available this morning to testify, beginning with counsel for Water Service Corporation of Kentucky.
Good morning, Chairman Schmidt, Commissioners. My name is Todd Osterloh, along with me, Jim Gardner of the law firm Sturgill, Turner, Barker, and Maloney, 333 West Vine Street, Suites 1500, Lexington, Kentucky, 40507. We are here representing Water Service Corporation of Kentucky, the applicant in this matter. And today we will be offering our witnesses Sean Elisagi, Patrick Barenbrook, Perry Brown, Andrew Dixon, Rob Guttormson, Stephen Vaughn, and Stephen Lubertozzi.
Thank you. And for Office of Attorney General? Ms. Gold, we can't hear you. You must be on mute.
Yes, I unmuted, sorry. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. It's Angela Goad with the Attorney General's Office. We have Mr. Lane Collin that will be testifying after Water Service Kentucky.
Okay. And counsel for the City of Clinton?
Good morning, Commissioners and parties and council. This is Mary Potter. I represent the City of Clinton, 113 North Washington Street, Clinton, Kentucky, 42031. We have one witness today, that's Shannon Payne, who will be testifying for the City of Clinton. Thank you.
I'm sorry, thank you. And for staff?
Brittany Koenig for the Commission staff.
All right, at this, as I understand it, from looking at the record, notification of this hearing has been properly given, and evidence of that fact has been filed in the record. Is that correct, Mr. Osterloh?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. At this time, we will open the proceeding for public comment. Should anyone from the public like to provide the commission with public comment, instructions to call in are located on our website, psc.ky.gov. The phone lines will remain open for several minutes at the start of this hearing and close if there are no callers or after everyone has had an opportunity to speak. Should you call in, please state your name and address for the record before making your statement, and please keep your comments to 5 minutes or less. If there is more than one caller, please be respectful and allow one person to make a statement at a time. It should be noted that comments may always be submitted on the PSC's website, once again at psc.ky.gov. Okay, at this time, the floor is open for any member of the public who would like to call in and make a comment on the record.
Is there-
We'll,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, has anyone called?
That's what, is anyone on the line? There's no one.
Let's wait a few more seconds, and if no one is called in, we'll close that section of the hearing. It does not appear that anyone has an interest in calling in and making a public comment for the record at this time, so we will begin with the introduction of evidence. But before we do, as I understand it, there's one outstanding motion, Mr. Osterloh and Mr. Gardner, and that's a motion for confidentiality. Is that correct?
That is correct. I believe our third petition has not been rolled on yet.
As I understand it, involves identity of employees or certain personal information. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, we haven't ruled on that yet, but we will as soon as possible. But during the course of the hearing, I doubt if at any time any of that information is likely to be discussed. But if it is, Mr. Osterloh or Mr. Gardner, please note an objection or a caution, and we'll go into confidential session if necessary in order to protect your position on that motion, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, at this time, Mr. Osterloh, you may call your first witness.
Thank you. I'm going to turn over the presentation of the first two witnesses to Mr. Gardner.
Mr. Gardner?
Good morning, Your Honor, and thank you. Jim Gardner, Counsel for Water Service of Kentucky, and our first witness will be Sean Elisagi.
Okay. Will you please raise your right hand? Well, all right, thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Gardner, you may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name.
Sean Elisagi.
And Sean, what is your business address?
Currently 440 Octate Circle, Reno, Nevada, 89511.
What is your title?
I'm the EVP of Risk Management for Corex Infrastructure, Inc.
Did you prepare and cause to be filed written testimony in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Did you sponsor responses to requests for information in this case?
Yes, sir.
If you were asked the same questions as presented in the testimony and information request, would your answers be the same today?
Yes, sir.
Do you adopt that testimony and responses to information requests as your testimony here today?
Yes, sir.
You may ask.
Ms. Goad, cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
In your direct testimony, footnote 1, there was no page number attached. It says that Corex Regulated Utilities, Inc. was previously known as Utilities, Inc., but Utilities, Inc. changed its name in 2019. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you also state in footnote 1 that Corex Regulated Utilities, Inc. owns all of the company's outstanding stock. So is it accurate that when you refer to a company, you're referencing Water Service Kentucky?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then in discovery responses, you stated that Quartz Regulated Utilities US Inc. does not own the stock of Utilities Inc. Utilities Inc. changed its name by adopting an amendment. And then you state that Quartz Regulated Utilities US Inc. is the entity formerly known as Utilities Inc. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just trying to get clarification on it because it was a little bit confusing. Do you know why, if it's no longer referred to as Utilities Inc., why it was referred to continuously as Utilities Inc. in the application and the testimony, and even recently the rebuttal testimony and the affidavit, it refers to it as Utilities Inc.?
I don't, probably just erroneously referred to. I consistently referred to Quartz Regulated Utilities US Inc. in my testimony.
Okay. And so you also stated in response to discovery that as of June 30th, 2020, Water Service Corporation of Kentucky, and I'll just shorten it to Water Service Kentucky if that's okay, had 1,000 shares of authorized common stock, of which 100 have been issued and are outstanding. And so does Quartz Regulated Utilities US Inc. own all of that issued and outstanding stock?
Yes, 100 shares, that's correct.
Okay. Are you all planning on issuing the other shares at any point?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you for clarifying that. And in order to gain just a bit more clarification on Water Service Kentucky's corporate structure, can you please refer to your testimony exhibit SME-1, which is titled U.S. Organization Chart?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you there?
I am.
All right. So can you tell me who the ultimate parent company of Water Service Kentucky is in this chart?
The ultimate parent company?
Yes.
I would, by defining ultimate as the entity that controls or has the power to control the management or direction of Water Service Company, I would say it is Quartz Infrastructure Inc., which has a set of shareholders in the British Columbia Investment Management Corporation.
Okay, so at the very top of the chart, that Quartz Infrastructure Inc. is the ultimate parent company of Water Service Kentucky.
Yes, ma'am.
And where is Quartz Infrastructure Inc.'s headquarters located?
Quartz Infrastructure Inc. has its Canadian headquarters in Vancouver, Canada.
Okay. And would you consider Quartz Infrastructure Inc. to be a relatively large company, a medium-sized company, a small company?
It's a mid-sized company.
And then under Quartz Infrastructure Inc., on the chart, it says Quartz Infrastructure US Inc. So can you tell me how that entity is affiliated with Water Service Kentucky?
Quartz Infrastructure US Inc., I would call the penultimate holding company. It's the last holding company organized in the United States. It owns the outstanding stock of Inland Pacific Resources and through several subsidiaries, ultimately the stock of Water Service Kentucky.
Okay, and where is Quartz Infrastructure US Inc. located, the headquarters?
Chicago, Illinois.
And would you describe Quartz Infrastructure US Inc. as a large company, mid-sized company, small company?
I would describe it as a mid-sized company because it's a holding company, subsidiary of Quartz Infrastructure Inc. In terms of employees, it has no Quartz Infrastructure US Inc. I don't think it has any employees.
So going further down the list, there's Inland Pacific Resources. How is that affiliated with Water Service Kentucky? How is that connected?
It's an intermediate, I apologize, it's an intermediary holding company that owns the stock or the, in this case, membership interest in Corex Utilities Illinois LLC.
Okay, that was my next question. And then next is Corex Utilities Illinois LLC. So how is that entity connected to Water Service Kentucky?
It's an intermediary holding company.
And,
That
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
apologize, owns membership interest in Hydrostar LLC.
Okay, and that was my next question is, next on the list is Hydrostar LLC, Hydrostar Holdings Corporation. How are both of those connected to Water Service Kentucky?
Intermediary holding companies.
And then you have Corex Regulated Utilities US Inc. So how exactly is that connected to Water Service Kentucky?
It is the direct holding company that owns the outstanding stock issued by Water Service Kentucky.
Okay, and then an offshoot of that on the chart is Water Service Corporation. Can you explain how that is connected to Water Service Kentucky?
It is a sibling corporation. What I mean by that is Corex Regulated Utilities US Inc. owns all of the outstanding stock of Water Service Corporation. Water Service Corporation has employees. That entity provides services to all of the affiliates of Corex Regulated Utilities US Inc.
And under that corporate structure that we just went over, you then have approximately 35 companies listed underneath that corporate structure. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Water Service Kentucky is one of the 35 companies, correct?
That's correct.
How are all of those companies connected to or affiliated with Water Service Kentucky?
Those companies are sibling corporations. Their stock, some are intermediary holding companies, but their stock is owned by Corex Regulated Utilities US Inc. So they're effectively sibling corporations of Water Service Corporation of Kentucky.
Did you review Mr. Lane Collins' direct testimony filed on behalf of the Attorney General's office in the city of Clinton in the pending case?
I did not.
Okay. Are you generally aware that Mr. Collins referenced in his direct testimony a Public Service Commission of South Carolina decision granting a water company a 7.46% return on equity?
I'm familiar with the outcome of that proceeding.
Okay, and do you know the name of the water company that was given the 7.46% return on equity in South Carolina?
Blue Granite Water Company.
And if you refer back to the organization chart, do you see Blue Granite Water Company listed as a sibling corporation?
Yes, Blue Granite Water Company is a wholly owned subsidiary of Corex Regulated Utilities US Inc.
So Blue Granite Water Company is an affiliate or what did you call it, a sibling or a sister
Yes, ma'am.
company of Water Service Kentucky?
That's correct.
And did you file testimony in the Blue Granite Water Company case in South Carolina?
I did.
Have you read Mr. Lou Bertozzi's rebuttal testimony in the pending case?
No, ma'am.
I can refer you to a page, but I can, subject to check, I can also just summarize. Basically, he was asked if, that he said, it says, Mr. Collins mentions an ROE granted by the PSC of South Carolina. Do you believe it has relevance to this case? And Mr. Lou Bertozzi stated no for a couple of reasons and essentially said because it went on appeal. Do you know why Mr. Lou Bertozzi or Water Service Kentucky didn't mention that Blue Granite Water Company was a sister company to Water Service Kentucky?
No. I assume that the company did not describe all of its subsidiaries, some of which have filed rate cases this year.
But don't you think that would be pertinent information to provide the Kentucky Commission?
The outcomes of identity of all affiliates, which are laid out in my testimony.
When Mr. Lou Bertozzi, or even you could have filed rebuttal testimony and given a little bit more information about the Blue Granite Water Company case that Mr. Collins cited to.
Your Honor, I'd like to object. Mr. Lubitozzi will be a witness here in these proceedings, and all of these recent questions have been regarding his testimony in another case. Mr. Elisagi has indicated that he hadn't read that testimony, so we request that she move on, please.
Sustain.
I'll rephrase.
Sustain.
I will specifically just ask Mr. Elisagi why he did not file rebuttal testimony since he filed testimony in the Blue Granite Water case, and he could have given the commission more information on that case.
I didn't file rebuttal testimony. I apologize.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Potter, questions?
Thank you, Your Honor. I had a question about, could you define mid-sized for me? What is a mid-sized company?
It's a good question. I would define a mid-sized company as one that has essentially what would be considered mid-sized capitalization. So total valuation of less than $5 billion.
That's billion with a B?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I love your chart. It's bright, colorful, helpful. When you look at the response on your organizational chart, do I understand that at the top, Quartz Infrastructure, Inc., which is in blue, all of the companies right underneath it in orange don't have any employees? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what about the next one in red, Corex Regulated Utilities US? Does that one have employees?
It does not.
Okay. And so in your direct testimony, you talked quite a bit about what each group renders to Water Services, Inc. And I'll refer you to question Q21 that you answered on direct. And the question was, please describe the financial management services Corex provided, WCSC, and you go on. So who's doing that? If these companies have no employees, who is that?
There are basically three entities that render service, and I think I identified them in a discovery request. Water Service Corporation, Corex Infrastructure Services US Inc., and Corex Infrastructure Inc.
Okay, but I asked you a few minutes ago, who has employees? And you
Yes.
said that none of the orange companies under here
Yep.
have any employees. So do they contract out or I'm sorry, I just don't understand this structure.
So at the top, there's Corex Infrastructure Inc., which has employees. There's a subsidiary of Corex Infrastructure US Inc., Corex Infrastructure Services Inc. It's not shown on this chart because it is not directly in line. It has a small number of employees. And Water Service Corporation, which has approximately 550 employees, including Mr. Lubertozzi, Mr. Vaughn. Those entities provide service to all of the affiliates of Corex Regulated Utilities US Inc.
So would that be all of these companies that look like children of grandparents from Carolina Water, Bermuda? Would that be the family that you're talking about?
When I talk about the family of companies, there are also subsidiaries of Corex Infrastructure Inc. that are on the Canadian side of the border, and I consider those the Corex group of companies.
don't think I have any further questions. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your assistance.
Ms.
Yes, ma'am.
Tony, questions?
Yes, thank you. I am trying to figure out where to look, so if I'm not, it's hard to make eye contact, but hello, Mr. Elisagi. I just have a couple of clarifications, please. Did something happen different or recently to cause water service to claim costs from the parent company in this rate case? Or in other words, why is this the first rate case that water service is asking for costs due to their parent company?
Yes, ma'am. So the services have always been provided since 2012, but historically, Corks took a conservative approach because of the diverse nature of its business. By the end of 2018, the company had all but completed a transformation and is now strategically and laser focused on regulated and quasi-regulated services. So that's what happened, and these charges were first passed down to the companies in 2018.
And so was the tier allocation that was set up in the cost allocation manual, was that developed in 2018, or was that always in existence and the services were provided but they just weren't charged for?
The the first tier of the allocation with the 3-part allocation factor was developed in 2018, and the charges were first recorded in 2018.
And so that was a decision by Corex Infrastructure Inc., or who made that decision?
It was a decision by Corks Infrastructure Inc. after it had shed 2 operating lines, all but shed a services line and a products line, and then was a pure play utility company.
Okay. So the services that customers or ratepayers in Kentucky were receiving from Water Service Corporation Kentucky never changed?
Yeah, I think that's correct. So for example, Water Service Corporation doesn't have a chief financial officer. Corks Infrastructure Inc. has a chief financial officer. Water Service Corporation doesn't have a treasury function. And a perfect example of how those functions benefit customers of all the Corks regulated utilities. 2018, Corks Regulated Utilities US Inc. issued debt, issued $100 million of collateral trust notes, and that was led by Corks Infrastructure Inc.'s chief financial officer, its legal team. And then that same thing occurred in 2019 when I led, together with Corks Infrastructure Inc.'s CFO, a second debt placement of another $100 million of collateral trust notes for Corks Regulated US Inc. at about 3.25% interest.
Okay. I know that several witnesses, in your direct testimony, you refer to Mr. Barrenbrook, might get into more detail, so another witness might be better able to respond to this, but I just want to clarify the analysis that went on to make sure that services weren't replicated. But what you're saying is the services are just the same as they always have been, it's just now you're charging for them? They were done by the same people before, and is that what you're saying?
The services and the functions always existed at Corks Infrastructure Inc. That company in 2012 had 3 primary product lines. It had a products division, a services division, and a utilities division. By 2018, the products and the services division had been sold off, and now the services that existed at Corks Infrastructure Inc. were fully available to the regulated line of services. So the services were always there, and people had the opportunity to consult with Corex Infrastructure, Inc., and now they're exclusively available to Corex Regulated Utilities US, Inc.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Vice Chairman Chandler, questions?
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. When you said that the two major business functions were sold, what entities sold those?
Corex Infrastructure, Inc.
So what was the effect? So Corex Infrastructure, Inc. now allocates a percentage of its costs to its subsidiaries, right?
Yes, sir.
So the first question is, has the agreement or the cost allocation manual that started charging water service in 2018, was that ever filed with the Public Service Commission prior to those charges being allocated to water service or being charged to Water Service Corporation of Kentucky?
I think there's two parts to that question. I'll do my best to answer it, sir. The first, the cost allocation manual attached to my testimony, to my knowledge, was not filed with the Kentucky Commission. The underlying agreement, which is an affiliate services agreement from Water Services Corporation, my understanding, it's Exhibit 2 to my testimony, was filed with and approved by the Kentucky Commission. And pursuant to that agreement, Water Service Corporation directly provides services and has the ability to procure services. In this instance, I see that Water Service Corporation is procuring services from Corex Infrastructure, Inc. as part of its obligation and in order to perform the full suite of services that it delivers to Corex Regulated Utilities US, Inc. subsidiaries.
So, well, I guess that's an interesting question because I think to your responses to Ms. Koenig, nothing has changed in terms of the services being provided, yet now there's a charge for them, but you're saying that the agreement allowed for services to be procured. Weren't they already being procured to begin with?
Yes, sir. I think, but a perfect example that I go to is the debt in 2018, right? Corex Regulated Utilities US, Inc. had not issued debt since 2006. 2018, it needed to go to the markets to refinance its revolver. It reached out and needed services from the CFO of Corex Infrastructure, Inc., access to debt markets, and the legal team to place that debt just like it did in 2019.
Well, but what benefit does Water Service Corporation of Kentucky have in that ability of its ultimate parent company to go and acquire debt from the market?
Lower cost of debt. The cost of it, a lower cost of debt, which ultimately rolls into rates customers receive. For example, apologize, sir. Go ahead.
No, I would just say that debt would be related to the capital available for water service to invest in, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And water services net investment rate base has actually gone down since the last rate case. So they're not investing, Water Service Corporation of Kentucky is not necessarily investing any of that capital. So I would ask that short of not investing that capital, what benefit would they have gotten from that debt issuance?
The debt issuance, as well as the revolving line of credit, which was renegotiated in 2018, is used to fund operations and where necessary to make maintenance and repairs and make capital investments. And rate base declines, but that doesn't mean there's no investment.
Okay, well, we'll talk about rate base here in a minute. You said earlier that the companies we'll call it CII. Do you understand who I'm talking about when I say CII?
Yes, sir.
So that you said earlier that CII up until 2018 was taking a conservative approach. Would you say that CII is no longer taking a conservative approach?
I would say the approach is appropriate because the services that Corix and WSC deliver are necessary for the operations of the subsidiaries, and they're delivered at a low cost, lower than market with no markup.
So what changes at CII in terms of the types of costs it was incurring prior to, let's just take a step back.
Yeah.
Would you agree or disagree that CII could have attempted to allocate costs to Water Service Corporation of Kentucky prior to 2018, prior to the sale of the other business lines?
I would agree that it could have attempted to allocate costs to Water Service Corp. Regulated Utilities US Inc. subs.
And just brass tacks here, would you agree that when you were saying earlier about the conservative approach, that it just may have been messy because then you would have had to try to allocate costs between regulated and unregulated business lines?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you were referring to when you say conservative approach?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so hypothetically here, you have a company that has a COO, a CFO, a treasurer, a comptroller, a chief legal officer, chief information officer, and you have 3 business lines, right? And you sell 2 business lines, you could either reduce, accordingly, the number of C-suite or the number of employees you have at the corporate level, at the ultimate parent level, when you sell those business lines accordingly, or you could keep everything the same, sell the business lines, and start allocating those same costs to new different people, right? What did CII do? How much did their costs, how much were the costs reduced when it sold those 2 business lines and started allocating those costs to subsidiaries?
Yeah, I don't think it's a binary decision. I think that CII reduced costs. I know that CII did reduce costs. They reduced costs collectively in it, and then took the approach of allocating those costs to Corix Regulated Utilities US Inc. I don't have the total number of cost reduction, but I do know that overhead used to exceed $40 million and has now been reduced to about $30 million across the business. And that involves transformation services, where you've reduced employees at Water Service Corporation, you've reduced employees at Corix Infrastructure Inc. to provide a more streamlined service to the operating subsidiaries.
What portion of CII's revenue did the other 2 business lines represent?
I don't know that specifically. I joined the company in 2019. What I do know is that in the 2010 annual reports of Corix Infrastructure Inc. had about $450 million of revenue. I don't know what portion was attributable to each line, sir. I apologize.
No, we may just ask that in the post-hearing request. What is the purpose of the intermediary holding companies? Let me ask this question. Other than tax basis, what is the purpose of the intermediary holding companies?
I think some of those are historical residue, and one of my primary goals next year is to actually answer that question, identify those that can be eliminated, because I don't know what the purpose other than taxes is for some of these holding companies.
Well, and I didn't have a chance when Ms. Go was asking you the questions to look at the chart, but how many of them are taxable entities and how many of them are pass-through entities? Is there a mixture?
Yeah, there's a mixture of pass-through and taxable entities.
And does Water Service Corporation of Kentucky file taxes on a consolidated basis or on a standalone basis?
Corix Infrastructure US Inc. files taxes on a consolidated basis.
And would you agree that it absent, well, just as a general matter, taxable entities could represent a pass-through cost to subsidiary entities like Water Service Corporation of Kentucky?
Could you maybe restate the question,
I'm
sir?
asking if the intermediary companies between the ultimate holding company and Water Service Corporation of Kentucky are taxable entities, does that represent a cost to Water Service Corporation of Kentucky?
Not to my knowledge.
Those are all the questions I have, Chairman. Thank you.
Dr. Matthews, questions?
I don't have any.
And I have none. Mr. Gardner, redirect.
We have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. If there's nothing further from this witness, may this witness be excused. There being no objection, sir, you may be excused. Thank you. You may step down.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Mr. Gardner, please call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Our next witness is Patrick Barenbrook.
Okay, Mr. Barenbrook, would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And you may ask. He may be on mute, Mr. Gardner. I couldn't.
I do.
Okay.
Sorry.
I thought you did. I could read your lips, but I couldn't hear your voice. Mr. Gardner, you may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Barenbrook, please state your name.
Patrick Barenbrook,
What is your business address?
2832 Claremont Road, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27605.
What is your title?
President?
Did you prepare and cause to be filed written testimony in this matter?
Yes.
Did you sponsor responses to requests for information in this case?
Yes.
If you were asked the same questions as presented in the testimony and information request, would your answers be the same today?
Yes.
Do you adopt that testimony and responses to information requests as your testimony here today?
I do.
You may ask.
Ms. Gold, questions?
Chairman, I have no questions at this time.
Ms. Potter, cross-examination?
I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Koenig?
Yes, hi, Mr. Barenbrook. I just have
Good morning.
Good morning. Like I said, I know that several of the water service witnesses discussed the allocation of costs from Corex. As I stated for Mr. Elisigi, if another witness would be better suited to answer some of these questions, please just let me know. So you were tasked, or a big portion of your direct testimony was comparing the positions that were covered in the allocation to Corex and comparing hourly prices for similar positions and things like that. Could you describe, just in general, your process for making sure that these positions and the tasks weren't duplicated?
Yes, if I could just summarize, the scope of my evaluation was to determine the necessity of services provided by both Corex Infrastructure and WSC to the operating companies in the U.S., including Water Service Kentucky, to establish the necessity of those services and the reasonableness of the associated charges. And on the reasonableness side, one of the things I did was to determine whether the services were charged at the lower of cost or market, which of course is an important test for affiliate transactions and is recommended by NARUC in their guidelines on affiliate transactions. So what I did for the lower of cost or market comparison is to tabulate the hourly rate for both Corex and WSC employees and compare those to outside providers of similar services. And that's what I did. I found that the hourly rates for the Corex infrastructure and the WSC employees were approximately half the cost of outside service providers.
And if that comparison would have been done a year earlier, you'd be comparing to free, right? You can't get lower cost than that, right? Because the services were free?
Well, the services were, the scope of my study was, that is filed in this case, was calendar 2019. And at that point, the services were in fact being charged, Corex infrastructure services were being charged for during that period.
Okay, and we've already established that was a decision made at the Corex Infrastructure Inc. level, correct? To start charging for those services.
That's right, yes.
And there were no Water Service Corporation employees performing the same services. Is that correct as well?
That's correct. In the course of my evaluation, I conducted over 30 interviews with virtually all the executives of Corex Infrastructure Inc. and WSC. And one of the things I covered in each interview was what do you do, and what do your counterparts or your functional equivalents in WSC do or Corex do, and I wanted to make sure that there wasn't any overlap. Those interviews gave me the comfort that there wasn't any interlap. I also, in my report, have a detailed schedule that I call a responsibility matrix, which is a listing of all the functions that are required, operational as well as administrative in general, to ultimately provide service to water service to customers. And in that chart, I designate which group, Water Service Corporation, or Corex Infrastructure, or the operating utilities like Water Service Kentucky, are responsible for the various activities. And there too, I found no overlap.
Okay, and then when you compared it to an outside cost, or you said it was half the cost of an outside source. What did you compare?
Right.
Where did you get those numbers to compare?
The outside providers were obtained from outside hourly rate, billing rate information for IT professionals, for CPAs, and so that's my methodology is to use generally publicly available hourly rate information or hourly rate information that I have to procure from various services. And so the hourly rates were obtained from those sources.
Okay, I'm just, I mean, were they comparable to these areas of Kentucky, those services provided in Kentucky? Would that be comparable to where you got the publicly available hourly information? Is that comparable to?
No. No, the services that are in question here are those that were provided either in Vancouver by Corex Infrastructure or in Chicago, generally by WSC, their respective headquarters. And so my assumption in doing the lower cost of market comparison was that if I were to outsource all of the positions for WSC and Corex, who would I turn to? And my assumption was I would staff in the facilities in Chicago. That's where I would put all the contractors. So the hourly rates are based on hourly rates in Chicago. Again, none of these functions, none of these services are being delivered by Corex or WSC personnel in the Water Service Kentucky region.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Vice Chairman Chandler, questions?
I do, thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Behrenberg.
Good morning.
How many times have you performed the assessment that you did for Water Service Corporation of Kentucky here? How many times have you performed that on behalf of other companies? Just approximately.
I have, yes, either in a rate case or for compliance purposes, I've performed a study like this for approximately 110 times.
Okay, and that's on behalf of the company and not necessarily on behalf of a commission, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So you said earlier that you look at the necessity of service and the reasonableness, the necessity of services and the reasonableness of charges, correct?
Yes.
And you asked a number of questions in your testimony. I think there are 8 core questions. Do you understand what I'm referring to?
Yes, that's how I've organized my report, by those 8 questions in terms of detail to provide evidence.
Okay, so I have a couple questions on the methodology then. So for instances where you've done this on behalf of a company, can you provide an example of a situation where you found that, for instance, on number 1, that you found that that the services provided by the utility directly and is supported through the affiliate utilities are comparable to services provided by other utility service companies, that you've found that to be in the negative instead of the positive? Like what situations that you specifically found in answering that question for other utilities have led you to answer that in the negative?
I would say that generally the service companies in my comparison group have similar functions, and I would have expected that because the service companies exist to a very large extent to provide administrative and general type services. Those are the ones that are most economically consolidated, centralized into a service company. So in general, there's a chart in my report that shows for a set of 20 service companies the type of services, the categories of services they provide to their utility affiliates, and in generally they're very similar. And again, that's something I would have expected, but I put the chart in there to be able to inform third parties that the type of services that WSC and Corex Infrastructure provide are similar to what other service companies provide.
Well, let me ask this. Maybe I jumped ahead too far. So for question number 1, for an entity, for a utility that's hired you before, have you answered number 1 in the negative before?
No, I have not.
Okay. And so for the
I mean,
second,
excuse me, if I could just elaborate. There are differences in the types of services, but generally they're operational related. Some of the service companies provide an array of operational services, and other service companies have a different, other corporations have a different philosophy, where the operational services are entirely in the operating utilities domain. Those are the biggest differences from one service company to another.
okay. And then the second question is, are the services provided by Water Service Corporation directly and as supported through Corex beneficial to CRU U.S. utilities? So you answered that in the affirmative in this matter, correct?
Yes.
And in your previous engagement with other utilities, have you ever answered that in the negative?
No.
Okay. And then, so the third one, are the services provided by Water Service Corporation directly and as supported through Corex duplicative or overlapping with work performed by CRU U.S. utilities themselves? In this case, you answered that in the negative, correct?
They're not duplicative. Yes.
Great. When engaged by other entities, have you ever answered that in the positive, in the affirmative?
I believe that at some point during those 110 evaluations, I found a function, a line item that was very similar, duplicative. But
Okay.
in general, among, that may be one activity, 2 activities out of 100.
And that's what I was going to ask. Well, have you ever found them to be duplicative to the point that you agree that they shouldn't be necessarily recoverable?
I have never done that, no.
Okay. And then the next question: do governance, structure, and processes exist to ensure services provided by Water Service Corporation directly and as supported by Corex are necessary to CRU U.S. utilities? I believe you answered that in the affirmative, correct?
Yes.
And in your previous engagement from any other utilities, have you ever answered that in the negative?
I have not, and I might mention too that I don't do the 110 evaluations aren't for absolutely every utility in the whole country. It's for a set of them, and the other utilities that are not my clients that, let's say, have issues with regard to the questions you've asked, or are higher cost service providers, can look at my report. They look at the methodology. They see that they're at the high end of my cost comparisons in the comparison group, and they're generally not going to hire me to perform an evaluation like this. My clients are generally those that are cost efficient and lower cost service providers.
Okay. And then the next question are the 2019 charges for services provided directly, Water Service Corporation directly, and as supported through Corex to UI regulated utilities in line with charges of other utility service companies to their regulated utility affiliates. Again, as it relates to test year charges, I think you stated that that response in this case as the affirmative. In any of your other experiences working for the other utilities, have you ever answered in the negative for that?
Yes, I have. I have one client whose operating company has no employees, and they're staffed entirely by service company employees. So their cost per customer is very high compared to, is the highest among service companies in the comparison group.
And so that's about that. I kind of skipped over the first question in the first one we went over. So what would be out of line is if what now? If the operating company had all the employees and if the operating company had no employees and all of the services were performed by a parent affiliate, those would make them more expensive?
The operating company has no employees. The service company has all the employees that perform work for the operating company. That's the instance that one of my clients has.
And that made them, I guess I'm curious, how does that make it?
That makes the affiliate charges, the service company charges to the operating company higher on a cost per metric basis, customer or whatever the denominator is. And as compared to other utility companies in the comparison group where the operating company, the operating utility has a full complement of employees performing operational work, for instance.
So that would make the overall cost per customer more, but it wouldn't necessarily make the cost for specific services more, correct?
That's correct, yes. In fact, in this case, I also looked at the total cost of the total cost of services and validated that they were in line with the total cost, not just affiliate transactions, not just service company charges, the total cost per unit of measure, other comparison groups.
And I guess that's what I assumed that question was about, that the cost per individual service is comparable. Is that not what the question asks?
I would say that the cost of services is comparable. Are you referring to
Well, so let me ask
our situation here? Or?
I'll ask the question differently. So I read the question as saying there's an accountant, right? A utility, at some point, a utility needs an accountant. I think we can all agree on that. Whether it's way up here or way down here, they need an accountant. So if the utility, the operating company themselves has the accountant, and the accountant cost will just make up a number, $75,000 a year, right? And the operating company has that, it costs the operating company $75,000 a year. If the parent company, the immediate parent or service company has an accountant that costs $75,000 a year, and they only work for that single operating company, the operating company, as a general matter, should be no worse off, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
They're paying the same for the same, they're paying the same for the service provided.
That's right. And if I could just mention, you're referring to my
Question 5.
question 5. Okay. Yes, in that case, question 5 looks at the cost per customer for the services that Corex Infrastructure and WSC provided to all the U.S. operating companies, cost per company, cost per customer. So that was the calculation of the total charges divided by the number of customers, 300,000 approximately across CRU US.
So what I'm trying to understand is, in terms of the methodology, what could lead to alternative answer, the alternative answer that you provided specifically to this case, right? So what I want to make sure of is for number 5, what you're saying is that metric can be, a variable of that calculation can be affected by how many services or what proportion of services an operating company's services are performed by a service company.
That's correct, yes. Essentially, it's the extent to which you consolidate, centralize corporate services in a service company is a decision about what's the best organization for the entire utility or holding company. And in some instances, companies have consolidated a great deal of administrative and general functions and even operational functions into a service company. In other instances, there are no operational services provided out of the service company, and some of the A&G functions are also, some portion are also in the operating company. So there is ability in the philosophy of centralization versus decentralization.
So I just would ask, if you said that the way you answered that in the negative was where there is an inordinate number of tasks centralized in the service companies as compared to its peers, how did that not lead to, in this particular situation, water service being answered in the negative? Because that, to me, at least based on my experience, there is an inordinate number of tasks being performed on a centralized basis, and water service really has very few, Water Service Corporation of Kentucky does very few tasks in-house or has very few employees. So how few does it have to be for it to be out of line with other situations and other operating companies across the U.S.?
Well, first of all, the structure for where A&G services are being provided is not unusual for Water Service of Kentucky, for all the operating companies of CRE US. This type of arrangement exists with other service companies, other utility holding companies, where again the administrative and general functions are consolidated to a great extent in a service company or in other affiliates that provide services. So Mr. Elisagi gave a number of examples of why that's beneficial in his testimony. You have the ability to share costs that isn't available if the operating company is procuring absolutely all the administrative and general services on its own. You have an internal audit function in Corex infrastructure whose costs can be, whose services are provided to the entire organization and whose costs can be shared among operating companies. If the operating company had to procure audit services, financial services on its own, it would be much more expensive. The company wouldn't be able to have uniform ways of doing business. It would be harder to have uniform single business applications. And so the way services are structured for Water Services of Kentucky's benefit is appropriate and not unusual.
So the only instance that you're aware of that's been answered in the negative is where the operating company just does none of its own A&G functions. Has no employee.
Well, has no employees.
Okay.
No employees, zero, not even operational employees.
Okay. And then question 6, are 2019 services provided by Water Service Corporation directly and as supported through Corex to CRU U.S. utilities priced at the lower of cost or market? So this is I believe you answered this in the affirmative. This is maybe what I thought 5 was asking on a per unit basis almost, right? On a per service basis. Is that your understanding of the question that's being asked rather than an overall basis?
Now, number 6 looks at categories of services. I assign the departments, all the departments of Corex Infrastructure and WSC to outside service provider categories. I assign their costs. I develop the number of hours associated with the labor, the services that are provided by those 2 entities and the departments. And then I tabulate a total cost pool and a total number of hours and divide one by the other. And that's how I come up with the hourly rates for the service company that I compare to outside service providers.
So you answered this question in the affirmative, correct?
Yes, I answered that the services are being provided at the lower cost or market.
And in your experience on behalf of other entities doing this, have you ever found that to be not the case for anybody that has engaged you?
There have been a few instances where one category is higher than the market. I can remember one situation where the operating company required a great deal of legal support from the service company. That support was provided, a lot of that support was provided by the corporate counsel at a relatively high cost. And that drove the overall hourly rate up. But I've not, but generally, the utility is it's generally less expensive to do this work internally than it is to outsource it. And again, anybody with a high cost structure is not going to hire me to do this type of evaluation for them, because they know my methodology. I apply the comparisons in every instance. And so that's why most of what I found in doing this comparison is that the utility, the service provider, the affiliate is providing services at a lower cost or market.
So in the instance where the in-house legal costs were higher than they would have been had they been done with outside counsel, did you recommend any adjustment accordingly? Or did you just find that the overall costs were reasonable?
Well, the overall cost for all functions was reasonable, but it wasn't my responsibility to prescribe a disallowance. I just presented the facts.
And then question 7, are CRU US Utilities total 2019 customer accounts expense, including charges directly from Water Service Corporation as supported through Corex, comparable to the costs of other utilities? Did you answer that in the affirmative?
Yes, I answered that they're comparable. CRU US Utilities are receiving services, customer account services at a lower cost than the average of the comparison group.
And have you answered that in the negative before? Utilities?
I've answered that that my client has a cost higher than the average in the past. Yes.
It didn't say the average. It just says comparable. So I guess I would add. I had a question about the use of word beneficial. We'll go back to it in a minute, but I was just curious as to what you described as comparable as it relates to these costs. Is there a standard deviation that you use, or a neighborhood, or is it just purely the average?
No, it's within a reasonable range of the average, and I don't have a fixed formula for determining that. But if it's close to the average, if it's in the top, if it's not in the top quartile, I would say then it's reasonable.
Okay, so that's fair enough, and the average is going to be what the average is going to be as it relates to the mathematics of the situation. But have you made a determination in asking that question that any of the utilities that have engaged you that their costs are not comparable as it relates to that question?
I don't believe I have. And again, I'm not going to have a utility that has high costs is not going to hire me because they know the metrics I use, the methodology. They will find another witness to support their affiliate transactions.
Okay, and then
So I would.
oh, please go ahead.
So the fact that that I haven't had any other clients that were deemed to have excess costs is not unusual.
Okay. And then the next one, are 2019 services provided by Water Service Corporation directly and as supported through Corex comparably priced to all CRU U.S. utilities? So again, I guess my question is the comparably the same sort of comparably the same definition used in the previous question, question 7? Sort of in the neighborhood of coverage?
No, it's a different context.
Okay.
Comparably priced means that the allocation to every affiliate is fair and equitable. There aren't special circumstances applied to one utility versus another. The reason for this particular question is one state, Texas, doesn't require affiliate transactions to be priced at the lower cost of market. Instead, they have this requirement that you can't charge a Texas operating company an amount higher than you would charge operating companies in another jurisdiction. So that's the reason I put this in here in the event that it's used in Texas. But it's useful just generally as a data point. It just says all the operating companies are allocated costs in the same manner based on ERC and equivalent residential customers. And I test that and calculate it out in the back of my report, Exhibit PLB1.
Is the purpose of this question then, for lack of a better term, to ensure that there's no most favored nation situation in distinct jurisdictions?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and have you, so let me ask, how did you answer that question in this case? Were they equitably distributed amongst the different operating companies?
They were, yes. I do that in my report, which is Exhibit PLB-2.
Right.
If you're interested, we can look at that calculation. It's the last 2 pages of that report, where I actually go through and tabulate the percent of total Corex and WSC charges that each of the affiliates, each of the operating companies of CRU US received, and I compare that to their percent of total ERCs, and as a test to make sure that they're close, and they were.
And which pages are those of your PLB-2?
Yeah, that's page 50, it's page 57. It's Exhibit 21. The print is small, but I think it's readable.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
And you can zoom on your own screen as well, but I will zoom in. So how does this show that calculation?
Let's go down to Water Service Corporation of Kentucky, which is 345. It's about 3/4 of the way down. Do you see it there? Yeah. Okay. Starting from the left side, this calculates Water Service Kentucky's percent of total ERCs. So for 2019, it was 7,108.94 ERCs, and that represents 2.38% of the total of approximately 300,000 ERCs in all of CRU US. Then the next columns over show where I calculate the percent of WSC and CRU Corex infrastructure charges as a percent of total charges. So again, for 345 Water Service Kentucky, it received in 2019 527,000 approximately in allocations. Again, for shared services from WSC and corporate services from Corex infrastructure. That 527,000 is 2.40% of the total. So in comparing the two, I have 2.4% versus 2.38%, which is reasonably close. And again, this was the test to make sure that the allocation, the Tier 2, the Step 2 allocation based on ERCs
So what is an
is valid.
ERC?
Equivalent residential customer. The ERCs are what are used to allocate WSC shared services and Corex infrastructure corporate service charges, among other things, among other costs.
So let me ask, now that we've seen that, let me ask a clarifying question. Can you see me instead of my screen now?
Yes, I can.
Are you just looking at that calculation as to whether or not the allocation of dollars to Water Service Corporation correlates to the number of percentage of customers that Water Service has compared to the other operating companies? Or the other
Yes, that's right.
costs?
Oh, I'm sorry, I cut
No,
you
that's
off.
fine. No, that it's either the operating company's customers or the companies that are receiving allocated costs.
Yes, this schedule that we went through was my test to make sure that the allocation process, which is based on ERCs, results in charges going to Water Service Kentucky that are in line with their percent of total ERCs. Again, the basis for allocating these costs throughout the year is the number of ERCs. I wanted to make sure that the dollars that were charged ultimately to Water Service of Kentucky were in line with their percent of ERCs, and that's what I found.
So this is a test on the metric, on other metrics though, that if for instance, certain operating companies, let's just say hypothetically, some of the Corex operating companies had employees and some didn't, right? That would show a differentiation between the ERCs, right?
No, you're mixing, I believe you're mixing the purpose of this up with the cost comparison. I don't make any cost comparisons from the schedule that we just went through. I don't compare these costs per ERC or these other utility organizations. This is strictly internal. It's a validity check to make sure that the allocation process based on ERCs is working. And again, the percentages are very close. The differences are due to, the charges are recorded on a monthly basis. I'm taking annual numbers, and the end result is very close in my test.
Okay. As I see the absolute percent difference, is that what you look at?
Yes.
Okay. So.
And in the case of, in the case of WSC, Water Service Kentucky, it's less than a 1% difference between my calculated numbers based on ERCs and the dollar charges.
So it was 0.1%, and I had two questions about that. So the first is that the average percent difference is something like 1.3%, correct?
That's right.
But that is skewed by one data point that has a absolute differentiation of over 50%, right?
Yes.
So
there is one that is that high, yes.
Do you use 1% as the determination as to what's reasonable and an absolute percentage basis, since you note it there and you just said it?
Reasonable or a material difference, from an accounting standpoint is perhaps 10% of a test group. And so 1.3% overall is well below that. And again, I have to mention that I didn't expect this to hit exactly on the head. My calculation is a test. The dollar charges associated with the schedule that I showed you, the dollar charges are the result of 12 months worth of allocations. ERCs may have, the composition of ERCs throughout the entire group have changed over time. But my calculation is just taking a total for the year and making the percentage determination based on that. So there may be swings within months of the year that cause these differences.
Right, but all the other questions that we've gone through seem to attempt to indicate whether or not, as you say, the necessity, checking the necessity of the services and the reasonableness of the charges are either relative to other entities that do the same or similar thing, or relative to the same or similar outside services, right? I guess what I'm trying to ask here is, with question 8, are you looking at it on an absolute basis or on a relative basis to determine whether or not you answer that question in the affirmative or the negative?
This is not a comparison to other service companies, to other utilities. This is an internal calculation, an internal test to see if the allocation methodology associated with the tier 2 approach is working. So it's not meant to be comparable to other utilities. It's strictly an internal assessment.
Right, but so two questions on that is, first, how do you determine the reasonableness of it?
Essentially, I recalculated the amount of charges to Water Service of Kentucky and all the other operating companies in CRU US. I recalculated the charges to them based on ERCs and found the amounts to be very close.
Right, and that, what I'm trying to ask is, how do you determine in this instance very close? It's currently, the absolute difference is 0.9%, right? How do you know that 0.9% is very close in this instance?
It's less than 1%, and my calculation is a test. It is not expected to result in hitting all of these numbers on the head, because again, during the course of the year, every month these charges are reported to the operating companies. Every month there's a calculation of the percentages of ERCs, and that's the end result of the end result of that is the 527,000 that, for instance, went to Water Service of Kentucky. In my test, I take the ERCs, I believe that was at the end of the year, and use those to essentially recalculate the dollar charges that went to each operating company. So I've got a point in time, a single point in time, 1 month. The dollars are the result of 12 points in time calculations. So a difference of 1%, less than 1% is very satisfactory in my opinion as an end result of this test.
What's the benefit of having the other data points?
I'm sorry, what other data points are you referring to?
The dozens of other utilities listed on the exhibit.
These are all the operating utilities that are owned by CRU US.
Okay.
There are approximately 30 legal entities that own all of the operating companies, all of the systems. These are systems that are owned by CRU US.
Okay, so what I'm trying to ask is, you're wanting to look at Water Service. Are you wanting the commission? What I'm trying to figure out about this entire, the question 8 is, are you wanting the commission to look at Water Service and say that Water Service, the allocation to Water Service of Kentucky is good because it's only 1% off or 0.9% off? Or are you trying to say the allocation of the cost to Kentucky is reasonable given that it's in line with the allocation to the other operating companies?
What was the first part of your question? The second part, I can say yes.
Okay,
The
well,
first part was what?
I kind of took it as an either or, so that's what I'm trying to find out. If these are all, if there's a pie, right? This is a pie of Water Service or of CII's allocation of shared costs and shared services, right?
Right.
Right. This is 100% pie here, and as I understand it, the left-hand column is cutting the pie on a equivalent residential customer basis. And then the middle columns are cutting the pie based off of dollar allocation to each operating company. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And third column is the deviation, the percentage difference between the first column and the second column, right?
That's right.
Okay, so are you trying to prove in this exhibit how reasonable the water service, the difference in those two metrics of column 1 and column 2, or column A and column B, that the difference of those two as it relates exclusively to water service, or water service, the difference between them as it relates to all the other slices of pie?
Really, the second part, yes. That's what I'm trying to prove, that overall, the methodology for allocating based on ERCs is working.
Okay, and that's what I'm trying to get. So this is a relative test, and it's relative to the other operating companies of CII.
Essentially, it is, but I'm not trying to necessarily make comparisons across the board or to individual companies. I'm just overall, what is the difference? And it's 1.3% overall. That is a satisfactory result for a test of this nature.
Okay, and the other question I have is that the majority of the differences that you point out, the vast number of data points, is that 76 out of 80 of these operating companies, or these data points, are less than 1% of a difference between the allocation on an ERC basis and on a dollar basis, right?
Yes, that was the result of this test.
Okay, and my question is water service, and I think I understand the math, but I want to make sure, is water service, for instance, paying more than they ought to, for instance, because an entity like Tammiment, Tammiment, line 319, on a per customer basis, or an ECR, should be allocated, their number is 898, but they're only being allocated, which is 0.3%, but they're only being allocated 1.3%, which is, less than half in dollar denominated amount than their ERC equivalent.
No, this test was not meant to make that type of comparison. It was meant as an overall broad test of the allocation process. Tammiment probably is in that position because perhaps that was a new acquisition. There was a new acquisition or an expansion of customers at the end of the year, December, let's say, for instance. And so that raised its percent of total ERCs because I took the December number of ERCs. But throughout the year, throughout the 12 months of the year, Tammiment was being charged based on a lower number of ERCs up until December, for instance. I'm just giving you this as an example of why there's a difference why there are small differences between some of these and perhaps a larger difference with Tammiment. Again, this wasn't meant to nail all of the numbers precisely on the head. It was a test to make sure they were close, and they are close.
Close to each other, or close individually, or close to each other. That's what I'm trying to.
Close to each other.
Okay.
Close to each other. So, Water Service Kentucky's ERC percent is close to Water Service Kentucky's allocated percent of total charges.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Matthews, questions?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Mr. Gardner, any redirect?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just one general question following up on what Commissioner Chandler was asking. Mr. Badenbrook, you indicated that you've prepared studies roughly like that in, say, over 100 cases. Is that right?
Yes.
And this is not your first time before the Kentucky Commission, is it?
No, it is not.
And it's not your first time in front of the Kentucky Commission with respect to Water Service Corporation of Kentucky, is it?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and because you've testified at the commission, roughly how many times do you guess?
Something under 10 times.
Um, As the commission reviews your studies, if there are particular concerns that get expressed with your study, do you modify your methodology in order to satisfy the commission's requirements?
Yes, I do, and let me give you an example. I was the witness for Water Service Kentucky in its 2010 rate case, and I presented a modified version of my report, a briefer version, and one of the comparisons was total service company charges, at that time WSC charges, to Water Service Kentucky, and the comparison group I used were service companies that filed a FERC Form 60, and most of those, or all of those, are either electric or combination gas and electric companies. But they provide administrative and general services that are similar to what WSC provided to Water Service Kentucky. And the commission found that that comparison group was not acceptable, and ordered that, or specified that comparison groups need to be the same type of utility, water companies, of a similar size. And the second part of my testimony, I include that analysis, that type of comparison, as another data point besides my long report. I include that comparison. I compared Water Service Kentucky's customer service and administrative and general expenses per customer to those of 64 Kentucky water companies, and found them to be WSC Kentucky's cost per customer to be below the average of that group. So I modified my approach. I supplemented my testimony with information that was based on the requirements of the commission in the past.
And just last year or the year before, did you provide testimony to this commission in the Kentucky American Water Company case?
Yes, I did. I presented testimony in the 2018 case.
Okay, and the commission didn't give you any directions on how you should modify your study, and in fact accepted your study in that rate case, correct?
That's right, it did. And I followed the same methodology in that American Water case as I have for other American Water cases, which again is the comparison of service company charges per customer to other holding company, service company affiliates. And that panel group was made up of the utilities that file for Form 60, which provides all the information I need to develop my cost comparison.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Chandler? Ms. Gold?
No, thank you.
Ms. Potter?
No, thank you.
Ms. Koenig?
Nothing.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Sir, you may be excused. Thank you. Let's
Thank
take
you.
a break, about a 10, 12-minute break until 5 minutes after 11 o'clock, at which time we'll resume with another witness. Thank you.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. Is everybody back?
This is Todd Osterlund, present.
It's Mary Potter, I'm present.
All right, we're now back on the record. Mr. Osterloh, were you going to call the next witness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the applicant's next witness is Perry Brown.
Okay, Mr. Brown, will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, Mr. Osterloh, you may ask.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Perry Brown,
What is your business address?
500 West Monroe, Suite 3600, Chicago, Illinois, 60661.
And what is your title?
I am a senior financial analyst.
Did you prepare and cause to be filed written testimony in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Did you also sponsor responses to requests for information in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
If you were asked the same questions as presented in the testimony and the information request, would your answers be the same today?
Yes, sir, they would.
Do you adopt that testimony and the responses to information requests as your testimony here today?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Chairman, this witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Gold, questions?
Yes, I have a few. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Brown.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm good. Can you explain what the Fusion project is?
So I think that probably is a better question for witness Tormson. He has a extensive testimony regarding the computer assets presented as Fusion.
Let me check just momentarily. I thought that you had answered a discovery request to it.
Yes, I can speak to it, but I think he has a better understanding. But it's basically our ERP system along with our human resource management system. We ultimately control our accounting, human resources through that Fusion system.
And do you know why the Fusion project was necessary?
That's a better question for our witness, Robert Torpson.
All right. And how much is the total price of the Fusion project?
I do not know off the top of my head. I would have to take a look.
Okay. I'm looking at Attorney General's second request for information, question number 25A.
Okay.
Let's see, I believe you were the witness that sponsored it. I have in my notes at least. Yes, Mr. Brown, you did sponsor all of the answers to the Fusion questions that the Attorney General had. Do you need time to look at that to refresh your memory?
That would be helpful.
Do you have that with you?
Yes, I can pull it up really quickly.
Thank you. Just let me know when you're there.
Okay.
Okay. And so do you know what the total price of the Fusion project is?
We are proposing the total cost of the project is estimated at $14.2 million at the time of the discovery response.
Okay, when you say at the time of the discovery response, has it changed since the time of the discovery response?
It may have, that I'm not sure at this time.
Can you elaborate on that as to why the price would change?
The project is currently still, going on. We don't have a conclude or a stopping point at this time. So the project could be more.
So the total cost of the Fusion project can be even more than the $14,290,000 that you
Yes.
stated in the responses?
Yes. We're currently using the system. However, the project is still going on with last minute cleanup items and troubleshooting as we work our way through the system.
So do you know, and I know you said that you're deferring specific questions to the other witness, but do you know, did this take the place of something else, another type of computer system?
At some point, we will ultimately have our JDE system for records, but the accounting system, once known as JDE, this will take place of that.
So
Or
how
JD
much,
Edwards.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, JD Edwards.
So how much will Water Service Kentucky be forced to pay for the Fusion project?
It will be allocated based on ERC, or estimated residential equivalents.
Do you have the exact number? You can refer to 25B. You provided the answer.
So yes, we are proposing an allocation of $333,496. However, ERCs are constantly changing, updating, so that number could very well change.
So you're saying that number could change based on the ERCs, and
Correct.
then
It's not a drastic change. It could be 2%, it could be 2.01% the next month. It's not like a significant change month over month.
so could that number also go up, as you stated with the Fusion project, but the Fusion project number, the total number could go up, so could the allocated amount go up to what Water Service Kentucky will have to pay?
Yes, but we're only proposing the amount $333,496.
In the test year, right?
Correct.
But that could go up in the future.
If possible.
Do you know when you'll know definitively how much the total Fusion project will cost?
I am not sure.
And I assume you won't know how much is actually going to be allocated total to Water Service Kentucky until you know the total project cost. Right.
Not at this time.
So in discovery responses, you asserted that in the past, the commission had denied all recovery of Project Phoenix and what you were just talking about, JD Edwards' cost. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So then why is Water Service Kentucky requesting to include certain expenses associated with Project Phoenix and JD Edwards in the pending case?
So in the previous proceeding, the commission mandated that we change our depreciation lives to 22 and a half years. With that, we would have to restate our computer asset balances. And these assets are ultimately benefit the customers, and they're prudent to us running the utility.
So do you believe that including the Project Phoenix and JD Edwards costs in the pending case, that complies with the prior decisions of the commission? Disallowing those costs?
Disallowing, does it comply?
So remember we had discussed that in discovery responses, you stated that in the past, the commission had denied recovery for costs associated with Project Phoenix or JD Edwards. Do you recall that?
Yes.
But in the pending case, you're requesting certain expenses associated with JD Edwards and Project Phoenix to be included, correct?
Yes.
So what I'm asking is basically how is attempting to include those costs in this case compliant with the prior decisions disallowing those costs? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. it does not comply with previous decisions.
Then do you know why Water Service is requesting those expenses to be included?
We ultimately don't agree with the decision. These are costs that we believe are prudent to running the utility, so they should ultimately be included in rates.
Mr. Brown, I'll move on. Can you confirm that Water Service Kentucky erroneously included the preventative maintenance and repair costs for Middlesboro hydrants in the pending rate case?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is the monetary amount that should be removed from the revenue request due to this error?
I believe it is detailed in a discovery response. I don't know the exact dollar amount off the top of my head.
If you would like to refer to Attorney General's second request for information, question 42B.
Okay, give me a second to get to it.
Take your time.
All things being equal, I think we included a 16,247 for hydrant maintenance. That for both Clinton and Middlesboro, that's the correct amount. We originally included 37,750, so we're changing that, and I can't find the dollar amount or the revenue impact of that.
In the response to 39B, you stated that the erroneous inclusion of the hydrant maintenance would reduce revenue approximately $26,585. Is that correct?
And which discovery response was that?
The Attorney General's second request, question 39, subpart B.
Okay, I agree.
So you do agree that based on that error, that Water Service Kentucky should reduce the request by at least $26,585?
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't think there's any other extraneous costs that would be associated with that erroneous inclusion that also needs to be removed?
No, ma'am.
And can you confirm that Water Service Kentucky also erroneously included vehicles in the depreciation expense that have already been fully depreciated?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know the total depreciation expense that should be removed from the revenue requirement associated with that error?
Yes.
I would like to refer to Attorney General's second request for information, question 40, subpart C.
Yes, I don't have the exact calculation. However, I think the rate year should reflect a depreciation expense of $13,542.
Are you able to refer to question 40, subpart C
Yes.
that you responded to? Can you confirm that you stated that the removal of the depreciation expense would result in a revenue reduction of $101,230?
Yes, ma'am.
So you do agree that that amount was erroneously included and needs to be removed?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Chairman.
Ms. Potter, questions?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Brown, these are going to be fairly easy. Can you tell me, when you do a comparison to other companies, what are you comparing? The size of the company, the size of the rate? What is your comparison?
Are you speaking in regards to the salary analysis?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we looked at the customer count for similar size utilities in Kentucky.
So what would be what number would you be using?
We use a range of 2,500 customers, more or less, than Water Service Corp. Kentucky's.
How many customers does Water Service have?
That I don't know the exact number off the top of my head.
So if you said 2,500 customers, would that go up to a top number of what? 10,000 customers? Would that be a range?
It would be, I think we are in the range of 7,000, so it would be 9,500 between, what's that? Doing math right now. 9,500 at the top end of the range, and then, was that 4,500 at the bottom end?
Okay. Okay, and I think you said companies that do annual reports, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that be just water companies that do annual reports?
Yes, ma'am.
And so that would not include city-owned water companies, is that correct?
It includes all companies within that customer range that had enough information to perform the analysis.
And you were able to come up with 25 companies?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Okay. I'm going to refer you to a distribution chart on your direct testimony. It's answer to question 12.
Okay.
If you would look at that. Tell me what that means, that bell curve.
Basically, it's a representation of where most of the data ended up for the cost per customer analysis. So at the top end of that is where the most data points are, or the median or average cost per customer. So Water Service Corp is right at the top of that bell curve. So stating that the salary or labor cost per customer is reasonable when compared to other similar sized utilities.
So the cost of labor for water services is 68% of the cost of every company, is that correct?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I didn't necessarily follow the question.
That's why I'm confused. The projected direct labor cost per customer falls within 68% of the proxy group's cost per customer.
So
Is
that's
that-
saying that it's within the range of 68% of the entire proxy group.
So they're 67% cheaper and 34% or whatever higher? Is that right?
No, within one standard deviation. So that within one standard deviation, you have 67% of your entire proxy group will fall into that range.
I was also confused by question 14 of your direct testimony. It says it's appropriate that customers never incur the cost of direct labor due to costs being reimbursed by the city of Clinton. What reimbursement was that, sir?
That is for our management fees for the wastewater operations in Clinton.
Okay. So that had nothing to do with the fees that the customers pay? That's a totally different category. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And I also had a question about question 16, that you say that the company's lost 400 residential customers over the test year, but it needs an increase in income. If I lose customers, I'm doing less work. So I'm confused about that. In other words, if you lose 400 customers, you're using 400 homes less water and less maintenance. So
That also
that's
correlates.
just by an increase.
Less customers also means less water, or less water revenue that we would have, and our assets are still the same. Rate base, constantly investing in capital, costs are increasing, so you would ultimately still need rate relief despite losing customers.
In full Disclosure, Mr. Brown, I'm a customer, and I don't know what infrastructure you would be talking about in my area. Do you know anything about that? About investments in my city?
Not off the top of my head. I do understand that capital is constantly going in. It's not, it's ongoing. It never stops. Things happen, things break, things need to be replaced all the time. So, you may not see it. It may not be a large overhaul, but it does happen.
And you also, in your direct testimony, same question, say that your operating expense has dropped by almost half?
Operating expenses charged to plants, so that is capitalized time.
You gotta say that in West Kentucky for me. What does that mean?
So there are certain expenses being transportation, fleet, salaries, benefits, that all go into a capitalized time rate that ultimately gets charged to assets when our operators are, working on those assets and replacing those items.
And when you lose 400 customers, did you reduce staff?
No, we did not.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Koenig,
Yes, thank you.
cross-examination?
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Brown.
Hi.
Okay, I'm gonna try not to, cover any territory that has already been covered. And so I'd like to, refer you to Commission Staff's second request for information, item 10F, your response. You provided an Excel spreadsheet, and I'll give you time to find that.
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you clearly.
Sure, it's Commission Staff's second request for information, item 10F. It's an Excel spreadsheet. It's on the
Okay.
JD Edwards and the Phoenix project.
Okay.
And in follow-up to Ms. Gode's line of questioning, I'll wait until you find that if you want to pull it up.
Yes, ma'am. Give me 1 second, please.
Okay. And I can also ask that we pull that up as an exhibit, if Zach can pull that up.
Okay, I have it open.
Okay. I'd just like to confirm that on the spreadsheet, only the eliminated computer depreciation associated with Project Phoenix and JD Edwards is listed. I'm going to pull up that as well. Does it include any accumulated depreciation restatement for other computer assets that have been fully depreciated?
No, it does not.
Okay, can I ask, in a post-hearing data request, could I ask for a revised Excel spreadsheet that does include all of the computer assets that were a depreciation restatement for all the computer assets?
You don't have to ask permission.
Okay, well, I'm gonna ask that. Surprise! No, I'm just kidding. So anyway, we'll follow up with that so you can look at that and let us know. All right, and I am gonna jump around because I'm just trying not to, repeat, because I think some other things have been covered. But I'd like to ask you about salaries now. Well, actually, I'm sorry. Let me go ahead and cover, we talked about a lot of the Corex allocation with Mr. Elisigi and Mr. Brand. And, so I'd like to refer you to, commission staff's second request for information, the item 38E, your response to that. There's a little table that I'm gonna ask you to look at, and I think that the commission can pull that up as an exhibit. Zach, if you can do that, please. No, Zach, okay. No. No, Zach. Okay. Never mind, we'll go back to that, but, if you, I'm not sure what is on the screen now, but I think, Zach, you need to take that off the screen. Okay, well, this is new for everyone, so we'll try again with another exhibit, but, did you find that, Mr. Brown, in your, filed, exhibit, or your responses to that data request?
You said 38E.
Yes, it's a table. Okay, I'm asking you about the increase to outside services, which is listed as E in that table.
Okay.
Okay, do you see that? And it compares the 12/31/17 test year accrual column, and it compares to the 3/31/20 test year accrual. And we see that the 3/31/20 test year accrual under maintenance expense outside services is listed as $183,711. Is that correct? Is that what you
Yes.
see? Okay. So, is that, expense increase, is that totally because of the corporate cost allocations to Corex? Or are there other expenses involved?
The allocation from Corex will be the major driver there.
Okay, major driver, but it's not all of the expenses, correct?
That I'm not sure of.
Not sure? Okay, let's see. So right next to the $183,711 figure, it shows that that's a 361.934% increase from the test year accrual in 2017, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's a huge jump, and you said the majority of it is due to the Corex cost allocations, but could you provide in a post-hearing data request any detail on what other expenses are included in that?
Okay, we'll do. I can tell you that we do have like audit fees and tax consulting fees that ultimately make their way into that cost. So whether those costs increase during that time, I can't definitively say at this time, but I can follow up with the post-hearing data request response.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, and so now I would like to ask you about the salaries. Okay, so you did your salary analysis in-house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in your responses to data request, you mentioned referring to other orders in the case, and I think in your testimony today, you've also referred to the fact that you referenced the 2018-208 order for water service. And you also referenced the 2010-476 case as well. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and specifically in the 2010-476 order, you talked about that you changed your comparison to align with that order that stated that you had failed to compare proposed wage increases with local, regional, and state wage trends. Is that correct? That you changed your analysis so that you would be comparing those? Is that not what you
Go back
testified?
and
That's
look at the
okay,
exact
correct me if I'm
wording,
wrong.
but,
And also, I know that several of you testified on the salary and wage increases, but I thought that you were the main person, so if I should ask Mr. Guttormson, just let me know.
For the salary analysis for the comparing our labor costs to other companies in Kentucky, I am the person you can ask questions to.
Okay. So you did try to adjust your analysis to comply with that order, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I guess generally, you submit in the application employee wage increases, but could you discuss what the consequences would be if Water Service Kentucky did not give annual wage increases to its employees? And have you considered that?
No, that probably would be a better question for Robert or Stephen Libertosi. I can imagine not increasing salaries is not very incentivizing to our staff. I mean, they do a pretty important job, and they should, be paid fairly for that. Sometimes that does mean increasing salaries.
Okay, and so I think you mentioned fairly and stuff, but so is there any type of an evaluation yearly tied to the annual wage increase, or is it just a standard increase?
Yes, and Rob and Steve can speak more to that process, but yes, there is.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. I don't have any further questions.
Vice Chairman Chandler?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Brown. I just want to ask real quick about your study that you did. Can you, at a pretty high level, walk me through your salary study?
Okay, so initially we took a look at all of pulled in all the customer water company data in Kentucky. Every single water company, we pulled the customer count and eliminated companies based on those that were more than 2,500 customers than Water Service Kentucky, or 2,500 customers less. And from that group of customers, we pulled all of the direct labor costs in any company that had any missing information or any inconsistent information we removed from the study. So from 2015 through the end of 2018, we had the direct labor costs for all of these companies and applied a growth rate to them to get to a 2019 and 2020 salary level. And basically what we aim to do is take the cost per customer and compare that to what we have at Water Service Corp. And that's on a high level what I did. I don't know if you had any follow-up questions or follow along with that.
A couple of questions about those. So the first is, are you aware of any of those that are 2,500 more or less than Water Services size, whether any of those are investor-owned water utilities?
I'm aware that there's Kentucky American operating in the state, so
But
yes.
is it your understanding that they have, I mean, how many, you'll have like 7,000 customers, right?
Yes.
And do you expect that they have more than 2,500 or 9,500 customers?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so they wouldn't be included in this study, correct?
No, they would not.
And so is it your understanding that the rest of them are non-investor-owned utilities?
That I'm not aware of.
Okay, so the direct labor costs, are those taken from the annual reports?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you all, in the record, provide that list of companies that either made it through the screen of plus 2,500, minus 2,500, and then ones that had complete information? Did you all provide that list in the record?
Can you restate that question, please?
Yeah. Did you provide the list of utilities that were not screened out? You had two screens, right? Your first is size, and your second was complete data 2012 through 2018, correct?
Correct.
Did you provide a list of those utilities that were not screened out? The ones that made it into the analysis?
Yes, we have that list.
Okay. And that's in an Excel form?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess my question to you is, did you ensure there was not anomalous data? For instance, the largest utility, you have a min, a max, and an average. My first
Okay.
question is, did you do a median?
Yeah. Yes, that's a part of the analysis in the normal distribution curve.
Okay, so there's a table, I think, that you provided, excuse me, that you provided in your testimony of the min, the max, and the average of the forecasted salaries. Right? Do you have that information for the median? Or would you have to, would somebody have to go into the Excel that you all provided and create that on their own?
Yeah, you'd have to go into, it's not displayed in the testimony at all in that table, but it's available in the Excel file.
All right, great. And there was one entity with 8,600 customers. Do you know what entity that was?
Not off the top of my head, I do not.
Okay. And the officers or directors of water service, are those allocated costs or direct costs? The
Those are-
$109,000.
Those are allocated costs.
Okay. So the question that I had is in the table on page 5 of your testimony. On the left-hand column, it says company name, minimum, maximum, average. Do you see that?
Yes.
So for minimum, it says year-end customers, 4,734. Is the company that had 4,734 customers, is the information to the right of them and to the right of that number the information related to that company? Or is that the minimum for all those different cost categories or all those different categories for the entire data set? Would you like me to ask that differently? Is the 200, do you see the $270,015?
Yeah, so that is for the entire data set.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure. So the company name on the left where it says minimum, everything to the right of that is the minimum of the entire data set, not necessarily the data set or the data for those categories related to the smallest company. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what I want to make sure of, for instance, is like water services customer count is 7,088, right?
Yes.
And it has the largest officers and directors, correct? Costs. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So, for instance, pension and benefits. For the Water Service Corporation of Kentucky costs, are those direct Water Service Corporation of Kentucky costs, or are those the costs incurred by Water Service Corporation of Kentucky, either directly or allocated?
Either directly or allocated.
Okay, so that's the entirety of Water Service Corporation of Kentucky's, employees' costs, officers and directors' costs, and pension and benefit costs, payroll taxes. That is the total allocated $1,298,471 is the total cost allocated, directly assigned, everything for Water
Yes.
Service Corporation of Kentucky.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that customer monthly cost is $15.27, which you just got from a cost per customer per year divided by 12, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the cost per customer monthly above, right? That is that the minimum of all the data sets is $5.83, and the maximum for all the data sets is $30, right?
Yes.
And going back to your question with Ms. Potter, your testimony just makes the statement that your all's cost per customer, either on an annual or monthly basis, regardless, is within one standard deviation of the average of that amount for the entire data set.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That is all I have, Mr. Brown. Thank you.
Dr. Matthews?
I don't have anything.
Mr. Osterloh, any redirect?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just a few questions. Mr. Brown, earlier you were discussing the expenses sought to be recovered by the utility, in this case related to fusion, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned, I'm trying to pull it up, I think it was in response to PSC 2-25, that in this case, the utility is seeking to recover $333,496 for that project, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is based on an allocation of an ERC factor, correct?
Yes, sir.
If Corex Regulated Utilities US acquired other systems and added new customers outside of Kentucky, how would that impact Kentucky's ERC factor?
So if that would reduce their weight, ultimately reducing any allocation they will receive, whether it be from the computer assets or any costs. So the more you increase the customer base, the lower your allocation percentage.
So it's possible in future rate cases that the utility could actually ask for a lower cost for that project because of the ERC factor changing.
Yes, that's possible.
Okay. Also, I just want to talk a little bit about the salary study that you've had some questions on. Just to clarify, the information that you analyzed came from annual reports that were on file with the Public Service Commission, correct?
Yes, sir, they were.
And so that would necessarily limit the data set to utilities that are regulated by the commission, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to clarify that point. And then with respect to the methodology that you utilized, is that the same methodology that company witness Andrian Demtrenko used in the last Water Service Corp of Kentucky rate case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Any questions from council for intervenors, staff, or from a commissioner?
Yes, I just have one, please.
Yes.
But, okay. Mr. Brown, I just have one follow-up, please. So talking about that study again, did you survey, or compare wages, salaries, benefits, or other compensation to any non-utility local or regional enterprises?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And why not? As far as the workforce and comparing what others make in that community?
I feel like that would be outside the scope of what was accepted in previous proceedings.
Okay.
And not necessarily apples to apples. specific to our salary and wage study specific to this industry. It's not anything outside of that is outside the scope.
Okay, so you feel like it was limited by what you just talked about with Mr. Osterloh? You felt like that's not what the commission was explaining in the other order?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anything
Chairman,
further?
I do have one question I neglected to ask a second ago. Mr. Brown, can you still hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
One thing that I was confused about the testimony, I don't know that it was clear or that I didn't see it. You said you took the 2018 end-of-year data from the annual reports for the we'll call it the proxy group, but the group that you compared, the comparison group, and then you updated them for 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Tell me what you did. Did you use an inflation measure? And then following up on what you did, once you tell me what you did, can you tell me why you think that's reasonable?
So there are two types of projections that I did. I did a customer count projection based on their historical growth rate for both the customer count and then separately the salary and wages, and applied that to get a 2019 projection and then a 2020 projection.
So did you take the customer growth rate between just the year 2012 and 2018, or an annual average growth rate between all those years for customer count?
Annual average growth rate, or a geometric mean.
Okay, geometric mean for all, I guess that'd be 7 years, right, for each one of those utilities?
Yes.
And then so that's the customer count projection, and then for the salaries and wages, well, how did you project the 2019 and 2020 figures?
It was under the same methodology with the geometric mean applied to the 2018 year-end number.
Okay, so you took the geometric mean of all the wage, salary, pension, and is there another cost category? Excuse me. Officers and directors and payroll taxes, and you all increased them by the geometric mean of each one of those cost categories?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Excuse me, let me explain. Not each category, but as a sum, I applied the growth average rate to the sum of each for each utility, not each category.
Okay, so can you explain that to me? So, like, for instance, if you applied it to the entire salaries and wages, that would affect the column of total salaries and wages, right? But it wouldn't affect necessarily the officers and directors' costs and the pension and benefits costs.
Right. So so whatever the sum of each year for the three different categories, they were summed together, and for each year, and we found a geometric mean and applied that to the 2018 year-end number, and then escalated that into 2020.
And can you explain exactly what number you apply that geometric mean to?
So so whatever the 2018 year-end total direct labor cost, that is what we use to apply that growth rate.
Does the direct labor cost include officers and directors?
It does.
Okay. Are you aware that officers and directors, or at least commissioners at the water district level, which I would assume the majority of the data set includes, are limited by statute?
I am not aware of that.
Okay. And then would you agree that payroll taxes are directly correlated in a specific way to wages and salaries?
Yes. And I kind of want to follow up on that last point. If directors and officers have a ceiling on their increase, it would be factored into the historical data points. So,
well, that's why I was curious. Do you apply the sum of all the different types of cost categories, the entire direct labor as a whole, or just
yes,
individual cost category? Because that's a distinction, right?
Yes, yeah, I understand that, yes, but it's the entire direct labor cost as a whole.
Okay. And then payroll taxes, you include in that sum and you apply it by an average growth rate, even though necessarily payroll taxes have a different correlation to wages and salaries than just a compound annual growth rate or a geometric mean.
Correct, but in the sum of it, it all should balance out, despite some of those limitations or ceilings.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Osterloh, anything further?
Nothing further.
Okay, may this witness be excused? Okay,
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, you may be excused. It's now
Thank you,
12
guys.
o'clock, so let's take a 1 hour lunch break, come back at 1 o'clock and see how far we can go this afternoon. I'd like to get at least all of the applicant's witnesses on today if possible. So, all right, we'll be in recess until 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
We've solved all the police problems. We back on the record?
Not yet, now you are.
Okay, all right, we're now back on the record. Is everyone present? All council present? Okay. All right, Mr. Gardner, Mr. Osterloh, are you ready to call another witness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The company's next witness is Andrew Dixon.
Okay, Mr. Dixon, would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Counsel, you may ask.
Thank you. Mr. Dixon, will you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Andrew Dixon.
What is your business address?
I work at 500 West Monroe Street, Suite 3600. It's in Chicago, Illinois, zip code 60661.
Okay. And I'm just noticing that your camera is kind of getting blurry a little bit. We can hear you just fine so far, but if anything happens on your end, certainly let me know as we go through this testimony. Whether that's through email or however you can let me know if it freezes up on your end. What is your title with the company?
My title is that of Senior Financial Analyst.
Did you prepare and cause to be filed written testimony in this matter?
Yes, I did.
And then following the filing of that written testimony, am I correct that the company filed a correction to your testimony on September the 28th related to one of the exhibits?
Yes.
And then, in fact, just yesterday, you discovered another correction that needs to be made to your exhibits?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe what that correction is?
Yes, I can. In the development of our low income rate, specific assumptions are used to determine the number of residential bills or the proportion of bills that would qualify for this low income rate. There is simply a reference error in that calculation of those numbers. It was erroneously referring to the 78.51%, which is our low income rate proportion, which is specifically meant to be applied to the rate, instead of the 36%, which is the share of bills that we believe, share of residential bills that we believe will be eligible for the rate.
Thank you. And did you sponsor responses to requests for information in this case?
Yes, I did.
If you were asked the same questions as presented in the testimony and information request, subject to the corrections that you've noted, would your answers be the same here today?
Yes, they would.
And do you adopt that testimony and responses to information requests as we've described being corrected? Do you adopt that as your testimony here today?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Mr. Chairman, this witness is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Gold, cross-examination?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Dixon.
Good afternoon.
So in your testimony, you state that the wholesale water rate and the tariff will be 2.214, which includes the electric cost, purchase water costs, chemical costs, etc. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And do you know why in the application, Exhibit 3, it states in the customer notice that the wholesale water rate will be $2.20?
There could be rounding differences that are contributing to that slight difference. Also, some of the corrections that we've discussed may have a very small influence on that rate.
And then also in Mr. Vaughn's testimony, page 12, he asserts that the wholesale water rate will be $2.20. Did you realize that?
I believe you, but you'd have to ask Mr. Vaughn about his testimony.
Well, my question is because it's in your testimony that you supported the calculation of the rate, correct?
That's correct.
And so for the record, I just want to clarify what is the wholesale rate going to be, because I'm trying to make sure that the Water Service Kentucky customers would not be subsidizing any of the wholesale water rate.
Okay. The answer to the spirit of your question is no, there will be no subsidization of the wholesale water rate. The rate will be $2.214 per 1,000 gallons.
Okay, so you are, just for the record, Water Service is proposing 2.214 instead of the $2.20 as noted in the customer notice and Mr. Vaughn's testimony.
Correct.
All right. You also filed direct testimony on a new opt-in low-income rate for certain customers who qualify. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
And you state that that this new program is supposed to increase affordability for the customers?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you an attorney?
No, ma'am, I'm not.
Okay, I didn't think so. And so the next question is just answer that as best you can. You actually responded to a discovery request. It was Attorney General's first request for information, question 28A, if you would like to refer to it, to refresh your recollection. But I'm just trying to understand how this opt-in low-income rate for certain customers does not run afoul of KRS 278-170, which prohibits a utility from giving unreasonable preference or advantage to any person when it comes to a rate or service within like the same class usually.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, I guess if I can interject and just note my objection, if we want to discuss the legalities of it, that can be saved for a post-hearing brief. I'm not sure that that's best for a fact witness.
Sustained. Well, you can brief it.
All right. Let's see, but you did respond to that question in discovery, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any other utility in the state of Kentucky that has a low income rate?
I'm not.
And did you inquire to any of the other utilities as to why they didn't have a low income rate?
No, I did not.
Do you know if anyone in Water Service Kentucky made that inquiry as to why no other utility in Kentucky has a low income rate?
No, I don't know if anyone else inquired.
And the Attorney General asked a question in discovery that was not answered, so I want to ask it now. If the low-income customers, if the commission approved this low-income rate, if the low-income customers receive a discounted volumetric rate, then are the rest of Water Service Kentucky customers subsidizing the low-income customers? Or will Water Service Kentucky's shareholders or parent company or affiliates be contributing to that loss of revenue?
The rate has been designed such that it will not have an impact on our ability to recover our overall revenue requirement. So to the extent that low-income customers are not paying the complete residential class rates, it will be subsidized by other classes and by customers who are not eligible for the rate.
Okay, so just so I understand this clearly, Water Service Kentucky will still receive the same amount of revenue, but it will just, the burden will basically be shifted to the customers that don't qualify for the low income rate. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Water Service Kentucky or its parent companies or any of the companies out of that very large corporate structure or any of the affiliate companies, none of them are going to contribute to that loss of revenue that the customers are going to have to cover, basically. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. You also convey in your direct testimony that approximately 36% of your customers are living below the poverty line. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I do.
And that the median income in Water Service Kentucky's area is approximately $25,455. Is that correct?
Yes.
So based on the large amount of poverty that exists in Water Service Kentucky service areas, instead of proposing a low income volumetric rate, would it not better serve your customers if Water Service just tried to limit expenses and come in for less frequent rate cases?
We do that.
So just reviewing the docket, it appears that Water Service comes in pretty often, every couple years, sometimes less. So do you consider that not often?
I believe that's a subjective question, but to the extent that we can, we do try and control our costs and reduce them for the benefits of both shareholders in between rate cases and especially for our customers.
Can you elaborate on how you've tried to limit expenses and costs?
Yes, to the extent that we can, Water Service Corporation of Kentucky tries to maintain appropriate staffing levels, use adequate chemical resources, tries to control our UFW, which is our unaccounted for water loss, among other ways that we try and control our operating expenses.
I have no further questions.
Ms. Potter, questions?
Thank you, yes. Mr. Dixon, I was interested in your low-income rate, how you would work it out. Have you given any thought to what neutral third party the company would use?
Yes, I have given some thought to it.
I'm not holding you to it, but just kind of give me an example of somebody that could do that.
There are nonprofits across the country that do participate in income verification or verify the income of people that use their services. We've successfully been able to interact with such a organization in the past in other places, other areas where we provide service, to establish a relationship where they'd be able to help us with that service. There are also for-profit entities that we could pay to perform that for us.
So who would pay for that? Who would pay for that income verification?
We've currently proposed that for this case that the cost be borne by our shareholders because it's not currently known or measurable. That's not to say that in the future we won't ask our ratepayers to cover that.
So with 36% of your ratepayers in your service areas below the poverty line, doesn't this plan undercut a third of your additional income?
I'd like to stipulate that that 36% is 36% of residential customers.
Okay. So that means that the commercial customers and the business customers, they would be subsidizing this program?
Yes, and and residential customers who are not eligible for the low income rate.
How long do you think it would take to set this up?
We would be able to set up the program in short order after final order from the commission approving the rate.
So if someone here needs that lower rate, then it would be up to them to go to whoever you designate. Is that right so far?
Yes, it is. We would ensure that we provide that information too. We're not going to create a guessing game for our customers to try and know what our rates are or how to take advantage of them.
I appreciate that. And when they would go to that third-party vendor, that third-party vendor would then be responsible for getting that amount back to you, right?
No, ma'am, they would not inform us of the specific income amount. That's why we wish to use a third-party vendor.
Yeah, I understand that, but they would send you a message that say, yes, Joe Blow is in, or no, Joe Blow should not be in, right?
Correct.
And then it would be up to your computer programmers or whoever does the billing to make the change in the billing.
That would be me directly interacting with them and ensuring that we're following up with those customers, letting them know the outcome and ensuring that they're benefiting from the rate they're eligible for.
And then within 12 months, it'd be, you do it again.
We would ask that customers re-verify, yes.
Would there be any assistance to low rate payers if, for example, they got behind in the interim, as in not cutting off their services?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. I have one other question about wholesale water sales, and it's just basically because I'm from the area. Was it your testimony that you have sold water to Pineville?
I believe it's Pine Valley, I think, and infrequently so.
Pine Valley?
I don't recall specifically, but I believe we're talking about the same interconnect.
So they're already interconnected, you're just going to sell them water through a pipeline?
We're not anticipating sales. We just want to ensure that there's a tariff in place such that if that service is required, that we have a rate on our tariff for them to use.
You don't already have a wholesale water rate to sell to?
We don't have a rate on our tariff currently.
I have no further questions of this witness. Thank you.
Ms. Koenig?
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Dixon.
Hello.
Hi. I just want to clarify something about your response. In the issue is the leak adjustment policy. And I think that you and Mr. Guttormson sponsored some testimony on that subject.
I believe that to be true, yes.
Okay. Can you explain the reasoning behind choosing a duplicate leak adjustment policy of Kentucky American Water Company? Were you involved
Yes.
in that decision process?
Yes, I was. We wish to have a leak adjustment policy that is something that the commission will approve. And Kentucky American has had success.
But were there any other factors that were relevant in comparing their policy to Water Service Corp of Kentucky and their customers, or any type of comparison that you made as far as how it would be reasonable to apply to your customer base and to your utility?
We currently have no leak adjustment policy, so any leak adjustment policy is more reasonable from the customer's perspective.
Okay. And as far as customer service and communication, are you involved in that, or is that more of a question for Mr. Guttormson or Mr. Lubertosi?
Can you repeat the question?
As far as customer service and customer communication, are you involved in that, or heading up that department, or would those questions be better given to Mr. Guttormson or Mr. Lubertosi?
I would recommend that you ask witness Lubertosi and witness Guttormson about that, but we do have a separate department that handles the bulk of our customer service requests. I do help and participate in the creation of items like bill inserts and newspaper notices.
Okay, because specifically, I just wondered, you mentioned it would be better for your customers to have the leak adjustment policy, and I just wondered if you had any comments or any examples of customers commenting on the lack of your leak adjustment policy or commenting on that subject matter.
I don't have specific examples, no.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Chandler, any questions?
Just a couple, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Dixon. On the leak adjustment policy, is there a test year amount included in assuming a certain number of leak adjustments in any given year?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so? So who can now find out whether or not, because I noticed that your testimony, you discussed the proposal for leak adjustment policy. Who can I ask to ensure that there is no test year amount assumption of leak adjustments?
Witness Guttormson should be able to verify that.
Okay. And so historically, or at least over the last year or two, Water Service has not sold water to Pineville, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
But did Water Service sell water to Pineville in 2020?
Not to my knowledge, but that question may be best directed to Stephen Vaughn.
Okay, so can I ask, as it relates to the wholesale rate, what participation do you have on that front?
Can you rephrase the question?
Yeah, where do you come in when it comes to the retail, to the wholesale rate?
My job is to make sure that we have a rate in place such that in the rare occasion that we are making wholesale sales of water, that we have a rate on our tariff.
Okay, so and the wholesale rate was taken from information from the cost of service study provided in the most recent rate case, is that correct?
No.
Okay, so how did you calculate the appropriate wholesale water rate for Pineville?
We chose what we believe to be the best representation of our most prevalent variable costs, items that will change with the gallonage that we're providing to our customers, things like electric power and chemical costs.
So your wholesale rate is just the marginal cost of production?
That is the goal of the rate, yes.
So there is no benefit to retail customers from whether or not you will sell more water to Pineville?
Yes, that is the intention of the rate. You're correct.
And so can you tell me why that is an appropriate calculation of a wholesale rate to not make any money off of it?
We currently have no rate on our tariff, so while it may not be the most beneficial, we're not anticipating any wholesale water sales, so no revenue is anticipated from the wholesale rate as it is. This is to make sure that we have something in place should the interconnect be used on a more frequent basis.
You're trying to make a wholesale rate that doesn't harm the company, but provides no benefit to the customers.
We are trying to ensure that the company and thus the provision of service to our customers is not maligned by the provision of wholesale water service through that Pineville interconnect.
Yeah, but to the question, you're trying to ensure that between rate cases, that if you all sell water, it's at a rate that doesn't cost the company any money.
That's true.
But in the calculation of the revenue requirement or the cost of service, there is no benefit to customers from the use of the facilities that they're currently paying for.
There's no benefit and there's no cost. We have no planned or expected usage from the interconnect.
So did you provide a calculation of the variable cost you included in the $2, I believe it's 14-cent rate in the record?
Yes, I did. That's at the bottom, I believe, of Exhibit 85.
Okay, and did that include any variable O&M expense related to? Did it include any additional depreciation or wear and tear on property?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Vaughn is the person to talk to about the leak adjustment?
Talk about to what respect?
The inclusion of the leak adjustment, whether it's included in the revenue requirement calculation.
Witness Guttormson.
Guttormson, okay. And last, do you know if any of Water Service Corporation of Kentucky's affiliates have a low income rate similar to the one that's being proposed in this case in either other jurisdictions?
We've proposed a low-income rate in our Massanutten Public Service Corporation jurisdiction, which is in Virginia. We're currently in the process of applying that through our interim rates.
But none of the operating companies currently has one.
We currently have rates in effect in Virginia that does include a low-income rate.
Okay, and which operating company is that?
Massanutten Public Service Corporation.
Okay, so is it pending, or do you currently have it, or do you have it pending is it one of those things where it's in effect subject to refund?
The latter.
Okay. And in the determination of it, did you apply any impact, or does the company expect there to be any impact to bad debt expense in offering the low income rate?
We have not calculated the impact on bad debt. After a few years of having the rate in effect, we would certainly be sure to include that impact.
In the interim for the Virginia operating company, have you seen any impact on bad debt expense for the time that it's been in effect?
We have not.
Have you looked at it, or have you specifically looked at the effect on bad debt, or are you saying you haven't looked at the effect on bad debt?
Both are going to be true in that specific case.
That you haven't looked at it, or it has no impact?
I have not looked at it, and I know there will have been no impact just yet. We just, as of October 5th, had those interim rates in effect, so the impact can't yet be witnessed.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Matthews, questions?
I don't have any.
Mr. Osterloh, any redirect?
I do not have any redirect, thank you.
All right, may this witness be excused? Okay, thank you, sir. You may be excused. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The company's next witness is Robert Gatormson.
Will you please raise your right hand? Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Counsel, you may ask.
Thank you. Mr. Gatormson, would you please state your name for the record?
Robert Gatormson.
What is your business address?
500 West Monroe Street in Chicago, Illinois.
What is your title?
Financial Planning and Analysis Manager.
Did you prepare and cause to be filed written testimony in this case?
I did.
Did you also sponsor responses to requests for information in this case?
Yes.
If you were asked the same questions as presented in the testimony and information requests, would your answers be the same today?
Yes, sir.
And do you adopt that testimony and responses to information requests as your testimony here today?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Gatormson. Mr. Chairman, this witness is available for cross-examination.
Hey, Ms. Gold?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Mr. Brown deferred some questions to you about the Fusion project. And I just want to follow up with you on those quickly. So can you explain exactly what the Fusion project entails?
Yeah, so Fusion itself is a all-encompassing HCM/ERP system that's fully cloud-based. It encompasses all of our accounting functions and all of our human resources functions, such as payroll, time entry, even recruiting, onboarding, performance management, benefits administration, human capital management, and even health and safety function tracking. And all of our payroll accounting functions are located within Fusion.
So is it essentially like a computer software, or how would you describe it?
Yeah, it's a computer-based program. It's a cloud-based program.
And is that replacing something else that was previously used to handle all of that?
It's replacing JD Edwards, but it has brand new functionality within our human resources functions.
And when I had asked Mr. Brown the total cost of the Fusion project, he stated that it was $14,290,000 as of the date of the response to the Attorney General's data request, but that cost could go up. Could you elaborate on that? Why that cost would go up?
Yeah, certainly. So the project itself is in service. The software itself is in service and used and useful to the company's personnel and thus the ratepayer. However, we are expecting to place more of that computer capital into service by December 31st of 2020.
I'm sorry, at the very end, I did not understand what you said. Can you repeat that last sentence?
Yes, the Fusion cloud computing infrastructure is expected to be placed in service. Another tranche of capital is expected to be placed in service by the end of this year.
Okay. And so when I asked Mr. Brown about how much the total cost would be for Water Service Kentucky customers to pay for the Fusion project, he stated $333,496, but that was only, good for the date of the request, the discovery request, and that number could go up. Do you foresee those numbers going up?
I foresee the total cost of that infrastructure to be about $15 million. We're at, as of the date of that data response, I think we were at 14.2 and some change.
So when you say above 15 million, do you mean?
Not above, about 15 million.
15 million, okay. And so do you have any idea how much more that would add to the Water Service Kentucky's allocation?
Yeah, about 2.5% of 800,000.
So do you think that $333,496 plus, I guess it's going to be more, is a fairly large amount of money for Water Service Kentucky to pay, considering, from my estimation, they have just a little over 6,000 customers in Kentucky?
No, I don't think so. I mean, the burden of that cost is shared by all ratepayers in Corix, right? So if WSC of Kentucky were to take this project or a similar project and just apply it to its own customers, the cost would be much larger.
Are there any lower cost options instead of buying Fusion that is going to be at least $15 million, possibly more? Were there any other more economical options?
By economical, I assume you mean lower cost and
Yes.
Yeah, I would defer to witness Lubertosi on that, but I don't think that, I think there were probably likely other options evaluated as we whittled down the selection process for what platform we were going to ultimately use. But I think it was more than just the cost that was considered in selecting Fusion. You have to consider functionality, what are the business needs of the platform, and so all of that kind of has to be taken into account when selecting the system. It's not just cost.
I'm going to move on to a different issue now. So you state in your direct testimony that post-test year expenses have been included in the pending rate request. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And the Attorney General asked, I believe multiple times in discovery, but we never received an answer. Do you know the specific amount of the total post-test year expenses that are being requested in the pending rate case?
I don't have that in front of me, but I specifically remember Mr. Brown preparing an exhibit. I think it was the second time that was asked, an exhibit that showed all the post-test year expenses that were included in the revenue requirement, plus in all of our as-filed direct exhibits. There's work paper supporting each adjustment.
Right, but we were just looking for just a total amount.
I think that was filed. Sorry to interrupt, but I think that was filed. I don't know which specific data request it was.
Okay. I never saw an actual total amount given. If it's $300,000, if it's $100. I mean, do you have any estimation?
I can try to find it really quick.
That would be very helpful.
Sure.
I may have had a lapse here. Ms. Gold, do you have further questions, or are you finished?
Sorry, Commissioner, I was looking up an amount for pro forma. So I'm looking at the response to AGDR 2.09, pro forma adjustments. I think you asked about expenses. I'll include everything, including the adjustment to pro forma present revenues. And it looks like about 629,000 is the total.
So 629,000 is the total post-test year expenses that Water Service Kentucky is including in the pending rate case, correct?
That's what I'm showing on response to AGDR 2.09, yes.
Just, okay, I mean, it can be an estimate, I understand. And Water Service Kentucky did file a historic test year with its rate case, correct? It's not a future-looking test year?
We did not utilize a future test year under the Kentucky rules, no.
So can you explain how including post-test year expenses when using a historical test period meets the commission's rate-making criteria of being known and measurable?
Each one, or just in general?
Just in general.
Yeah, so I think, so I mean, a couple of examples would be salaries and benefits, right? So we know how much or what level of salaries we have as of April 1st, 2020, which is obviously after the end of the historical test year. It's known and measurable, so all of our salaries adjustments are known and measurable. Maintenance or repair, we have contracts and bids that are signed for a couple of tank rehab projects or tank painting projects. So those are known and measurable. We're aware of some adjustments to rate case expense, which are known and measurable, right? So we include a going forward level of rate case amortization in the revenue requirement. That's just a couple of examples. Depreciation should be annualized to get us to a rate year level or an expected level of depreciation expense that is going to occur within the rate effective period. So I think those are kind of a couple of examples.
Thank you for that. I think we'll just have to probably agree to disagree as to whether the post-test year expenses need to be included or not, and we'll defer to the commission to make that decision. I'm going to move on now, and is it accurate that in your testimony you state that the salary and wage expense has been increased by $191,415 for projected salaries, taxes, and benefits for employees?
That's correct.
And in discovery responses, you indicated that the average raises for Water Service Kentucky for the years 2015, 16, 19, and 20 were somewhere fluctuating between 3 and 3.6%. Does that sound accurate?
That sounds accurate. I don't have that particular worksheet in front of me, but that sounds accurate.
But then in 2017 and 18, the average raise for Water Service Kentucky was 12.78% and 7.5% respectively. Is that correct?
Again, I don't have it in front of me, but
I can refer you to your response if that helps, so you can
sure.
refer to recollection. It's the Attorney General's first request for information is question 20, subpart B.
One moment, please.
Take your time.
And which years were you referring to?
The years. So first I was asking about 2015, 16, 19, and 20. And I said that the average raise was fluctuating between 3 and 3.6%. But then in 2017 and 18, the average raise was 12.78% and 7.5%. Is that correct?
Yeah, that looks to be accurate. I think the major driver there, right, it wasn't just, well, there were salary increases, but there were promotions, I think within those years that also contributed to the larger than the between 3 and 4% that you'd expect to see if you didn't see employees being promoted.
Whether it's for, salary adjustments or promotions, do you not believe that 12.78% average raise is pretty high?
No, I don't think so if you're considering promotions. I mean, if you're promoting an operator to an area manager, such as the case is in 2017, I don't think that it's unreasonable to expect that a employee that goes from an operator to a manager would receive a larger than a 3 or 4% increase.
And just going back to what I discussed with Mr. Dixon, when we're talking about these average raises being fairly high, where are you located? Is it Chicago?
Me personally, I'm located in Chicago. I think the response was given for employees located in Kentucky.
Right. And so, I guess it is subjective because in Chicago, that may not be a very large raise, but when you're talking about the two areas that Water Service Kentucky serves that we've already discussed with Mr. Dixon has an average of a 36% poverty rate, it does seem excessive.
Yeah, I think it should be noted that the salary levels or the increases that contribute to the salary levels in those years have already been approved by the commission.
Has Water Service Kentucky discussed awarding raises for 2021 yet that you're aware of?
No, that won't happen until March of 2021 when performance evaluations are completed by each manager.
And is there a better witness to ask that question, or would you be involved with those discussions on whether or not a raise should be given?
I'm involved for the 3 employees that I supervise. I'm also involved in rolling up increases and submitting them for approval by our ultimately our CEO. So you can ask.
My question is, will Water Service Kentucky consider the devastating economic impact that COVID-19 has had on our economy when they decide whether to award raises for 2021?
Good question. I think we'd probably consider that as we evaluate increases and their impact on our financials, right? We're gonna have to probably continuously, as we move through the rest of 2020 and into 2021, we're gonna have to continually evaluate our financial position and make sure that we address any sort of liquidity issues that may be caused by COVID-19. But it's so uncertain, I would hesitate to say that there would be and I would hesitate to give you a concrete number of what we would look to reduce salary increases by. I don't think there's any plan to do that at this point. But you could ask that of Witness Lubertosi as well.
Okay. But you do believe that Water Service Kentucky and the parent company would at least take it into consideration?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that we would take off the table as far as managing our financials, right? And I think, we've done that with capital, we've done that with holding positions open throughout 2020 across the organization, right? And in order to make sure that we can continue to provide utility service to all of our customers in the pandemic.
Did Water Service Kentucky include approximately $52,464 in incentive compensation for the test period? And if you need a reference, I can provide it for you.
If that sounds like an accurate number.
And do you know what percentage of the long-term compensation plan is related to financial objectives?
All of it is the LTIP I think you're referring to. Yeah, there's 2 pieces of it. There's the employee incentive plan and the long-term incentive plan. So the long-term is all financial driven. That's based on company EBIT results, and so, yeah, that's 100% financial. The EIP is about 50% financial. Employees are evaluated. Yeah, employees are evaluated by through customer experience measures, operational and safety measures, as well as kind of people and culture measures as well for people managers. And then the other 50% is financial.
So my question is, why should Water Service Kentucky's ratepayers be forced to pay for incentive compensation that is tied directly to the company's financial performance, which does not directly benefit the customers?
Well, I mean, indirectly, I would say that the company's ability to remain solvent directly, it impacts its ability to provide quality water and wastewater service to WSU of Kentucky ratepayers, right? So I think I would say indirectly, that the financial measure should not be all discounted or ignored when considering that if those employees through these measures or through this evaluation through the LTIP and EIP are determined to have contributed to the financial success of the organization, I think that translates into real results for ratepayers. That would be kind of where I would stand on that. It's not as direct as operational and safety measures themselves, but the financial success of the organization does enable it to provide quality water and wastewater service to customers.
But just to be clear, I heard you say that it would be an indirect benefit, if anything. So you admit that there are no truly direct benefits to the customers that would be tied to these just purely financial objectives for the company.
I mean, on a high level, I think overall, if the utility is not financially successful in the long run, ultimately it won't be able to continue to provide quality water and wastewater services to WSU of Kentucky's ratepayers. So whether you want to call that indirect or direct, I think it's a fact.
I'll move on, and I want to discuss the 4 new positions that you discussed in your testimony. So it appears that, I guess the question is, why are these 4 new positions necessary when it appears that Water Service Kentucky has operated adequately up until now without those 4 positions?
Yeah, sure. So the reason that they're necessary, so I can take them one by one, right? So we've proposed recovery of a vice president of business development and regulatory affairs in WSU of Kentucky's revenue requirement. Now, not 100% of that employee salary would be borne by WSU of Kentucky ratepayers, but I think the direct benefit there is that person would be working on acquisition activity to expand the business, which expands the customer base, which ultimately results in lower allocations for WSU of Kentucky customers. Similar with the business development manager, they're working on similar activities. It's not as high level, but they are boots on the ground, so to speak, out there sourcing bolt-on acquisitions. We actually just signed an APA in Illinois, which will increase our customer base thereby reducing the allocated cost to Kentucky ratepayers, so it's a tangible benefit there. The Midwest project manager is a new position in Kentucky's revenue requirement. In this case, that person is tasked with managing all of the assets for WSU of Kentucky and any proposed capital projects that WSU of Kentucky would engage in. So I think just from an asset management perspective, I think the better you're able to manage your assets, the less risk of failure you have on your large assets. I think that reduces any operational expense risk that you would have from such failures. So we need to have a specific employees performing asset management activities because the folks on the ground in Kentucky, the operational employees, they need to be focused on running the plants, making sure that the customers in Kentucky receive quality water and wastewater service. And that's kind of, I think, their area of expertise where their knowledge, skills, and abilities lie. So we can't expect that all of the operations employees in Kentucky would be able to perform both functions, asset management and running the plants on a day-to-day basis.
So I heard you say that the 4 new positions could potentially create cost savings in the future. But then don't you have to balance that against the expense that the 4 new positions will cost in Water Service Kentucky and the parent company and the subsidiaries? You'll have the salaries and the benefits and all the rest of it. So don't you have to balance any potential cost savings in the future against those very present expenses?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think that's part of why there's an approval process for those positions that goes all the way up to the chain to the CEO ultimately, right? The company's just not throwing positions into the revenue requirement that it thinks are not going to benefit Kentucky ratepayers. It would be speculative to say what level of O&M is going to be reduced by hiring these employees, but I think that they're necessary and that the business development function is something that we need to grow our business, increase our customer base, thereby reducing allocations to Kentucky. I think it also mitigates risk, right? When you have a larger organization, more assets to spread costs over, more customers, as I mentioned a couple of times. And asset management, I think, is something that I don't think any utility, at least that I'm aware of, doesn't have an asset management function in its operations, right? I think that's just a fundamental activity that a utility needs to perform in order to reduce risk of asset failure.
If the commission does approve the 4 new positions, then definitely in the next case, the Attorney General's office would be inclined to ask if there are any actual benefits that came from those positions, and then, of course, to balance them against the cost of the positions. So according to your testimony and then discovery responses, is it true that the business development manager and director of engineering and asset management positions are already filled? So both of those positions were filled at that time?
That's correct.
And so has the vice president of regulatory affairs and business development's position been filled?
No.
And do you know why it still hasn't been filled?
Yeah, it's been kind of a back and forth with the VP of Business Development over the course of 2020 when we got the position approved in our prior budget run. We had the position open. And Mr. Bertozzi can correct wherever I kind of misstepped here, but I think the overall how this position has changed is that we were actively seeking candidates for the position. We had an offer out to a candidate we liked for the position. COVID hit, and we ultimately ended up just deferring hiring that position. The Midwest project manager is a little bit different, but that position's also been held open for a little while in the midst of COVID-19.
So, but just to be clear, Water Service Kentucky did include the cost of having a vice president of regulatory affairs and business development in its pending rate case, correct?
It did.
And then why should Water Service Kentucky customers be forced to pay salary and benefit expense for a new and vacant position?
Because we expect to hire those positions by the beginning of the rate effective period. We're still forecasting to hire those positions by December 31st of 2020. And so the utility will bear the cost of those positions throughout the rate year, and they should be recovered if the commission deems that those positions are reasonable and they benefit Kentucky ratepayers.
But as of today, which is November 12th, 2020, you do not have anyone in that role.
We do not, but customers are also not paying increased rates as of yet.
But they will be as soon as, I think the suspension order, or the suspension date is December 8th or so. So that's only, what, not even 3 weeks away. So they would be paying it then, correct?
Yeah, in the same month that the utility expects to hire those two positions, yes.
So you would not agree that that amount associated with that position, that vacant position, should be removed from the rate case expense?
No, I don't agree. I think that position is expected to be hired in the same month that customers' rates are expected to take effect when the commission issues its order. And so the expenses match with the revenues.
Has the Midwest project manager position been filled?
No.
And do you know why it's not been filled yet?
COVID-19, essentially.
And so I just have the same question there. Why should the ratepayers have to pay the salary and benefit expense for a new and vacant position?
My answer would be the same for the Midwest project manager as what we've already talked about with the VP of business development, right? That position is also expected to be filled by December 31st, 2020, same month that rates are expected to go up pursuant to the commission's order. In that position, again, asset management is an essential function of the utility. And so I think it provides benefits to Kentucky ratepayers, and the expenses match with the revenues.
But then if for some reason, COVID or some other extraneous reason, these two positions get delayed again, then basically the customers of Water Service Kentucky will be paying for those two positions in the rates, and no one is in the job. Isn't that correct?
That would be correct. I mean, I think the company could agree to certify that it's hired those positions by the date that we're saying that they're going to be hired. I don't know what process we would do that through, some sort of filing with the PSC. But I would agree with you. You know, the utility needs to hire those positions if it's going to be billing its customers for those positions.
And moving on, in discovery, the Attorney General's office asked what costs Water Service Kentucky would remove from the rate case expense if the commission were to hold a virtual hearing. And of course, we are holding a virtual hearing today. So in discovery responses, do you remember how you responded, the amount that would be removed?
I don't remember the amount. I'm pulling it up now, but we would certainly remove any of those travel costs to go to Kentucky and hold a live hearing. I think
I have noted $7,400. Does that sound correct?
Yeah.
And would there be any other costs that would be removed that you can think of due to the virtual hearing besides the $7,400?
Not that I can think of. No, I think those travel costs are going to be about it.
And I just have a few more questions. With regard to the proposed qualified infrastructure program, you stated in your discovery response, it's Attorney General's first request for information, question 9C. You stated that Water Service Kentucky anticipates replacing approximately 1 mile of pipeline every calendar year. Do you recall that?
I don't.
Okay. You can, if you would like to pull it up and just let me know when you're there.
Sorry, which one was that?
I have noted that it's Attorney General's first request for information, question 9C.
One moment, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm listed as a respondent along with Stephen Vaughn on this, so I would refer you to Stephen for any follow-up questions here, but I can try to answer what you have.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that Water Service Kentucky anticipates replacing only 1 mile of pipeline every calendar year if the qualified infrastructure program were approved.
I'll let Stephen answer that question. I think we would, regardless of whether the QIP is approved, we would replace the number of miles that need to be replaced per our asset management framework. But I'll let Stephen kind of expound on the 1 mile piece of the response.
You also provided Water Service Kentucky's water loss percentage in discovery responses. Do you recall that?
Yeah, but again, I think if you have specific operational issues that have contributed to water loss, it would probably be best suited for Mr. Vaughn, but.
I just wanted to establish, since you responded to that question, it was Attorney General's first request, question 17. And we had asked for all the water loss percentages from, I think, 2010 to 2020. And since 2011, I think the highest was 13% or so. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it sounds vaguely familiar. I think I reviewed that response. I'm showing Perry as the, Mr. Brown as the respondent to AG 117. Looks like it's referring to my testimony, but I had likely pulled the data. Again, proceed with the question and I'll do my best to answer that.
Okay. I think the few other questions I have, I can just follow up with Mr. Vaughn. So thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Potter, questions?
Yes, please. I'm going to apologize in advance. It's soybean harvest season and trucks are going by my office. So if you can't hear me, just hit your ear and say, I can't hear you.
You're loud and clear.
Great. Well, there's no trucks right now. So is the company using a cloud-based program through JD Edwards right now?
Not
Are
through
you
JD
using any
Edwards.
cloud-based right now?
Yes, Fusion is a cloud-based platform.
Who has the platform? That was another truck.
Sorry, Fusion is a cloud-based platform. Our accounting and our ERP system, our human resources system that was discussed previously, it is a cloud-based platform.
So Fusion would be an overreaching, just your company platform? Is that what you're testifying to? Is that what Fusion's
Yes.
going to be? Okay.
Yes, I think that particular Oracle Cloud platform is used by other companies. If I understand your question accurately, the amount that the companies propose to include in Kentucky's revenue requirement, that platform is specific to this company and is only used by this company.
So are you using it right now or not?
Yes,
You are using it right now.
yes,
And you are proposing that Kentucky will pay 2.5% of the cost of that program, is that correct?
yeah. The ERC percentage is technically 2.33%, so under 2.5%. But yes, the platform itself is allocated across the organization, and Kentucky ratepayers would be responsible for 2.33%.
Okay, I stand corrected, 2.33%.
Oh, I'm correcting myself too.
You also, I want to make sure I understand how this works. In your introduction, your qualifications, you say that you are financial and planning and analysis manager of Water Services Corporation of Kentucky. You have other titles, is that correct? So
I don't have any other titles, but WSC of Kentucky isn't the only utility that in which I manage the financial operations for, if that's the question.
That's kind of my question. That's half my question. The rest of my question is, you also are include management of regulatory accounting procedures for the sister companies in the Midwest. Is that correct?
Correct. It includes 7 different states.
Okay, so is the Midwest considered one entity for your purposes? Or do you have to chop it up into 7 pieces?
I'm responsible for the financial operations and the regulatory operations ultimately for all 7 states. My personal salary expense is allocated just like Mr. Brown's, just like Steve's, Mr. Lubertosi's. So
I don't know how that is, but I'm not worried about your salary right now. I'm trying to figure out where Water Services of Kentucky fits in with the whole this. You're pretty charred. I'm trying to figure out where it fits in. You went to work for Utilities, Inc. in 2011, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. When did you go to work for Water Services Corporation of Kentucky?
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, I've always worked for the operating companies within the 7 different states that belong to our business unit. I'm paid out by Water Service Corporation, which is a parent company of Water Service Corporation of Kentucky. But I perform the financial operation management of Water Service Corporation of Kentucky along with all the sister companies in the other 7 states. As far as where WSC of Kentucky fits under that organizational chart, I don't have that. I know you held it up for a second.
It's the response to staff DR 1.2, and it's called U.S. Organization Chart Exhibit SME 1. If you'd like to look that up for me.
Thank you.
And whenever you're ready. Have you found it, sir?
It's opening right now.
Okay, so here's my question.
Go ahead.
You perform services for all of these companies along the utility services of Illinois down to provinces utilities, is that correct?
Yes, and then if you look one column to the right of that, where it starts with Montague Sewer Company, Inc., all of those utilities on down as well.
Okay, and then the ones off to the far right, they're not your problem? Louisiana?
I wouldn't say that. I'm not directly responsible for those operating companies, but I wouldn't say I just ignore. I think we all try to work as a team in the FP&A department, so to the extent that
Sure.
we just try to collaborate across the organization.
Okay, I understand. I didn't mean they weren't your problem. You're all one big company. All of the materials that I saw online about employment, the handbook that was submitted as an exhibit, that's all under Corix. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so when someone would get hired as a manager, Midwest manager, they would get a Corix handbook, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and they would get Corix benefits, the benefit plan, depending on where they came in. Is that
Sure,
right?
yeah. Yes.
Okay. The positions that you discussed with Ms. Goad, have they been applied for in any of the other states on this list that I showed you? Any of the other Midwest, have those positions been approved by, say, Illinois?
Yes, they have.
Okay.
I would have to check each individual sister company's application, but yeah, I believe that those positions have been, are being recovered by one or more of the other sister companies.
Okay, so the reason they haven't been filled isn't that nobody has approved them. It's because COVID has presented real issues in hiring. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Okay. To your knowledge, have any of these positions that you discussed with Ms. Goad, have they been disapproved by other states that they've been brought before?
No.
No, they haven't, or no, you don't know?
No, they have not been disapproved.
Okay. Okay. And if the commission approves these positions, how would you allocate costs for, say, project manager? How would you allocate the cost of that person across your Midwest division?
Yeah, so if you're still looking at the organization charts, the Midwest Project Manager, if you start with Utility Services of Illinois, a piece of that person's salary and benefits, payroll taxes would be allocated to that sister organization, and then the second one as well, and then obviously Water Service Corporation of Kentucky. And that would all be by, well, it wouldn't all be by ERC, but the majority of it would be by ERC, which is equivalent residential connection.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that, please? That last bit.
Sure. The Midwest Project Manager would be allocated to Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky by ERC percentage. Now, their health benefits would be allocated based on another measure that Kentucky is, that the organization is deemed more appropriate based on cost drivers. So the benefits are a little bit different, but those are the three states that the Midwest Project Manager's salary and benefits would go to.
So just for clarification, if a project manager is totally involved in a project, say in Illinois, would all of their salary come from Illinois, or would it continue to be allocated amongst the three states?
Again, there's some intricacies there, because if we're talking about a project manager, they're probably going to be working on capital assets. So that means that they're going to be capitalizing their time to a particular fixed asset within Illinois if they're working just on that asset within that service territory. So if they're doing some other administrative work that's not capitalizable, that's going to be spread amongst the three states based on customer counts. Now, with a project manager, we would fully expect that, and I'm taking a guess, over 50% of their time is going to be spent working on capital assets. So it would be correct to say if the individual is working, let's say, in one particular pay period in 2 weeks, they're working solely on a capital asset that's going to be placed in service in Illinois, Kentucky would not get any of their salary dollars for that pay period.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Koenig, questions?
Yes, thank you. Hello, Mr. Guttormson.
Good afternoon.
Hi. I have some follow-up about the positions that Ms. Potter and Ms. Goad were asking you about. Staff would like you to look at the Excel spreadsheet provided in response to Commission's order dated June 26, 2020. It's item 3, entitled Response to Staff DR 1.3. And I believe that we might be able to pull it up.
And that would be the larger set workbook that develops the pro forma salary proposed amount for Kentucky.
Yes, is that what you're looking at? There's a couple of tabs there.
Yeah.
Okay,
Just to be clear, if I can interject,
Sure.
this was updated on September 28th, I believe. I don't know which one we're looking at, and based on the line of questioning that I anticipate, I don't know that's going to make a difference between which version, but just in case that comes up, that's an issue.
okay,
Which one are you looking at, Todd?
well, This-
1.3, the response to PSC 1.3, we had an update that Mr. Dixon talked about or mentioned in his testimony that was filed on September 28th. I think it reflects.
I think you're referring to the larger Kentucky filing template with all of the worksheets. I think we're just focused on salaries right now.
Okay, gotcha, thank you.
yeah, if there's something that you need to update or that we don't have the information, please just let me know.
With regard to salaries, I think we're on the same page as far as what workbook we're looking at.
Okay, really, staff just wants some clarification to track the positions that you talked about, the new positions, to track them onto this Excel spreadsheet. Can you identify the pro forma salary for Vice President of Regulatory Affairs and Business Development? And maybe point out which tab and where that is?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Okay, so if you look at the tab Work Paper B, Ops and Management Salaries, you can just let me know when you're there.
okay. A staff member is doing this, so as soon as you see what, there,
No
I
problem.
think he's got it. Or at least he's on the right tab.
I'm sorry, are you guys sharing your screen right now?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
There we go. Okay.
Okay,
I see that the information's been redacted. That's why the staff is having trouble finding this. Okay. We still have line numbers, so we can work with that. One moment, please.
and I understand from your earlier testimony that these positions haven't been filled, so I don't think we're stepping into any confidential territory. But please just be aware.
Two of them have been filled.
Okay.
So
Okay.
just 1 second, please. Okay.
And if it's, too much of a production, we can ask for it in post-hearing data requests.
It's not. I think we can get through this.
Okay.
Okay, so on line 22, column C, where it's showing 185,400, that would be the Vice President of Business Development.
Can you
A
repeat?
line below that.
185,400?
I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to say this on the record. I know these were confidential exhibits, so you
Okay.
stop me anytime I'm saying something I'm not supposed to.
Okay, let's just stop if that, you think this is confidential? I mean,
Well, I think just to clarify, the document that we're looking at now has been filed publicly, and then the commission has granted confidentiality with respect to the names that would otherwise appear, or positions that would otherwise appear in column D. So we are certainly getting on certain grounds that may intrude into confidentiality. And partly the reason why the matter was made confidential is that it affects the business operations and the competitive nature that this utility can have by revealing those, and then having others possibly, others in the public possibly see that.
Well, so do you think we ought to go into confidential session to,
Either that, or if Ms. Koenig is okay with us filing a post-hearing data response on that.
I'm fine with that. I think that would take less time and you don't have to root around on there today. We can certainly follow up and We just don't have so much time between the hearing and the order, so we don't want to pile up on that too much. But I think this is a good opportunity to do that. So we'll just follow up
I mean,
on.
I could identify those positions right now in the next 30 seconds for you if we determine that if I could just give you a title for each line. I don't know if that is something.
Just follow up with a
Okay.
posting data response.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that. I want to ask specifically about, let me just, I'm going to mark this so I don't forget. Okay. Regarding the position, Vice President of Regulatory Affairs, and then Business Development position, it was described in the testimony that the responsibilities are to advise the president on legislative policy and regulatory changes advantageous to the company's goals, seek partners to implement these changes. And let's see, the positions identify, establish, maintain crucial relationships at local, state, and federal levels. Given these descriptions of responsibilities, can you explain why this position is not described as a lobbyist?
No, I would probably defer to witness Lou Bertozzi to describe the distinction between this position and a lobbyist.
Okay. All right. And then do you know, I'm referring to staff's second request, item 26B, a response, that explained its business development manager briefly evaluated the acquisition to the north of Pineville Water in Kentucky, but no deal came to fruition. Do you know, was any of the salary of the business development manager directly charged to Water Service Kentucky for the failed acquisition evaluation?
No.
You don't know, or it wasn't?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, and I think that you answered this question, so I'm just gonna clarify, but, did you say that the salary for business development manager is directly assignable to Water Service Kentucky, or is 100% of the salary allocated between all the subsidiaries?
The business development manager works for the all 7 states, so that person would source acquisitions on the ground in potentially all 7 states. So WSC of Kentucky would only get their ERC percentage of his salary.
Was that the 2.33% you were discussing with Ms. Potter?
No, that
No.
would be the WSC. So that would be Water Service Kentucky's percentage of all sister companies operating in the lower 48 states. That particular percentage for the business development manager would be, one moment.
Mm-hmm.
$13.67%.
13.67% of the business development manager salary. And they split that with 7 states. So it's not split between the operating subsidiaries, it's the regions. And then further
It's
breakdown.
split by the operating subsidiaries.
Okay,
WSC of Kentucky's percentage of the 7 states is 13.67%.
okay. Okay. Would you be willing to provide a further breakdown in detail of the allocations and assigns, and then also speak to how it's assignable on a business development project level? Could you do that in a post-hearing data request?
Yeah, I mean, I can explain it right now.
Okay, go ahead, please.
That ERC breakdown is within the company's response to staff DR 1.03 on the tab called ERC. So that ERC tab shows all of the allocation percentages at the various cost centers. and the 13.67. While the rows and columns aren't numbered or labeled, the 13.67% resides in cell H4. And that's calculated by taking WSC of Kentucky's ERCs of 6,955 divided by the ERC count in all 7 states of 50,865 to get that 13.67%. And the rest of the cost centers are included on that tab as well. Now, the business development manager is different than the project manager in that they're not going to be capitalizing time, I don't think in any material amount, like the project manager, because they're not going to be working directly on capital assets. So that's that business development manager and the VP of business development, those positions are just strict salary expense. I can't imagine a scenario where those individuals would be capitalizing their time to an asset.
Okay. So you asked me to ask Mr. Lubertozzi about the definition and comparison to a lobbyist position for the business development and vice president of regulatory affairs. So
I mean, if I were to take a shot at it, I would say that person's not going to be focused on just lobbying politicians across the 7 states. I don't think it states in there that the position would spend any significant portion of their time lobbying a politician or a representative of the government. They would probably be working with certain commission members, discussing mechanisms, but I don't think it would be considered lobbying. Again, I'll let witness Lubertozzi opine on that, but I think the majority of the function of the VP of business development is to source acquisitions to grow the business, and it's not necessarily to influence regulatory policy at the various commissions in the 7 states.
okay, so you're saying that lobbying may be part of the position, but it's not the main part or significant?
No, I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't even say that lobbying may be a part of it. Again, I'll let witness Lubertozzi talk to that.
Okay.
But I don't think that what they're going to be doing as part of their function could be considered lobbying.
Okay, all right. And then I'd like to go ahead and ask you about the leak adjustment policy. I believe there was a question maybe that Mr. Dixon had, maybe he said to ask you, or I just wanted to follow up with you, but can you explain the reasoning for choosing to duplicate the leak adjustment policy of Kentucky American Water Company?
Yeah, I think it's just that the commission's already familiar with the policy that Kentucky American has. And I think that was the main driver, was that we wanted to present something that the commission was already familiar with. I don't think functionally what we're planning on doing for customers is going to be any different than what Kentucky American's doing. So I think it just made sense.
Okay. Do you know why the billing rate of 25% of the applicable tariff rate was chosen as the leak rate? Do you know why 25% specifically was, or was that just copied from Kentucky American's policy?
Yeah, I think that was just copied from their policy. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I think that 25% was borrowed from their tariff.
Okay, and do you know if Water Service Kentucky investigated customer interest in the proposed leak adjustment policy?
No, I don't think we did. I think similar to what witness Dixon was saying was that I think we assumed that the customers would be appreciative that WSC of Kentucky was even seeking to establish a mechanism that protected them from unexpected leaks. I think that's the overall goal of the leak adjustment policy.
So something's better than nothing is what Mr. Dixon kind of said?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that's maybe not the best phrasing to use. I think we actually have made concessions to individual customers that have experienced unexpected leaks. It's just we didn't have a formal policy on our tariff. So I think that's what we're seeking to get approved by the PSC in this rate case.
Okay, so speaking of that policy, I want to clarify, in the proposed tariff, and I think we can pull that up as well, or Kentucky American's policy that was based on Zach, I think you can pull that up. But if not, anyway, yeah, there's the policy. Okay, there are no more than 2 leak adjustments will be permitted for any one service line. And the tariff states that for a third adjustment to occur, the entire water service line from the meter to the premises must be replaced. Can you clarify whether the customer is expected to pay for that replacement?
I think and I would defer to witness Lubertosi here again, but I think that if the part that needs to be replaced is the part that extends from the customer's house out to the main line, that would be part of their property. But you might want to follow up with witness Lubertosi on that.
Okay, so would you agree that it needs to be clarified more if even you don't know? I mean, looking at it, I will follow up with him, but it seems like perhaps that needs to be clarified, but, okay.
Yeah, I would agree with that, yeah.
Okay. So I think that, what I was thinking about that Mr. Dixon asked, and maybe, this should be Mr. Lubertosi too, but, do you handle customer service, or customer communication?
Similar to witness Dixon, I do prepare certain customer communication, but I don't handle a large part or any material, I would say, part of customer complaints. I have from time to time discuss customer complaints with individual customers, but it's not one of my main functions.
Do you know who does that or who's in charge of that?
Yeah, we have a centralized customer service department that handles all customer complaints.
Right,
and
but
I think we also localize some of those complaints as well where necessary. So I think that Stephen Vaughn also has handled customer complaints as well.
okay, I know you provided a table of customer responses, I think, to customer calls. But have you looked at any of the public comments made in this case?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and so there's several that were sort of, I won't say they were form letters, but it looked like they were kind of maybe trying to get at the same thing and complained about the 1-800 number. Are you in charge of that? Or is that the centralized customer service center?
Yeah,
that
that would also be the centralized customer service department, but I am aware of those comments.
Okay, and I mean, has anything been done to address those? They claimed that there were just, extremely long waiting hours and that people would hang up before they even, got to talk to them because they weren't getting a response. They also complained about hours, the office hours and things like that. Go ahead.
No, and we might have to follow up with a post-hearing data response on this, but I think that our customer service department reached out to each one of these customers, and we got a resolution on all of the complaints. But I think originally these complaints weren't logged in our system because I don't think customers formally complained until this rate case in these letters. But I do think that the company made an effort to reach out to each customer individually. But again, we'll have to verify that in a post-hearing data response unless witness Lubertosi knows for sure.
Okay, I'll make note of that. And just to confirm what you said. And so would Mr. Lubertosi be in charge of communicating with the ratepayers? And I know that he did a lot of emails and press releases about COVID. did you all do that with your customers as well, and like what you all were doing?
Yeah, and I think that Witness Libertosi worked closely with our customer service department to make sure that customers knew that we were suspending disconnections and late payment charges and things of that nature. But I'm not sure if he directly communicated with any customers specifically on the issue. Probably more likely that he communicated with individual customer groups or advocacy groups, but
Okay.
I think you'd have to ask him.
Yeah, I'll ask him what he did, but I just wondered if you were over any type of or who is over the 1-800 number. It seems like there's some type of a break in communication. And it seems like maybe all of you all are communicating with each other pretty well, but based on the public comments and the testimony filed from the city of Clinton, and the people in Kentucky, it seems like perhaps there's a disconnect, because, just reading the public comments, it's not clear whether those people ever got to somebody to make a complaint. And to read those, you wonder, if they ever got into the office or whatever, talking about no office hours and whatnot. So, I was just wondering about that, and I certainly will ask Mr. Libertosi from his perspective, but I wanted to ask yours as well, because I think you were the one that followed that, or filed the chart with the customer, and then following up with the customer call and that type of thing.
Yeah, sure. So I'm not responsible directly for the 1-800 number, but I know that our customer service department does everything they can to resolve customer complaints in a timely fashion if they bring those complaints to our attention, but they have to call in and get a hold of somebody to log those complaints in the system, and that's when the process starts with following up with that customer.
Right.
Now, to the extent that customers didn't stay on the line long enough to inform customer service of what their issue was, then those complaints wouldn't have been logged in the system, and there would be no way to know who to follow up with or how to resolve the complaint. So
Right.
the first time I've seen these particular complaints was in this rate case via those letters.
Okay, to be fair, how would they, if they couldn't wait, for the long time, and they couldn't get to the office hours, how would you ever know? That's the concern. So I understand that you can't fix it if you don't know about it, but trying to address the finding out about it, that's what I'm talking about.
Sure. And some customers may not be aware, but as part of some of the new software that we have through My Utility Connect, right? So customers can reach out to our customer service department through an app on their smartphone or through our customer-facing website. So there's other ways that customers can interact with the company other than through the telephone. Again, I'm not sure that every customer is aware of that, but there are different ways. If they really want to get a hold of somebody, then they should be able to. And it's regrettable if they've gotten so frustrated that they gave up.
Sure. Okay.
But again, I think that we did make an effort to reach out to each and every one of those customers to make sure that that we addressed their concerns.
I'll ask Mr. Libertosi, but I also made a note to follow up to see about, because that would be great if you had addressed every public comments problem and solved it. So thank you very much. I have nothing further.
Vice Chairman Chandler, questions?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Tormson, is this a historic or future test year in this case?
It's a historic test year.
And it ends at the end of March of 2020, right?
That's the end of the historic test period, correct?
So I want to sort of understand the comments you were making earlier about positions being filled by the end of 2020 or by December 31st, 2020. That's not necessarily pertinent to the test year since it's a historic test year, correct?
It's not pertinent to the test year, but it is pertinent to the rate year.
Okay, so can you explain to me what your understanding of the difference between the test year and the rate year is?
Yeah, the test year is a historical period that the company starts with to develop the revenue requirement. The rate year is the 12-month period that new rates are effective in. there's a lag between the historical test year and when the company is allowed to place new rates into effect to collect the revenue requirement proposed. It stems from the historical test year.
Right, but your rates are based on the historical test year with pro forma adjustments.
That's correct.
What role does this rate year you're talking about play in setting rates?
The goal of setting rates based on expected costs or costs that are based on the measurable changes that will occur within the rate year is to match revenues with expenses so that customers are as closely paying for the expenses in an infrastructure spend and return on infrastructure spend that's going to exist in the rate year. If customers were only paying for historical expenses in the historical test year, then the utility would be an automatic disadvantage when it begins to collect new revenues from that historical test year, because that historical test year is already 7 or 8 months old at that point.
So you're making the argument that because there are costs that may be incurred in the 12 months following the forecasted test period, or the time period when new rates are into effect, those are at least a portion of the basis for the pro forma adjustments.
One more time with that, I got a little confused.
Yeah, so you're saying you use the rate year, this term rate year, as a way to underpin pro forma adjustments, as a basis for pro forma adjustments?
No, the pro forma adjustments themselves drive the cost that exists within the rate year, not the other way around. The rate year doesn't drive the costs drive the rate year.
Right, but you haven't incurred this cost of these positions that were discussed earlier, right? You're not incurring them at all. You're hoping to incur them. So it sounds like to me you're using this specific cost in a rate year as the basis for the pro forma adjustment for the position, whereas you just said the pro forma adjustments drive the costs in the rate year. Is it both ways?
No. The company's put forth the positions for the commission to consider when setting the revenue requirement. And if the commission approves the salary expense from those positions, the company will hire them, and those costs will exist within the rate year.
So if the commission doesn't approve the revenue or the cost for that position in this case, or at least the allocated portion of it for Kentucky, are you saying that the company won't hire the position?
No, we'll probably still consider hiring the position due to the fact that those positions are allocated across 7 states. I think it would be unfortunate to hire those positions knowing that the PSC didn't approve the expense and rates. But I think the larger concern for us is to make sure that we're managing our assets and that we're focused on growing our business. So we would certainly, propose recovery of those expenses in the next rate case, but yeah, does that answer your question?
It does to a degree, but moving to the position, what's the cost to the companies in attempting to expand its business?
What's the cost to the companies? One more time?
Okay, so the company, and it's not the company, Water Service isn't looking to grow necessarily, but the entities that own Water Service are looking to hire people to grow Water Service and its affiliates, right? That's the basis.
No, these particular positions would be interested in growing in Kentucky along with the other 6 states that exist within our particular business unit. It's not like we're hiring somebody to perform acquisitions that are outside of our business unit. They won't be working on any other acquisition opportunities outside of the 7 states in our business unit.
But you're looking to hire somebody and pass the cost on to customers in an attempt to build your business up.
Yeah, and directly reducing allocated expenses to the individual operating companies as the customer base grows, and reducing risk as well.
Maybe.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure, I don't have a set number of acquisitions, or we don't have a set number of acquisitions that we've earmarked for these positions, for these business development positions, but we've already had, like I said, we've already signed APAs in other states that the business development managers worked on. So that position's already bearing fruit for Kentucky ratepayers.
Well, I guess my question, you talk about, expanding the number of customers you have so that you spread the costs over additional people. But there's that ignores, of course, that there's variable costs with the increase in customers, right? That would offset any reduction in an allocation of fixed costs. But does it take into account the expected increase of cost related to the provision of service for the new customers?
No, but I would say that's a pretty small percentage of our overall costs, right? I mean, most of our costs are fixed. When we look at the income statement, it's really only chemicals and purchase power that really fluctuate with the amount of water sold. So I think that's a pretty immaterial amount when you're looking at the income statement as a whole.
So you would need more accountants or more attorneys, more financial folks as you add more utility customers.
No, I would say no. I would say
You would
no. I
say
mean,
no.
if we grew to an extent that the existing staff that it works in administration is overburdened, then we would need to hire additional headcounts. But there's been no proposed hiring at the shared service level due to acquisitions themselves. No.
But you're talking about hiring 4 people that are costs without the expansion of the businesses, right? There's a cost. Let me withdraw that question. You're saying that there's a savings inherent in growing Water Service Corporation of Kentucky and its affiliates for Water Service Corporation of Kentucky's customers.
That's accurate.
That's the proposal, that's the basis of at least some of these positions, right?
Yes, that's accurate.
That there may be a shared savings, but what you're guaranteeing is that there's going to be a cost.
Well, I'm not guaranteeing anything. If the commission approves the salary expenses, then there would be a cost for Kentucky ratepayers. But I think, there would be a direct benefit to Kentucky ratepayers if we get a new acquisition signed in Kentucky. It would be exactly that many more customers that exist within Kentucky to share costs.
Right.
So it's not just. Go ahead.
What
Sorry.
I'm trying to make sure of is you're asking customers to incur the entirety of costs in an attempt to drive savings.
That's correct.
Okay, and the company themselves are not proposing to incur any of the costs in order to grow the company's businesses. You're looking to recover those costs from customers.
We're already incurring the cost though for the business development manager, and we have been for quite some time. So the shareholder is already shared in those costs to an extent with Kentucky ratepayers. I think we're talking more about a timing issue. For the position that we have not hired yet, yes, it will take some time for that position to onboard and to begin to source acquisitions within the business unit.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand how. I'm trying to make sure that I fully understand that you're attempting, as a monopoly business, to charge customers in an attempt to grow your business, to make you all a bigger company and to make more money. I just want to make sure that.
I wouldn't do it as our business. I mean, ratepayers ultimately pay for all of the costs within the business, right? Plus a reasonable markup for a return on the shareholder's investment. So it's not really, I wouldn't consider it in our business versus the customer's interest. I think we try to balance customer interests in all of the decisions we make in our business. I just don't see it as a us versus them type scenario.
I think that's certainly a unique perspective on monopoly regulation. But I guess what I want to make sure of is you're using a customer base, right? A rate-regulated monopoly customer base in an attempt to pass on costs to hire individuals to make your business larger. so that you can serve additional customers, and you're allocating that amongst multiple jurisdictions.
I wouldn't agree with everything. I wouldn't agree with everything you just said. I think there can be win-win situations for both the customer and the shareholder. And I think that's what we strive for.
And that's what
all the time.
that's what I'm trying to understand in terms of the benefits, right? Like you said, there's the possibility of a win-win on the benefit side, but the cost to drive the benefits is not a whatever the opposite of a win-win is, a pay situation, right? The proposal is for customers to pay the entire costs through allocations to multiple Midwest editions or to different operating companies. And I think the way you're saying it is they pay all the costs, and then the customers and the companies, it's a win-win situation with the benefits. Is that correct?
The benefits for the particular vice president of business development will not accrue to customers until they begin to source acquisitions for additional utility businesses to fold in, right? I would not, me personally, I would not disagree if the commission included some O&M savings in the revenue requirement in this case, if they approved the expense for the vice president of business development in order to true customers up for an expected level of O&M decreases, just to reduce the lag between this case and the next case and the next case when the utility business can prove that it's signed on additional acquisitions. I would let witness Lou Bertozzi speak to that as well, but I don't think I would disagree with a reduction in O&M in the revenue requirement in order to kind of get this position onboarded and begin to grow the business.
I have a question. What is this project that's about $15 million? The exact name of it escapes me. This Oracle-basis web system.
Yeah, it's called Fusion, and it's an all-encompassing platform for the utility to administer both its accounting functions and its human resources functions. So every single accounting function that's performed for WSC of Kentucky will be performed within Fusion. So payroll, debit and credit, daily entries, the month-end close process, the year-end close process. It'll be used to produce annual reports that WSC of Kentucky will ultimately file with the commission. Every accounting function that exists right now is performed within Fusion. Additionally to the human resources function, such as human capital management, onboarding, recruiting, performance management, benefits administration, all human resources functions are now included in the system, which they were not in the system that it replaces.
So is Fusion a capitalized cost?
In this case, yes.
Yeah, so like the $15 million is a capital, it's an asset on somebody's books. What entity's books is Fusion an asset?
Corix's books.
Okay, so how does that cost? Well, so let me just ask this. Does Corix incurs the depreciation expense on Fusion, and then does it allocate that depreciation expense out to its affiliates?
Yes.
Okay, so when Water Service gets the allocation of depreciation expense, Water Service Corporation of Kentucky, right? Who all does it pass through between CII and Water Service Corporation of Kentucky?
Every one of the operating companies shares in the cost of the platform.
Okay, so that's the lower level of Ms. Potter's colorful chart, right? All the operating companies share it. Let me ask this question.
That lower level only includes the U.S. entities.
Okay.
Everybody shares in the cost, not just the ones that were shown on that colorful chart.
What I want to clarify is it all the entities that have an ECP?
ERC, you mean?
Sorry, yes, ERC, excuse me.
Yes.
Okay, all right, so it's okay, allocated to people, everybody with an ERC.
Yeah, I think there are some other entities that don't use an ERC percentage that also share the costs. I would have to follow up in a post-hearing data request to explain exactly how that works, but all entities under the Quartz group of companies share in the cost of the ERP HCM system that is known as Fusion.
Well, so does like Water Service Corporation, right? Is both allocates costs to Water Service Corporation of Kentucky and other affiliates, but it and Water Service Corporation of Kentucky are both subsidiaries of Corex, right?
That's correct.
So are you saying the Water Service Corporation of Kentucky gets allocated a portion of Fusion and Direct, or however it is, and also they get Water Service Corporation's a portion of its allocation of Fusion?
No, I believe the way that it works, and again, I'll have to confirm this, is that there would be an allocation portion that Water Service Corporation would have, and then that would get allocated down to the individual operating companies on this colorful chart by ERC. But the rest of the business also pays for Fusion, not only the companies under Water Service Corporation. I would have to confirm whether that's happening by ERC or some other allocation method, but
Okay.
but they are.
Okay. Yeah. And we'll use Mr. Lubertozzi because it's a low-hanging fruit in terms of the record. Mr. Lubertozzi allocates a portion of his time in litigating this docket as rate case expense, correct?
No.
Okay, so when the utility provides updates to rate case expense, the inclusion of direct allocation of cost for Mr. Lubertozzi is provided in error. I was under the impression that he was allocated time. Maybe it's just that Mr. Byronbrook is allocated time.
Mr. Barenbrook's an outside consultant that is included in the company's claim for rate case expense, along with Mr. Osterloh. Those are external consultants. Mr. Lubertozzi's expense is not included directly in the rate case expense calculation.
That's what I want to make sure of. So nobody who is an employee of Water Service Corporation of Kentucky, Water Service Corporation, or any of its affiliates allocate any time or direct expense as rate case expense in this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The leak adjustment. You can thank Mr. Dixon for this question. Leak adjustment, is there any assumption of a test year amount of leak adjustments included in the revenue requirement calculation or the cost of service calculations?
No.
Okay. Do you have handy, and if you don't, I can bring it up, the response that was referenced earlier, the company's response to ADG-1-20?
One moment, please. I think you're referring to the plan metrics for the employee incentive program and the long-term incentive program. I have it.
Okay. So 1-20, and maybe I don't have it up. 1-20 discusses the EIP and an attachment to it.
Yes, sir.
Do you mind to go to page 5 of that attachment? And do you remember earlier you were talking to Ms. Goad about the percentage of the EIP that relates to financial performance?
Yes, sir.
And I think you may have said it was 50% of the EIP related to financial performance?
Yeah, the 50% is an estimate of the total incentive compensation that's included in WSC's revenue requirement that is not tied to financial performance.
Okay, so what I want to, on page 5, it talks about the company performance factors, and then on page 6 of that, the personal performance factors. You would agree of the company performance factors of the EIP, is it EIP?
Yes.
It's 70% of the company performance factors are related to financial performance.
Yeah, the estimate of 50% was of the total cost in WSC of Kentucky's revenue requirement. We're looking at individual performance measures here, and I don't think that those are directly drive the revenue requirement included in this case. So I'd probably have to follow up with you on a post-hearing data request on this to explain exactly why it's 50 and not 70. Just because I don't administer the individual plans themselves.
Okay.
The 50% assumption was given to me by our director of compensation, so I'll follow up with him and we can certainly, respond in a post-hearing data request as to how and why the 50% differs than the 70% shown on page 5.
Okay. So the last question I have is the way that the fusion costs are ultimately allocated to Water Service Corporation of Kentucky, do they show up as an operating expense on the income statement? Is that included?
The depreciation does.
Okay, and so that's included, that allocated cost is included in the operating ratio? Or is considered in the operating ratio, correct?
Yes, depreciation expense itself is included in the calculation of the not in the calculation of the operating ratio, but it is part of the calculation of the gross up of the 88% operating ratio.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure if it's allocated depreciation expense, even if it's not on the books necessarily of an asset of Water Service Corporation of Kentucky, it's still included as an operating expense and therefore included in the operating ratio, right?
Yeah, all the expenses, whether they're allocated or direct charge to Kentucky, are included in that number.
Okay, and then just very last, you do this in a number of states, right? You were talking to Ms. Potter earlier about the number of states that you can perform the same functions that you do for Water Service Corporation of Kentucky. Do you also do testimony and participate in rate matters in front of the jurisdictions in those states?
Yes.
So rough percentage, 5%, 10%, 50%, how do those other states determine a return portion for the Corex subsidiaries that you work for? Whether it's by rate of return on rate base or capitalization. I know not many people do capitalization, but rate base versus something like an operating ratio. Can you talk about how how that's done in the different states that you work in?
Yeah, they all use a rate-based rate of return methodology. I mean, the individual jurisdictions are all different from one another. Kentucky's the only one that the commission's recommended an operating ratio methodology for. And I would reiterate that as we've said in discovery and rebuttal testimony, that the commission has encouraged the use of the operating ratio method for Kentucky ever since its inception. So, we filed one rate case with a rate of return and rate-based methodology, and the commission encouraged, based on its size, that WSC of Kentucky come in with an operating ratio method instead of rate-based rate of return. So that's what we've done ever since.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to get also an understanding of, in the jurisdictions that you work in where, let me ask this. What are the utilities, the operating companies in the other states that you work in about the same size, larger, or significantly larger than Water Service?
Most of them are larger. It depends on if you're talking about asset or customer base, but I think just the commission's the commission's concern, I think, stemming from the 2008 rate case, was that WSC of Kentucky is too small for ratepayers to pay the burden of litigating ROE in every single rate case. And it's further a burden of resources on the commission, because then they and the AG have to hire ROE experts to rebut the company's ROE proposals in every case. So I think that rate case expense, along with the number of customers that WSCK has, it influenced the commission to advise us to or the company to use the operating ratio method.
Yeah, and I've read the 2008 or 2010 case. I know what it's been. I'm trying to get a feel for, in other states, do you all do it on an ad hoc basis, your ROE testimony, when you file? Do you,
No, in all those other states, they're all ROE and rate-based rate of return methodologies where we hire experts and customers bear the cost of those experts and rate case expense.
right, well, what I'm trying to ask is, do you do them on an ad hoc basis in each one of the rate cases? Does your ROE, because you may be a smaller utility, do they last for 5 years or 3 years? Or, and I've seen this in other jurisdictions, I'm just curious if you all have operating companies there. Do you all, or are you aware of any jurisdictions that, for instance, take a group of small water utilities, determine an ROE overall, and then change it, depending on the specific details of each one of the companies, and then apply that to the group? Do you get any of those differences, or is it just pure, we file a rate case, we get an expert, interveners get an expert, and we duke it out in each individual case?
Normally, that's how it goes. The last part of what you said, we hire an expert at the outset of every case, and they propose a recommended ROE based on market conditions. They do a size adjustment. There's various models that they use to propose our ROE, and then, yeah, as you said, we duke it out with the commission staff. There's some jurisdictions that encourage settlements before we fully litigate ROE. But yeah, in every other case, we're not using an operating margin, and I'm not aware of any other mechanism other than rate-based rate of return that we use in those other 6 states.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman.
Dr. Matthews, questions?
No, sir.
Mr. Osterloh, any redirect?
Maybe just, I think just one topic. Mr. Torzen, you had questions earlier regarding some of the customer public comments that have been filed in this case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And this was also addressed in a previous data request. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, I'm trying to show my screen. Are you able to see what I put up, I hope, as Attorney General's second request for information, number 11?
Yeah, it looks pretty small, but I'll try to.
Okay. Well, and I'm blowing it up here, and you can see that this is a question that relates to the comments that were made, including it may take up to 30 minutes or longer to get a CSR, customer service representative, on the line. What I want to direct your attention to is this sentence that I'm highlighting. Can you see that?
I can.
And can you read that aloud, please?
According to the company's records, the average wait time before a call was answered was 63 seconds in 2019 and 41 seconds in 2018.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all the questions I have.
Chairman, can I ask a follow-up to that?
You go ahead.
Yeah, do you all mind to provide, can the company provide what the range of the wait times are within 1 and 2 standard deviations of the average?
I don't see any issue with that.
Okay, that'd be great. I appreciate it.
Any further questions for this witness? If not, you may be excused. Thank you. Mr. Osterloh, how many additional witnesses do you have?
We have 2 additional witnesses.
Well, we've got to finish your case if it takes us till 10 o'clock tonight. So let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 3:20, and then we'll press on. Okay?
Sounds good.
Thank you. Be in recess until 3:20.
Chairman,
We have, I'm sorry?
Okay, I'm sorry, I wasn't recording. Now you can start. I'm sorry. Start over.
We're now back on the record. Mr. Osterloh, I wanted to explain my comment about we had to get you finish your case by 10 o'clock tonight, one way or the other. We've, like everybody else with this COVID issue, we've had problems. Everybody's working from home for the most part, and we're backed up. We have a Kentucky Power rate case set for 5 days starting next Tuesday, and we've been unable to schedule, or were unable to schedule public comments, and we have to do that virtually starting tomorrow at 1 o'clock, going up until the evening. And so unfortunately, we've got to try to finish this case in a day and a half. So we thought if we could finish your witnesses this evening, and then we could get Mr. Collin, I guess, and Clinton's witness, at least in the morning, everybody be through well before noon. So that's the explanation for why I said we have to press on. If that creates a real problem, we'll figure out some way to deal with it. But I wanted to explain why I said that. Okay?
Thank you.
Will you call your next witness?
Absolutely. The company's next witness is Stephen Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn, will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Osterloh?
Thank you. Mr. Vaughn, would you please state your name for the record?
Stephen Vaughn,
And what is your business address?
102 Water Plant Road, Middlesboro, Kentucky, 40965.
What is your title?
I'm the State Operations Manager.
Did you prepare and cause to be filed written testimony in this matter?
I did.
Did you also prepare and cause to be filed written rebuttal testimony in this matter?
I did.
Did you sponsor responses to requests for information in this case?
I did.
If you were asked the same questions presented in the testimony and the information requests, would your answers be the same here today?
I have one change to make.
Can you please describe what that is?
In question 4 of my initial testimony, inadvertently listed one of my licenses as a Class 2 distribution license. It is a Class 3 distribution license.
Thank you. And so with that change, if you were asked the same questions as presented in the testimony information requests, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And do you adopt that testimony and responses to information requests as corrected here today?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gold?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Vaughn.
Good afternoon.
As the state manager, I want to walk through just a few general questions with you before getting into more specific questions. So is Water Service Kentucky requesting a revenue increase of over $1 million per year in the pending rate case?
I'm not aware of the exact number.
Okay, on the application, page 4, it states that the revenue increase is $1,080,300. Does that seem correct to you?
That's reasonable.
And it also states on page 4 of the application that that is a 38.2% increase in revenues. Does that sound correct?
That number seems familiar, yes.
And in the pending rate case, Water Service Kentucky is also asking for monthly residential customer charges to be raised from $11.45 per month to $15.84 per month. Does that sound accurate?
It does.
And that's, in addition to a qualified infrastructure program and various other items that are being requested. So subject to check, is it accurate that Water Service Kentucky just received over a $500,000 rate increase plus a customer charge increase from the commission on February 11th, 2019? That was the last rate case.
That sounds about right. I'm not sure of the exact dollar amount.
It was $535,327 was the rate increase according to the final order in case 2018-208. And then the customer charge, the residential customer charge went up from $10 to $11.45 a month. So would you agree that the numbers that we just went over, the requested increase in rates, it's quite significant? Would you agree with that?
They appear to be.
Especially, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I think the percentage is maybe overly inflated since we were talking about going from 11 to 15. It's going to be a large percentage.
Okay, can you clarify what you mean that the percentage is overly inflated? Are you talking about the 38.2% increase in revenues or the customer charge?
Well, it's my opinion that if we're talking like $2, the percentage of $2 to $10 would be 20%, but if it was 20, so, but yes, it is a significant number.
But you do agree that, as stated in the application, that the revenue increase alone is a 38.2% increase in revenues, correct?
Correct.
And I think, would you agree that it's especially a significant increase in rates, considering that Water Service Kentucky just had a rate increase last year? Would you agree with that?
It's opinionistic, but yes.
And just for the record, as the state manager of Water Service Kentucky, you are aware of the high poverty rate that exists in your service area, correct?
I do. I've lived here the majority of my life.
And I discussed with Mr. Dixon previously that according to Mr. Dixon's testimony, about 36% of the residents in Water Service Kentucky's area is at or below the poverty line. Is that true?
That seems correct.
And you said you've lived in Middlesboro your whole life, is that correct?
The majority of my life, but yes.
So do you relay this information kind of as the boots on the ground for Water Service Kentucky up the food chain, so to speak? Do you relay it to the whole corporate structure that we went through earlier today? Do you relay it to the parent companies and the other subsidiaries that there's major economic decline in the areas that they're serving?
There's been discussions, but otherwise I think it's generally known.
Okay, but even with that known, Water Service is still requesting an almost 40% increase in revenue. Okay. You had a couple of questions deferred to you about the Qualified Infrastructure Program, so let me find those. So with regard to the proposed Qualified Infrastructure Program, you stated in a discovery response that Water Service Kentucky anticipates replacing approximately 1 mile of pipeline every calendar year. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you, I guess this would be, let's see. I went over the water loss percentages with Mr. Gudmundsson, if I'm saying that correctly. It was Attorney General's first request, question 17. And then that Water Service Kentucky actually referred us to the response to staff DR 2.5. It's the water loss percentages. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And from 2011 up until the present, I am not seeing anything over, I think 13.98% is the highest, but there's actually a lot of very low years, 6.48% in 2014, 3.37% in 2017. Would you agree with that?
That sounds reasonable.
So my question is a Qualified Infrastructure Program actually necessary if Water Service Kentucky is only anticipating replacing 1 mile of pipeline a year and has historically had pretty low levels of water loss percentages?
Well, I mean, it's a lot of that is due to the due diligence of the staff performing maintenance activities and, leak detection programs. But in Clinton specifically, we believe that the water mains are somewhere in the name of, or the realm of 150 years old. In Middlesboro, we have some that are 130 years old. I think it would be better just to be proactive using our asset management software to track conditions anytime that we can expose the main and see what the condition of the outside or the inside looks like, and plan to replace these proactively before it does become a problem.
And I hear what you're saying. I do think that Water Service Kentucky needs to be commended for the very low water loss percentages, because across the state, you usually see double digits, very high. So I think that you all should be commended for keeping those low. However, if you are only anticipating replacing 1 mile of pipeline every year under the Qualified Infrastructure Program, I don't understand why you can't just continue to do what you do now, and replace those pipes when you need to, or proactively, and continue to keep your water loss percentages low, but just not have that Qualified Infrastructure Program surcharge that the customers are having to pay separately.
Well, I mean, under the QIP, we proposed 1 mile. The older pipelines in Middlesboro are rather large. So when you get into replacing 24 and 20-inch cast iron mains, it's going to run into a lot of money really quick. I mean, if they were like 1-inch lines or 2-inch lines, it's going to be a much lesser cost.
But correct me if I'm wrong, Water Service Kentucky already replaces whatever mains or lines needs to be replaced without a Qualified Infrastructure Program, correct?
That is correct. But the aging water mains that we're discussing are the original ones to these systems, which are larger.
And Attorney Koenig discussed with a couple of different witnesses prior to you taking the stand some of the customer complaints that have been filed in this case, the objections to the rate case. Have you reviewed those?
I have reviewed some of them.
I wanted to be able to talk to you about them as the state manager, because I thought maybe you would have a little bit better, of an understanding of the demands of the customers there. So I reviewed every one of them, and would you agree that there's a significant amount of objections and customer complaints that have been filed in this case when you consider the small size of Water Service Kentucky? Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
And obviously the initial complaint is that they object to the rate increase, and they cite different reasons: the pandemic, the economic decline in the area, they just received a rate increase last year. But then also, as Ms. Koenig, Attorney Koenig had discussed with prior witnesses, there is this continuation, this common thread of complaints about calling a 1-800 number and having to hold for 30 plus minutes and then being disconnected and never speaking to anyone, and that the local office is always locked and there's no one to actually talk to locally about any customer service issues. So I just wanted to see just the inordinate amount of complaints that were filed caught me by surprise, honestly. And so that's why I wanted to make sure I read every single one of them, and wanted to ask you, as the state manager, have you addressed any of those issues, or will you address any of those issues?
Most definitely, if they've not been addressed, I would address them. But like you said, there was a large number of them. I spot checked those in our customer care and billing system, and there was nowhere noted that they did call in on a few of those. But if they just were on a hold for a long time and then hung up, obviously it wouldn't be in there.
Exactly. That was what I was about to say, is that if you hold for 30 minutes and then you get disconnected before you speak to anyone, most people don't have time to call back in and do the same song and dance again. So I appreciate that. Do you know if any steps have been taken? I believe a prior witness, Mr. Gudumsen, stated that he thought they had been addressed. Do you know if they've been addressed or not, these complaints?
No, I did not.
Okay. Would you be able to find out in a post-hearing data request if those type of issues have been addressed, or?
We most certainly could. I think Mr. Lubertosi may know the answer to that. So.
Okay. I will defer that question to Mr. Lubertosi then, And then if he doesn't know, I'll ask a post-hearing request. Okay. And speaking of Mr. Lubertozzi, so in response to discovery, Mr. Lubertozzi stated that you review all allocated expenses that are received and determine whether they are appropriate. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And does Water Service Kentucky have anyone else on staff to review the millions of dollars of allocations? Or is it exclusively your responsibility?
I would believe it's just my responsibility.
So has Water Service Kentucky refused to pay an allocated charge from any of the affiliated or parent companies for the years from 2015 to 2020?
Not that I'm aware of.
And do you think that it's reasonable that you have never refused to pay an allocated charge for the years 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20?
Well, up until the latter part of 2017, that was not my responsibility. That was the previous managers.
Okay, so can you clarify that? The Attorney General asked all of these questions in discovery, and that was never cited. Can you provide clarification on what you're talking about?
I became the manager in August of 2017. Before that time, it was not in my job role to approve these allocations.
But based on the responses to discovery, Water Service has asserted through you, I believe, that from 2015 until 2020, that no allocated expense has ever been refused. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So does that sound reasonable to you based on your 2017 forward experience of state manager?
I mean, if there's an expense that seems somewhat out of the place, either too low or too high, it's actually questioned and I get a response back as to why those expenses were what they were.
I guess I'm just trying to, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That being said, I also live in Middlesboro and I'm a ratepayer. I know a lot of people in the industry and surrounding communities. So comparatively speaking to the rates that other people are paying, where these costs might be high, the rates are still comparatively low.
So getting back to the question at hand, do you ever feel pressure to approve all of these millions of dollars of allocated expenses from the parent companies and the sister companies and what have you? I mean, do you feel a certain sense that you can't really push back?
I do not feel that way, no.
So you think that if you did push back and state that you do not think that an allocated expense is reasonable or necessary for Water Service Kentucky ratepayers to have to pay, do you think that that would be acceptable to the parent companies and the sibling companies?
I think it would.
Has Water Service Kentucky, I know it's a very small company, it's a large company with the corporate structure, but in Kentucky, you're a smaller company. Have you all ever contemplated having more than one person review these allocated costs, just so there's more checks and balances in the process?
I'm not sure if it was ever considered or not.
Have you ever proposed it, or have you ever discussed having someone else be able to also review those allocated costs?
I have not, no.
I'm going to move on to the tank rehab projects. So did Water Service Kentucky include estimated costs for Middlesboro and Clinton tank rehabilitation projects in its pending application?
Yes, they did.
And in supplemental testimony, did you provide the actual cost of these projects?
Yes.
So in the application, just to clarify, it was estimated cost versus in your supplemental testimony, you provided the actual cost after the actual bids came in. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you recall how much less the actual bids and the actual costs will be?
Sure, off
versus
the top
the
of my-
estimated cost?
Yeah, I think the Middlesboro project was 200,000 less than was proposed. And some change.
Okay. That's about what I'm calculating too, when I took the number from the estimated cost versus the actual cost between both tank projects, and I think it is around a couple $100,000. So my last question to you is, do you think that a couple $100,000 or whatever the amount is, or the actual cost for the tank rehab project, do you think that amount should be removed from the pending rate case?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Potter?
Thank you. Mr. Vaughn,
Good afternoon.
you live in Middlesboro,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And have you looked at the list of complaints that was filed in this case from ratepayers? The customer complaints?
Have you most of them?
You've seen the list of complaints, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you recognize any names on that list?
Not, personal friends of mine, but names that I've seen and know professionally and through the business.
Sure. Okay, I looked at the list too, and I knew some of the people that complained from Clinton, so I just wondered, did those people reach out to you, knowing where you work, and ask you for assistance?
Assistance in,
Well, as in, I can't get through about my bill. What can you do?
no, not that I'm aware of.
So where do they, if they want to go and complain in Middlesboro, where would they go?
Or they could call my office,
Okay, who would they talk to?
most likely me.
And nobody has called your office?
Not complaining about the issues that were brought up in the comments.
So nobody has complained about hanging on the line for 30 minutes to you?
Not to do with this rate case, no. That
Sorry.
has been a complaint, but it has nothing to do with any of the comments made about the rate case.
Middlesboro used to have a customer service office, didn't it?
Yes, they did.
Did that office go?
I think it was closed down during the customer service consolidation. Kind of hard hearing you, but I believe it was in early 2010.
So people can call your office. Are you in your office every day?
Usually, unless I'm in Clinton.
Okay. And when you're in Clinton, are you in the Clinton office?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And we'll get to that later. So you were not aware that ratepayers in Middlesboro complained about having to wait 30 minutes or getting hung up on? You were not aware of that?
Other than reading their comments that they
Other
made
than
here in the
reading their
mayor.
comments?
Correct.
So were you aware that when the public notice went out to ratepayers in Middlesboro, that the notice said Clinton?
I was when I received the letter at my home.
And what did you do about it?
I immediately emailed Mr. Lubertosi, Good Tourism, and probably a few others, letting them know.
And did anyone in the Middlesboro community speak to you about that?
I think my brother may have said something to me, but otherwise, no.
And did anyone personally complain to you about the rate increase?
To me personally, no.
I'm amazing. They'd complain to me. So you've been working for the company since 2009.
That is correct.
And since you've been with the company, there have been large iron pipes throughout Middlesboro. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. How many times have those pipes been replaced? Have any of them been replaced in Middlesboro?
Yes, they have.
How many are left to replace? Do you know?
I think we have approximately, 60, 70 miles of pipe, so I would imagine over the years, 3 or 4 miles have been replaced in recent years. That would predate my tenure here, so I can't speak of it.
So what about during your tenure, do you submit a plan? Or have you submitted plans since you became a manager to replace these pipes?
I mean, it's discussed, but we're still in the early stages of our asset management where we can better gauge what mains would be more beneficial for us to place now versus something that maybe could wait 2 or 3 or 4 years later, or 10, or whatever the case may be.
Is there a complete plan for when pipes are replaced in Middlesboro?
Are you speaking of the entire replacing every main that we have in the distribution
Is
system?
there a plan?
No, we do not.
You don't have a plan. The company doesn't have a plan.
But we're still evaluating which ones we're going to replace and when we're going to replace them.
I think you just testified that some of those lines have been in the ground for over 100 years in Middlesboro. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. You've been with the company since 2009, and this company has not come up with a plan to replace those pipes in a consequential way. Is that correct?
Not the entire distribution system, no.
Now, let's turn to Clinton, because we know that some of the pipes in Clinton have been in the ground, probably since it was a horse and buggy town. Is there a plan to replace the pipes in Clinton?
As the entire distribution system, like I said, for
Yeah, that's the
Middlesboro,
entire distribution system.
no,
There is? There is not.
there is not.
There is not. If you get what you want from the commission, will there be a plan to replace the pipes in a sequential manner?
Yes, I would imagine so.
Are you working on that now?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so you don't have a plan, but you are working on a plan.
That is correct.
How far along is that plan, percentage of completion?
I would imagine it's 50%, 60%.
Have you submitted that in any of your filings with the commission to show the progress that the company is making?
I don't think we have.
In the request for upgrading assets, I think the plan is to upgrade water towers, is that correct?
Water tanks, yes.
Water tanks in Middlesboro, and then water tanks in Clinton, is that correct?
That is correct.
One tank in Clinton.
2.
Okay. So, but there is nothing in that plan to replace the pipes that are presently aging iron pipes.
Yes, we have a plan to replace the main out East Clay Street.
Okay? Why is Clay Street one of the first?
It's one of the older lines in the system, and that's one we've just notoriously had dirty water complaints in recent times over.
Dirty water as in iron? What?
It is.
What's wrong?
These older water mains were cast iron, which were unlined, so if you put water on iron, it's going to rust, so.
Is that a portion, are the rusting lines a portion of the reason that the leaks, that you have leaks in the line, or is it just people leaving their commodes running? What's the major reason for water loss, in your opinion, in Middlesboro?
In Middlesboro, it would be aging infrastructure,
But that in Clinton?
would be the same.
Okay. And we know there have been multiple trips to the commission for increases about every 2 years. Have you or the company started a program in prior years since you've been in the company? Have you been out working on lines or supervising new lines?
Yes, I have.
You mentioned in part of your testimony, and I'll refer you to your direct testimony. You mentioned that several people at the annual meeting complimented the water quality. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Which meeting would that have been?
Typically speaking, we generally have one or two people that tell us we're doing a good job and the water is great. So I couldn't really pinpoint one specific instance, but I would just say, generally speaking, all of them.
Is that a sign-up sheet for those meetings?
I believe we have them somewhere.
Because the last meeting I know of, there was one person there, and he wasn't there to compliment you. So is it Middlesboro that's pleased with the water quality? Is that the meeting you're talking about?
I believe the last meeting we had in Clinton, there were 3 people there, but maybe it was just Middlesboro.
Okay. And so there was nobody there to complain about the water quality?
Not that I recall now.
Nobody there to complain about the customer service?
There were probably some issues with customer service that have been brought up, yes.
The tank reconditioning, can you tell me, are any of those tanks in danger of leaking or collapsing or anything catastrophic, or is this just a maintenance issue?
The number 2 tank in Middlesboro is starting to have some metal degradation in the roof supports. To what extent, they will not know until they blast the rust off of it and see how bad it is.
How old is that tank?
I believe that was built in 1997.
Have there been plans to replace that tank, or is that too expensive?
Well, it'd be much more expensive than recoating them, but typically I think they have a 80-year life expectancy, and it still has quite a few serviceable years left to it.
Often is it serviced in the manner that you're asking the commission to approve?
Typically around 10 to 12 years.
So has it been done once, twice in the last 20 years?
The ones in Middlesboro were done in 2004, 2005 respectively. The Washington Street tank was completely redone inside and out in 2015, and I would have to reference back for the one in Grove subdivision.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
Mary, I'm sorry, we're having trouble hearing Ms. Potter.
I'm sorry, I'll scoot up. I'm still working with noise outside.
Oh, that's fine. It's just right when you start talking and at the end, we're losing you a bit. Thank you.
I'll turn my sound up too. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. So I think your testimony was that Middlesboro was resurfaced in 2004 and 2005.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Clinton in 2015.
On one of the storage tanks, yes.
Storage tanks. What about Grubbs? When was the last time it was done?
I would have to reference back to get you the exact year.
Is that on your plan to resurface Grubbs?
It is. We're also going to be doing the clear well, which is another tank at the water treatment plant in Clinton.
Are those regularly inspected yearly? Is that part of the job? to look at those tanks yearly?
We follow the general industry standard of every 5 years,
Every 5 years?
yes. If there was a recommendation from that inspection to say like, hey, we may need to look at this in a couple of years and see how things are progressing, we would most definitely expedite it.
That hasn't happened?
Yes, recently it was.
So when it was inspected in 2009 in Middlesboro, the tank was fine, because that would have been 5 years inspected.
I would imagine so. I'd have to look at the inspection report.
No further questions of this witness at the present time.
Ms. Koenig?
Yes. Hello, Mr. Vaughn. I'm going to follow right up with where Ms. Potter left off. I'd like to introduce 2 exhibits, and I'm going to ask my partner, staff person that's putting up the exhibits to pull those up. I would like to introduce the cover letters of the last inspections. Zach, can you pull those up, please? So there's one for Clinton and one for Middlesboro. So just, I can't see you anymore because they pulled that up, but I just wanted to, okay. Are you familiar with these inspections?
I am.
Okay, and so just to summarize, the first exhibit would be PSC Exhibit 1, and it is a letter from our investigator, Ms. Donges, and she referenced one deficiency, that you were not in compliance with the Division of Water. But you followed that up with a staffing plan that was approved by the DOW, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that was cured. Okay, and then I'd like to look at the July 22nd, 2019 inspection letter from Middlesboro. And we don't have that you responded to this inspection. You had 2 deficiencies about that the valves weren't inspected on a yearly basis, and that you had 300 meters over 10 years without being tested. I'd like to follow up on where you are with those.
Okay, to address the valve situation, we've since applied for a deviation to inspect all valves that are 8 inches and smaller every 3 years.
Okay.
And valves that are 10-inch and larger annually. So we did receive the deviation for that.
Okay.
Since then, we're shooting and on target to actually have them all inspected by the end of this year. So.
Okay, and then the 300 meters?
There was a little bit of lag from the previous year. We were setting up our own testing facility, so we got behind, and I think we're right on target.
Right on target for?
To be winding those up in the next month.
Okay. And the reason that I'm making them part of the exhibit is I know while they are public record, it's more difficult to get to get access to the inspections and things, but I was gonna try to look up the tank inspection here, but I'll go ahead and make that PSD Exhibit 2 and I'd like to move for those to be
Can anybody hear me?
included.
Oh, I can hear you. I think they lost their signal. Oh.
Hey, Jim.
Oh.
What happened here?
We've lost our signal.
Our signal.
Yeah, we're not on there. Well, now, here we are. We're back. Can you hear us now? Yes? Okay. I'm not sure where we left off, but I'd like to introduce these two exhibits. They're just the inspection cover letters.
Any objection? Mr. Osterloh, do you have any objection? We can't hear what he says. Okay. No, sustained.
Okay.
We're gonna have to go to sign language.
I know.
Something here to
Should
take
we
care of
wait
this.
to see if
We can't hear you at all. I assume you can hear us. Is that correct or not? It is?
Yeah. So,
And I did have everything up on my screen, it's not up there now.
Yes. Okay.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, I'll talk.
They can? Okay. We can't hear. Would Mr. Osterloh, would you speak?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Oh, we
I'm
can hear
speaking.
you now, so
I'm sorry.
we're okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. The vice chair called and asked if we could take a recess for a minute. They can't connect. They asked if we could take a recess for them to reboot. The vice chair, looks like Commissioner Matthews is on, but the vice chair cannot get back on. So he asked if we could just take a 5-minute to reboot.
Did you hear that? Apparently, Commissioner Chandler somehow is cut off. So we'll be in recess for 5 minutes until 10 minutes after 4 o'clock, and we'll come back, and hopefully he can gain access to the hearing by then. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are we ready? No?
Now, go Chairman.
You ready? Okay, we're now back on the record. I think, Mr. Coney, were you conducting a cross?
Yes, I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Chandler, questions?
We can't hear you.
Can he hear?
No.
Vice Chairman Chandler, can you hear? You can? We can't hear him, though, correct?
Chairman Jim will be downstairs in just a minute.
He gave you the thumbs up.
We ready? Okay, Ms. Koenig, you were saying,
I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Vice Chairman, questions?
I just want to check and make sure, were we back on the record?
Yes, we are.
Okay, no, I have no questions.
Commissioner Matthews?
I have no question.
I have no question. Mr. Osterloh, any redirect?
Just a few questions, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vaughn, there were some questions to an earlier witness about what projects have been done in the city of Clinton. Can you just describe just some of the projects that have been done there in the city?
Probably most recently, we did the comprehensive inspections of all the fire hydrants and made the necessary repairs to those. We did wind up having to replace some of the flushing hydrants that were not for fire use, but that would be the most recent ones.
Okay. And I believe Ms. Potter asked Mr. Brown a question about his testimony where he mentioned that since 2012, the utility has about 400 less customers now than they did, I guess, 8 years ago. I guess my calculation, that's about 50 customers a year. Are there fewer water quality standards now than there were 8 years ago?
By no means, no.
Are there, if you have fewer customers, is that an indicator? I'm sorry. Are there fewer water quality standards if you were to reduce your customer level from approximately 6,500 to 6,000?
No.
And would you reduce your staffing level if you had a reduction in customers between 6,500 and 6,000 customers?
No, it would not.
And can you talk just briefly about the connection to the city of Pineville system? And specifically, can you describe, is that an emergency use connection?
Yes, it's just, the connection was put in by the Pineville Utility Commission some years ago at no expense to the water company in Middlesboro. They maintain the backflow device and the metering. They provide their own water, and sometimes things happen. Most recently, they lost power to their water treatment plant. They did not have a backup generator, so they were unable to provide water to certain parts of their service territory. So we were able to provide them the water until the electricity was restored.
Okay, so when something like that happens, you're able to help the other citizens of Bell County receive water service. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Any other questions as a result of Mr. Osterloh's redirect?
No, sir.
If not, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may be excused. Mr. Osterloh, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Stephen Lubertozzi is our next witness.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You may ask, Counselor.
Thank you. Mr. Lubertozzi, would you please state your name for the record?
Steve Lubertozzi.
And your business address?
500, so 500 West Monroe, Chicago, Illinois, 60661.
What is your title?
President.
And did you prepare and cause to be filed written testimony in this matter?
Yes, I did.
And did you likewise prepare and cause to be filed written rebuttal testimony in this matter?
Yes, I did.
Did you sponsor responses to requests for information in this case?
Yes, there were some that I sponsored, yes.
If you were asked the same questions as presented in the testimonies and the information requests, would your answers be the same today?
Yes, they would.
And do you adopt those testimonies and responses to information requests as your testimony here today?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this witness is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Goode?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Lubertosi.
Good afternoon to you.
There were a couple of questions deferred to you from prior witnesses, so I want to review those first. Did you hear my discussion with Mr. Vaughn when we were discussing the large amount of customer complaints and objections in the pending rate case?
Yes, I did.
And did you, were you aware of the complaints all having a common thread of, besides objecting to the rate increase, they were talking about holding for this long periods of time on the 1-800 number, and then not having anybody at the local level to discuss, billing questions with or service issues. And my question to Mr. Vaughn was, has Water Service Kentucky taken any steps to resolve these issues already?
Sure. So I'll start by yes. I've reviewed the complaints, and a lot of them are form letters, all complaining about the rate increase that's pending that we're talking about here. There was also some that were talking about the long wait time. So a lot of them didn't have anything that needed to be addressed other than the high bill complaint or the wait time. So, we've looked at how many pending or open, I guess we'll call it customer complaints that we have in our customer care and billing system, and there are none. And in my experience, to see this level of complaints at the beginning of a rate case is not uncommon. I forget who asked it along the way. It seemed like a lot, but it's really not. That typically happens at the beginning of a rate case, whether it's here in Kentucky or somewhere else. Regarding the wait time, we did look at, I'll call KPIs every day. What is the wait time? What is the average wait time? And I don't know it specifically for Kentucky, but I do know that the average wait time for a customer in 18 and 19 is less than a minute for someone to pick up the phone. So we track that. We have a computer system that knows when a customer dials in, when someone picks up from our customer service representatives, and that's less than a minute. We also know that the average time before someone abandons the call is less than 2 minutes. And the longest wait time for before someone abandoned the call, meaning, they have it up to the ear, they're waiting, was less than 15 minutes. So that's the data that I had through 18 and 19. I don't know what 20 looks like. So I can't answer the question about people that are saying, hey, I was on hold for 30 minutes or 35. The data didn't support that. I haven't seen the 2020 data yet from that standpoint, but I have looked at 18 and 19.
So you are taking steps to ensure that there are no issues, and that if there are issues, that Water Service Kentucky will resolve them as far as the wait times with the 1-800 number. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Like I said, we're looking at that daily, what the wait times are, the call times are, and some days are at the call center are busier than others. You can imagine Monday is, for some reason, I shouldn't say you can imagine. Monday is a busy day for calls. It's over the weekend. People have pent up. They want to call, so there's a lot of wait times. We do share customer service representatives across all of our states in the lower 48. So there could be a main break in Kentucky. There could be a main break somewhere else, and that takes up a lot of the customer services time. That does create a longer wait time for customers. And, I understand the frustration, and we don't want customers to be frustrated. I myself, when I have to call, the internet provider, whoever it is painful to have to wait. But we do have other mechanisms for them to communicate with us, right? There's email. There's the My Utility Connect, which is the app that I think Mr. Torrenson talked about earlier. We have sent letters to every one of our customers multiple times, suggesting that they download the app to their smartphone. It's more of an immediate way to communicate with us. They can also email us as well. We do have customers that still fax us. We still have customers that still will occasionally mail in a letter. So we do have calls coming in from or communications coming in from all different ways. We track every single one of those. We want to be able to pull up if a customer says, I have a complaint and it wasn't resolved. We want to be able to pull up that data, see when that customer called, what did the customer service representative said to them, and we actually record those calls as well. And we audit those calls, and I've listened to some of them when they get escalated, because we can also track how many calls have gone up to a manager. So when a customer calls in and says, I need XYZ resolved, and the customer service representative can't resolve it, or they say, hey, I want to talk to your manager, which probably everybody on this, I would say in this room, but everyone on this screen has done at some point in time, say, I need to elevate this and talk to the manager to get it resolved. We track those as well, so you know how many they are.
And I appreciate that the smartphone app may have an appeal to a certain group of people, mostly younger people. But do you understand that for the older people or even younger people who don't have enough money for a smartphone to download the app, that's not going to be a feasible option for them to be able to contact customer service? That 1-800 number is integral to them.
No doubt, the 1-800 number is where we get most of our touch points. You know, it's interesting you talk about the changing demographics of our communities and the customers we serve, right? There's been a whole customer experience study that talks about the kind of the bell curve of those customers, and as they age, they're more inclined to call and write letters and stuff like that, and the younger generation is more inclined to the app. And, you know, the younger generation, frankly, does not want to talk to anybody, right? They want to be able to get, as we smile, right?
I prefer texting any customer issues, so
Yeah,
I
so
understand.
it's more, you know, a faster way to do it. That's what they're used to. But you're right. The older generation, they want to get on the phone. They want to have that conversation. But we have seen a turn in that, right? We have seen the older generation, you know, be more adopters to that and try to convince their friends to get on it. And, you know, at least I can look at my parents and I'm trying to get them on to use the app so they're not sitting on hold to do stuff. So they are moving that way, and we do have other mechanisms for them to communicate with us.
Okay, and then just I'm glad that you seem to be taking the complaints to heart and that you are trying to tackle if there are any issues and resolve them. As far as the local office, because that was a common thread too in a lot of the complaints, that there was no one locally that they could speak to if they had a billing issue or I don't know, maybe a service issue. And I think we asked a lot of questions in Discovery about, you know, whether the local office had an open door policy. And I think you all said that it was closed for COVID, but can you just give me a general brief understanding of, can a customer outside of the COVID pandemic era, can a general customer just walking off the street and say, hey, I have a problem with my bill, or hey, I have a problem with my service locally?
They can, but they're not going to get the resolution they want, right? So there's operators that are, for example, there's 2 in the Clinton area, right? And one, they have to be at the plant to be able to do, they have to be at the office and not the plant to be able to get that. But that's not their knowledge, skills, and ability, right? We get them to get licensed to be able to treat the water, and on the Clinton side, operate the wastewater treatment plant. That's where we want their focus to be, right? We have customer experience professionals who are trained in how to handle these escalated calls, how to take care of those customers. So no, we don't have someone on the ground that can answer them. They can come in and ask, and I'd be afraid the operator would say, hey, I don't know much about a bill. You'd have to call this number. We have experienced customer service representatives that can answer those questions. That seems to be where, you know, all the utilities are going, right? They're trying to get these call centers where calls can bounce around the country if there's overflow, but you have to have these customer experience representatives that are knowledge and understand the tariff and what the rules and rates are, right? So no, if you walk in there, you could ask a question, but they're probably not going to get the answer that they want.
Do you know if the local staff at Water Service Kentucky is at least, if they're not able to resolve a customer complaint, are they at least trained to be able to direct the customer in the right, you know, get them on the right path, basically, give them the information that they need to contact the customer service representatives?
Absolutely. Yeah, they have those phone numbers available to them. And, you know, we've talked about it a lot here, right? That there's 7 states under our business unit. Each state has its own dedicated 1-800 or 188 number that you go to, toll-free number, because we want to be able to know where those calls are coming from. So when we send out letters to customers in Kentucky, it has a specific number. When we send customers to Illinois, it has a different number. We want to have that more of a local feel to those customers that are calling. But yeah, the operators can definitely point those customers in the right direction. And back to your COVID point, we did close the office to anyone coming in from the outside, you know, about March 15th. I think it was maybe March 18th at some point in time. We just didn't want people coming in. We put in all their social distancing, physical distancing policies in place, and that included closing down those offices.
And Mr. Gudormsen, I think I'm saying that correctly, I'm not sure, He deferred a few questions to you that I want to review. So I was basically going over, some of the larger raises that Water Service Kentucky had awarded in the past few years. And I was asking specifically if Water Service Kentucky had discussed awarding raises for 2021. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I was here when you were asking Rob about that. We're in the middle of the budget process right now, and I'll tell you, our shareholder and myself and everybody else is very concerned about COVID and the impact it's having on our customers and the communities we serve. And also from the business perspective, we want to make sure that we don't end up, and we're not there, so I don't want anyone to think we are, you end up in an illiquid position, meaning you don't have enough cash coming in the door to handle your expenses, right? So what we've done is if Sean Elisagi was telling, he could talk about what we've done to refinance and make sure we have access to credit to be able to make sure those things don't happen. I can tell you that is something that a conversation we'll have. We are going to go through the standard, looking at everyone's performance over the years, and there could be some reduction from that standard rubric that I think Rob or someone gave within a data request, right, that talked about where they at on the curve and their performance and what that ratio looks like, whether it's 1% or 3% or small, call it payout instead of a pay increase. But yeah, we'll be looking at all of those and taking COVID into account when we do people's reviews.
Okay.
I shouldn't say the reviews. Might get stellar reviews, but it could impact their salaries is what I'm saying, but that has not been determined.
So just to understand the last piece of your response, are you stating that there will definitely be raises given even if the country is still in this horrible economic hardship with COVID, or are you just stating that if raises are given, you're going to take COVID into effect or into account?
I don't have that kind of power to say whether raises can or cannot be given, right? That's going to come from the shareholder who's going to dictate that if there is some kind of larger edict that says, no, we're not giving out raises because of COVID. What I'm saying is we're going to take it into consideration when we go through it. We understand that people are hurting for sure during COVID.
And who is the shareholder or shareholders that you're referencing that would dictate raises?
That would dictate something like an edict that says you can't give pay increases because of COVID in 2021. I imagine that would come from the our executive management team, who Sean Elisagi is part of, and that direction has not been given.
Okay, so are you referencing, I'm trying to look at my corporate structure, are you basically referencing the ultimate shareholder, which I believe was Corix Regulated Utilities US Inc., or are you referencing the ultimate parent company, which was Corix Infrastructure Inc.?
I was referencing the executive management team, which is made up of the CEO of Corix Infrastructure, the CFO of Corix Infrastructure, Sean Elisagi, who's the executive vice president of risk management, I'm sorry, I forget his title, of Corix Infrastructure, and there's another CEO or COO that sits up there for regulated and non-reg. That's what I was referring to, those folks on the executive management team.
All right, I'm going to move on now. Did you read the Attorney General and the City of Clinton's expert witness, Lane Collins' direct testimony in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did Lane Collins recommend the Commission to reject Water Service Kentucky's request to continue using an operating margin methodology approach instead of a return on rate base approach or return on equity?
Sorry, I'm trying to pull it up to make sure I had my testimony up, but not his, so my apologies. Correct, I did read it, and frankly, I 100% disagree with it.
But you do agree that that's what Mr. Collins stated in his testimony?
Yeah, it's his recommendation, which I don't agree with.
Can you confirm that your rebuttal testimony that you filed on November 3rd, 2020 responded to Mr. Collins' direct testimony?
I don't follow the question. So if
I'm asking if your rebuttal testimony that you filed, that was, it was responding to Mr. Collins' direct testimony, correct?
Yes, correct. Yes, sorry, yes.
And did you say you have a copy of your rebuttal testimony in front of you?
Yes, I do, and I was opening his when you asked me the question about his. So, yes, I have mine.
All right, if you could take a look at your rebuttal testimony. And so is it accurate that you state there's basically two primary reasons that Water Service Kentucky should be able to continue using the operating margin to calculate rates? And it's number one, the commission endorsed this methodology since 2010. And number two, because it will save ratepayers $50,000 in rate case expense.
Yeah, I think the primary reason is, we have a long history with this commission of using the operating margin method. And, in 2010 rate case, the commission encouraged us to do that basically at your office's behest.
And specifically, Water Service Kentucky is requesting to use an 88% operating margin approach. Is that correct?
Correct. That's consistent with the past practices with the commission.
And has Water Service Kentucky ever performed any studies or analyses to support the use of the 88% operating margin methodology?
We relied on the commission's order from 2008 and past rate cases as well that said the 88% operating ratio was appropriate.
But Water Service Kentucky doesn't have any independent study or analysis that would say that it's appropriate, correct?
Well, I would say that somewhere along the line, the commission must have done some study to have the 88%, and we're relying on that.
And I believe this was discussed earlier with a prior witness. Can you confirm, does any affiliated company with Water Service Kentucky have an operating margin approach, or are all of the other affiliates using the return on equity approach?
Yeah, I think you were asking Mr. Katormson that question about the two main ways to set rates, right? It's rate-based rate of return and the operating ratio. So our regulated businesses are in 18 states at this moment, including Alaska, and all of them calculate revenue based on rate-based rate of return. Kentucky's the only one. And, back in the 2010 rate case, we did hire an expert, one of the renowned experts. He's a certified rate of return analyst, to come up with the ROE. And that's when your office suggested that we shouldn't do that. And then once your office said that, the commission took that into consideration and said, going forward, the company was encouraged to use the operating margin or operating ratio methodology. And that's what we did.
Just for the record, I believe the conversation you were referencing was between the vice chairman and the witness, Gudumson. Don't know why I have a problem with that. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it might have been. I'm sorry if I forgot who asked those questions. Yeah, but it was definitely
No,
Rob.
that's fine. I didn't have those conversations with him. I believe it was Vice Chairman Chandler. So, let's see. In your rebuttal testimony, you state that the commission should accept Water Service Kentucky's use of the 88% operating margin methodology because the commission previously determined that the methodology was reasonable. That's on page 4 of your rebuttal. So
Just about to ask you what page you're on. Sorry.
just let me know when you get there.
Yep, I'm there.
So does the statement, I'm trying to understand exactly what you mean through the statement. So are you stating that commission must allow Water Service Kentucky to use an 88% operating margin methodology, even if it's unreasonable to do so in the pending case?
So I'm on page 4. Which line were you referring to? Then I'll get to your question. Sorry. I don't see 88% on page 4 of rebuttal.
Let me pull it up. If you don't have the line noted.
Sorry, there's conversation about the operating ratio. I just don't see the sentence about 88%. Maybe I'm missing it.
Okay, it starts at line 18, and it states the commission should accept the use of an operating margin methodology for calculating rates in this case because the commission has previously determined that such a methodology is reasonable, and Water Service Kentucky relied on the commission's past practice. I'm obviously paraphrasing and summarizing, but you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so are you, through this statement, are you saying that you don't think that the commission has the ability to change and require Water Service Kentucky to use a return on equity approach instead of the operating margin methodology?
Well, first I'll say that this entire record is void of any market data or data that would support an ROE. That would be my first answer. But my testimony says the commission should accept the use of the operating margin methodology. And my thought there, when I put that sentence together, is that the commission has a history of allowing the operating ratio. And then in the case where we switched from rate-based rate of return, the operating ratio, the commission recognized that and said going forward, do a rate-based rate of return. That I think would make sense and would be consistent with the commission's past practice, because there's really nothing in this record to support an ROE. There's no market data here to say that an ROE should be X or it should be Y.
So just going off of what you just said, if the commission did want to continue utilizing the 88% operating margin methodology, do you believe it could adopt an operating ratio that's greater than 88% as Mr. Collin proposes?
Well, I would say that this commission and all commissions have a lot of leeway that they can set operating ratios and ROEs so whatever they think is appropriate. I think the history in front of the Kentucky Public Service Commission is that 88% has been the appropriate operating margin or ratio. In every case that we've done and even recent cases I talk about in my testimony.
And is it correct that in your rebuttal testimony, you assert that in Water Service Kentucky's 2008 rate case number 2018-563, that the Attorney General was opposed to Water Service Kentucky's use of a return on equity?
Correct.
Your rebuttal testimony, pages 2 and 3, if you need to refer to it.
Yes,
is it accurate that in your rebuttal testimony, you state that the Attorney General specifically argued in the 2008 rate case that Water Service Kentucky should have utilized the operating ratio methodology? And I believe you've already been discussing this throughout. So is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. That I was saying that your office, the Attorney General, wanted us to go to the operating ratio methodology, and the commission adopted that in their order in 2008 case.
And in the 2008 rate case, the commission actually accepted Water Service Kentucky's proposal to use the return on equity approach, correct?
Correct. And they said going forward, encourage us to use the operating ratio, yes.
Please look at your rebuttal testimony, Exhibit 2.
All right.
And just let me know when you're there.
Hold on one second. Let me pull the exhibits up. Yes, I have Exhibit 2, which is the Attorney General's post-hearing brief, August 31st, 2009.
Yes. So can you confirm that, obviously this is attached as, this is the Attorney General's post-hearing brief from the 2008 rate case, and you attached it as Exhibit 2, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see on the first page of Exhibit 2 where it says respectfully submitted?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are not a Kentucky resident, correct, Mr. Libertosi?
You are correct.
Okay, and so can you read into the record the second 2 lines after respectfully submitted?
The second 2 lines. Jack Conway, Attorney General. And then it's David Spinard, missed his middle name, Assistant Attorney General.
Yes, I was just looking for the Attorney General, Jack Conway. So as a non-Kentucky resident, do you know who the current Attorney General is?
No, I do not know who the AG is in Kentucky.
The current Kentucky Attorney General is Daniel Cameron, so it is no longer Jack Conway. So I just wanted to make that clear for the record. And then would you also agree that this is a 2008 rate case, so approximately 12 years have passed since this case that you're referencing to in your rebuttal?
I would agree. This is the brief where your office argued that we should be not using rate-based rate of return and that we should go to operating margin.
And would you also agree that it was approximately 12 years ago that this brief was filed? So would you also agree that in general, the return on equities awarded over a decade ago was much higher than the return on equities that have been awarded for the past so many years.
Yeah, that I don't know. It depends on, I'd have to look back to see what the return on equities were in 2008 and 2009. I just don't recall those off the
Okay,
top of my head.
let's take a quick glance at your Exhibit 1 to the rebuttal testimony, and just let me know when you get there.
Sure. Can I close down Exhibit 2? Are you,
I believe I'm finished with Exhibit 2, yes.
all right, thank you. Yes, I have Exhibit 1 open. The order from case number 2008-563.
Yes, so you confirm that this is the final order from the commission in the case 2008-563 that you've been referring to. And if you could turn to page 21 and just let me know when you're there.
Yes, I'm on.
Do you see the section that states return on equity?
Yes, ma'am.
Please read the first sentence into the record.
When water service, I'm sorry, the first sentence in the return on equity section?
Yes, please.
Okay. When water services application was filed in January 2009, it recommended a return on equity, ROE, of 11.85% for a range of 11.6% to 12.10%.
And now can you please turn to page 24 of the commission's order?
24. Yes.
And please read the second to the last sentence in the first paragraph into the record.
Second to the last sentence. Having considered the analysis provided by Water Service, as well as the comments of the AG, the commission finds a reasonable return on equity range to be 10.1 to 11.1 with a midpoint of 10.6.
So, Mr. Lubertozzi, after reading this, do you recall that in Lane Collins' testimony, he referenced a recent commission order in a rate case for an electric company that granted a 9.25% return on equity? Do you recall that?
Yes.
So would you not agree that the 10.6% return on equity that was awarded by the commission to Water Service in the 2008 rate case is significantly higher than the 9.25% return on equity that the commission just awarded to an electric company this year?
I would agree that 10.6 is higher than the 9.25.
And do you recall in Mr. Collins' testimony, he stated that if Water Service Kentucky is allowed to continue to utilize the 88% operating ratio methodology, it would be equivalent to a return on equity of 14.1%, all else equal?
Yes, I recall that in his testimony.
And in your rebuttal testimony, you did not address Mr. Collins' actual calculation of the 14.1% return on equity. Is that correct?
Yeah, like I said, there's no evidence in this record or market data to support an ROE. There's no CAPM models. There's no discounted cash flows. So I didn't talk about his ROE. I thought it was, in my opinion, it's not completely relevant to this case because we're filing under operating ratio.
I'm not actually talking about his proposed ROE. I was talking about the calculation that he made that said essentially if Water Service Kentucky is allowed to continue using this 88% operating ratio methodology, then after this pending case, it would equate to a 14.1% return on equity. And what I'm asking you is that's just a simple mathematical calculation, correct?
Correct. I would assume he's taken net income over the denominator being rate base times equity thickness.
And you didn't find any errors with his mathematical calculation, correct?
No, I did not.
And would you agree that a 14.1% return on equity is significantly higher than that 9.25% return on equity that the commission awarded to an electric utility this year?
I'm not sure I would agree the way you stated your question. It is higher, might not be significantly higher for a company like Water Service Corp of Kentucky, who's smaller and frankly has had poor returns for the last 10 years, right? An investor might require a 14% ROE if they were to invest in Water Service Corp of Kentucky.
But would you not agree that 14.1% from what we've reviewed and what's in the record seems pretty out of line from recent commission decisions?
I would agree that the 14% is higher than the commission's most recent decision of the 9.25.
So I just want to summarize some of the issues we've been discussing. Number one, there's a different attorney general that's in the pending rate case than was in the 2008 rate case. Approximately 12 years has passed since the 2008 rate case, and return on equities have significantly lowered since the 2008 rate case. So just circling back to your rebuttal testimony in which you contend that the attorney general was making a recommendation in the pending case that's contrary to the recommendation in the 2008 rate case. After walking through all of these issues, taking everything into consideration, do you not agree that the attorney general had every right to change its position in this case?
I think, the witness is their right to put what they think is appropriate in testimony. I don't agree with it.
And Mr. Lubertosi, in your rebuttal testimony, you state that a benefit of using an operating margin approach is that Water Service Kentucky will save ratepayers approximately $50,000 in rate case expense by not hiring a return on equity expert. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And how did you arrive at that $50,000 estimate?
We engage certified rate of return analysts in the 7 states that we use. File rate cases, I think Mr. Katornson talked about that previously. So we have some experience of engaging those consultants or those experts, and we know how much it costs for them to put together their hundreds of pages of testimony, including CAPM and discounted cash flow models.
And so in the other states where you do have to hire the return on equity experts, do you ever hire someone for less than $50,000? It seems a bit steep for a smaller company.
I don't know if the experts would agree with you that it seems steep. They'll give us a flat rate to prepare direct testimony and to give us a recommendation on the ROE. Once you get past that, they charge you typically an hourly rate for discovery responses and to attend a hearing like this where they would charge us an hourly rate to do that.
Do you recall Mr. Collins' testimony where he states that if the commission adopts his recommendation and sets Water Service Kentucky's return on equity at 9.25% or less, then it would lower Water Service Kentucky's requested rate increase by approximately $200,000, give or take?
I do recall his testimony, yes.
Specifically with $205,652, just for the record. So would you not agree that even with the expense of a return on equity expert, Water Service Kentucky's customers would still receive a large financial benefit if the company used a return on equity approach instead of continuing the operating ratio approach?
You lost me there mid-sentence, sorry.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
So I'm asking, if you're saying that the rate case expense for an expert witness for return on equity would be $50,000, and according to Mr. Collins' testimony, if the commission required Water Service Kentucky to use a return on equity at 9.25% or less, which is the most recent decision to an electric utility, then that would save at least $205,652. Do you follow?
Yeah, if you're asking me the difference between the 50,000 and the amount he suggested is a simple mathematical exercise. I will say that there's still a gross up that have to take place for that $50,000 that's not included in your number. But yeah, there's a delta between there. And
my question was that wouldn't you agree that with these numbers that are in the record, that even if Water Service Kentucky hired a return on equity expert and paid $50,000, having that lower ROE, they would be saving over $200,000. So the customers will still receive a large financial benefit. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I mean, the revenue requirement will be calculated one way or the other, right? It depends on whether there's an expert hired or not, right? I'm not sure I'm following what you're trying to get me to agree to. I'm not trying to be problematic here, but there would be a reduction in revenue if we're using the 9.25 ROE compared to what we filed for. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. And in your rebuttal testimony, you assert that if the commission finds it more reasonable to use a return on equity approach, then you would recommend that the commission approve rates in this case based on the 88% operating margin, and then encourage water service to utilize the return on equity approach in the future rate cases. And that's your rebuttal, page 9, if you need to reference it. But does that sound correct?
Yep, that sounds familiar, correct. That was my position there, was it was consistent with what the commission had done in the 2008 rate case.
So if the commission does as you request and approves the continuation of the operating margin approach, do you believe that Water Service Kentucky having an equivalent to of a 14.1% return on equity would actually be leading to fair, just, and reasonable rates for the customers?
Yes, I believe so. The commission has stated in the past X number of orders, regardless of what the ROE would kick out, whether it's above or below some recent orders of ROEs, that's what the revenue would be. I mean, I don't know historically if, we've done an operating margin, did it produce an ROE that was below recent returns or authorized returns from this commission? So that was my recommendation. We should continue. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I apologize.
I was saying, so that was my point in the testimony, that it's more transparent for the company, that if we have a rule that's been encouraged, we should follow that through until we're ordered to do something different from the commission.
Speaking of transparency, that's a great segue into my next line of questioning. Do you recall that in Mr. Collins' direct testimony, he referenced a Public Service Commission of South Carolina decision granting a water company a 7.46% return on equity recently? It was a recent decision.
Yes, ma'am, I remember that.
And do you recall the name of the water company that received the 7.46% return on equity in South Carolina?
Well, like I said in my rebuttal testimony, that case is currently on appeal. The name of the company is Blue Granite Water Company.
And I spoke with Mr. Ellis-Sigley earlier, and he confirmed that he actually filed testimony in that case. Did you hear my discussion with him?
Yes, I did. I was aware that he had filed testimony in that case.
You were aware that
Yes,
he
ma'am.
filed testimony? So I guess my question is, why in your rebuttal testimony, were you not more transparent? Why didn't you state that, that Blue Granite Water Company was an affiliate of Water Service Kentucky, or that, if you all had more knowledge about, the 7.46% ROE, I actually should just point you to your rebuttal testimony, page 7, and I want you to read what all you said about the PSC South Carolina decision. Just let me know when you get there.
I'm on page 7.
All right.
Question 20?
Question 20. And so can you read your, the question and your answer into the record, please?
In his testimony, Mr. Collin mentions an ROE granted by the Public Service Commission of South Carolina. Do you believe that has relevance in this case? And my response is no, for a couple of reasons. First, this case is under appeal, so the reference order is not final. The appellate process could result in reversal and affirmation of the case being remanded.
So, Mr. Lubertozzi, why did you not state here, for transparency's sake, and I would find it relevant. You said the case had no relevance. That case was an affiliate to Water Service Kentucky.
Yeah, 100% it's an affiliate. I would assume that you knew that. I would assume your consultant knew that. We provided the org chart that listed Blue Granite, and I'm assuming you knew that, and I'm assuming Mr. Collin knew it. That's why you put it in the testimony. I wasn't trying to not be transparent, right? There's evidence in the record that Blue Granite is part of the parent company and the sister company of Water Service Corp. So I'm not trying to not be transparent. I know that I would assume that you knew that going in, because we have provided that information in data requests.
You had provided information stating that Blue Granite Water Company was an affiliate in discovery request? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you look at SME1, which Ms. Potter has held up multiple times today, you can look on there and see Blue Granite Water Company right there.
That was not in response to a discovery request. That was
sorry.
part of testimony?
Yeah, I know it was part of testimony, but I thought it also was attached to a discovery request as well, but I may have been mistaken.
Not to the Attorney General's office, but I can't speak for the commission staff. Yes, this chart was in the testimony, buried in thousands and thousands of pages, but yeah, so the other question I have is when you said that it's not relevant because it was appealed, that it had since been appealed.
Ms. Gold.
Why?
Ms. Gold.
Yes.
Look, you conducted a very good and thorough cross-examination, but I think you ought to move on to something else at this point. We understand the situation. We've read the testimony, and I'd appreciate if you'd move on to a different area of cross if you have one.
I just had one last question, Chairman, if I may.
Well, I don't think it's relevant, but go ahead if you must ask it. Not if it's about whether he was transparent or whether it's relevant about South Carolina's ROE. But go ahead, and go ahead and finish.
My only question was, you said it wasn't relevant because it was appealed. So why would the fact that it was appealed make it not relevant is my only question.
Sorry, can you still hear me? Sorry, Mike. Okay. Well, it's under appeal. It's not a final order. And when the commission adopted that ROE in South Carolina, that was nowhere in the record. So you had multiple experts in that case that testified the range of ROE. And I don't know them off the top of my head, but for example, someone testified that it should be between 9 and 11. Someone else came in and said it should be between, call it 8.5 and 10. They went below evidence that was even in the record, right? So just like I said, there's no evidence or market data in this case to support an ROE. The same was true in that case, right? So two experts gave testimony that said, here's the range of ROEs, and the ones I just gave were just made up. I don't know those off the top of my head. But I do know that the ROE that was authorized was not supported by any witness in that case. So that's why I thought it's not relevant, because it's under appeal.
Thank you. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Ms. Koenig?
I think Ms. Potter.
Can I ask, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, I'm sorry. I
That's all
apologize,
right.
Ms. Potter. I overlooked you.
It is late in the day, I understand. I have to move my little cursor so I can see everybody. Mr. Libertosi, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm still here.
Okay. My famous chart does not have a company that figures prominently in my life, in Clinton's life. And that's Utilities, Inc. Where on the chart is Utilities, Inc.?
So I think Mr. Elisegi testified to this earlier today, that there'd been a name change from from Utilities, Inc. to Corex Regulated Utilities US, which is on that chart that has been shown multiple times today. And, you know, we did file testimony talking about Utilities, Inc. a lot, and I will tell you that we do have a little brand confusion going on, so to speak, because we still have Utilities, Inc. on our trucks, we still have Utilities, Inc. on our logos and on our uniforms, and that was on purpose. We were going to start changing those out, but one, we didn't want to be spending money to just repaint a tank or buy new uniforms when we didn't need to, right? That doesn't make a lot of sense to be able to do that. And then COVID came in 2020, so we don't want to be out kind of rebranding a company standpoint, spending those kind of dollars if we didn't have to. So I understand the confusion. There's, like I said, there's even some internal confusion. Some folks are like, we're still Utilities, Inc., but when you walk into our offices, there is the Corex company and logo, and then you walk into more local offices, it's still branded by maybe Water Service Corp or Utilities, Inc. So there's some confusion there, and we got to do a better job as a company to make that clear to everybody. And I went to the staff policy forum earlier this year, and we canceled the commissioner policy forum. And part of my presentation there, that was in March 14th, probably the day before we shut down for COVID. That was part of my presentation at the staff policy forum, is that we got to do a better job of getting out there to making all the parties aware that this brand confusion and this issue is out there.
Sir, you said in your direct testimony on page 1 that you have been employed by Utilities Inc. since 2001. So that employment is over?
No, I've been employed by the same company since 2001, just Utilities Inc. That sentence should read, formerly known as Utilities Inc.
So you're amending your testimony to say it's no longer, you're no longer, are they still a company?
There was I'm not a lawyer, so I can't claim to answer that question probably, but there was just a name change that happened from Utilities Inc. And became Corix Regulated Utilities US Inc.
Okay, I'm a lawyer, so I got that one. What I don't get is, I got my water bill today, the return address is Utilities Inc.
Yes, ma'am.
The website says if I want to complain, I go to uiwater.com. So
Correct.
And when I mail my bill back, it goes to Lewiston, Maine. You understand the customer confusion about who do I complain to and where, who's on first and who's on second, as the old routine says. Do you understand that it's still happening? That
I'm not sure I fully
Utilities Inc.
agree.
is-
I'm not sure I fully agree with you. So if I can, I'll maybe get a little more color around what we're doing as an organization. So Utilities Inc., the name changed, like I said. And then in every other state, we have started a process to rebrand and to come out with, so for example, Blue Granite Water used to be Carolina Water Service. And that company has been a name change, rebranded, started to, repaint the tanks, put different logos on the car. And their bill actually says Blue Granite Water on it right now. Another state where, North Carolina, where they changed that name as well. If we have the SME1, that's still Carolina, Carolina Water Service. So they have the name out there. They're branding it, and we've done the same in the West, right, where we've changed the name. So we're kind of stalled in some states to do that. We started with some states. We're not full through that, and then COVID hit, and we kind of pumped the brakes a little bit because there's cost involved to do that, right? And that was part of the reasoning. So yeah, there's definitely some brand confusion, and it's the same website that customers have always gone to. It's the same 1-800 number that's on the bill. That has not changed. So, and we're still getting calls. They still get their bill every day or every month, so they know where to call.
So your company, I want to cycle back to early this morning when the first witness called Corix, I believe he called it a medium-sized company, mid-sized. Do you agree that Corix is a mid-sized company?
Yeah, I would agree with Sean's comments, right? That was his testimony, that it's a mid-sized company in the threshold that he used, and I would agree with him.
Okay. And you also, I believe in some of your testimony, talked about this being a small company, that Water Services Corp is a small company. Is that correct?
Yes, in my rebuttal testimony, one of the reasons about using the operating margin is because Water Service Corp of Kentucky is a small company.
But as part of a family, doesn't that put you into the mid-sized category?
No, I don't think so. I mean, we have all the issues of a small company and some of the issues of a medium-sized company, right? And from an equity standpoint, capital has to compete, right? Not just to come to the company, but also within the intercompanies that we have, whether it's Blue Granite or Water Service Corp of Kentucky. And in other states, commissions do look at it and say, is it a size premium adjustment needed? And those states that look at through the rate-based rate of return, they're looking solely at least the ones that I've seen, at the specific state, that company in that state, not the broader organization.
Do you know what states have made that decision, have looked at that issue?
I'd have to go look through the 20-some states that we're in about the risk and premium and size adjustments. But again, one of the reasons why I don't know that, as we didn't hire an ROE expert in this case, right? We probably know in his direct case, I shouldn't say his, their direct testimony about whether they agreed, whether there should be a premium, a size adjustment.
I'm going to finish up with the same question I asked Mr. Vaughn. Is there planning going on for replacement of water mains that in your company right now?
I'll answer it this way, and I hope that I'm answering your question. So we're going through what's called the asset management framework, right? So we're looking at all of our assets and looking at the conditions of those assets, and then making a determination of the consequence of failure, right? And then what happens if they fail, the consequence of failure and the risk of failure. So if there's a high consequence of failure and a high risk of failure, we put them in this rubric, and then it's a kind of a red box, and you want to get those assets replaced as quickly as you can. So when we're talking about main replacements, refer to those as the horizontal assets. They're a little bit more difficult to inspect, right? We're not putting cameras down to the water mains. As far as I know, I don't think that really exists. So what Stephen was talking about is, when you dig up a main, you can assess the condition of the main, right? So we're also doing the asset management for the vertical assets. Those are easier to lay your eyes on, as you see in some of the testimony where, and Stephen talked about the condition of one of those tanks. So there is a program out there with our asset management framework to systematic and rationally replace our assets as they fall into those buckets, right? So specifically to your point, is there a program to replace the mains? I don't know the answer to that, but I know that our asset management framework includes all of our assets, including the mains in the ground, and trying to look at them not just from an age to make that assessment, but what is the condition of the asset?
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Ms. Koenig?
Thank you.
Yes, hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We are experiencing a little bit of technical difficulty, so our staff member that was sharing exhibits is not able to get in, and I joined the meeting to show you the exhibits, but it is also telling me that it's experiencing difficulties, so we will just try. All right, Mr. Lubitosi, I think that Ms. Goad and Ms. Potter touched on the questions that I was saving that you were tossed to as far as the customer service. You addressed those comments. And then I think that Mr. Dixon had said to follow up with you on, or it might have been Mr. Guttormson, to just ask about the leak adjustment policy and to clarify if there's more than 2 leaks, who pays for that replacement? Or can you clarify that, or perhaps if you need to follow up? I'm sorry, we can't hear you. Oh, now we can. We heard that part.
Can you hear me? That was me saying,
Yeah, I can hear that.
me now? Okay, good.
Okay.
It just stopped working. Yeah, I'm sorry, apologies about that. I was saying earlier, if you had the exhibit, you wanted me to pull it up, I could probably track it down if your technology is not working. But
Okay.
on the leak adjustment policy, I will say that ownership of that main, or the line that runs from the meter to the home, that's the responsibility of the customer. They own that.
Okay.
So I think the answer to your question is yes. And on the leak adjustment policy, if I can.
Sure.
We have customer service representatives that handle calls from, I think it's 18 different states now, and Alaska has its own customer call center. We have a service up there. We service the entire city of Fairbanks. They're large enough that they can have their own encapsulated customer call center. And we wanted to make it easier for the customer and for the customer service representative. If they get a call and they say, hey, we have a leak, they can just automatically give that customer a leak adjustment without having to, historically, they would have to say, maybe they would call myself, maybe they'd call our vice president, maybe they would call Stephen and say, hey, what do I do? It's X amount of gallons. Should I give them a credit? And there could be inconsistently applied leak adjustment policies. So we wanted to get to just one way to make it transparent to everybody, from the customer to the customer service representative, just to say, hey, this is the way we want to do it. we want to make sure that customers can have a leak adjustment policy. And frankly, we thought that Americans was approved and it seemed reasonable, and we wanted to ride on their coattails, just for there would be less issues that we thought that would come up in front of the commission. And that's really the basis for us getting to Americans and the basis for why we wanted the leak adjustment policy.
Okay, thank you. I would like to try to share an exhibit. Okay, it says I can't. So I did share all of my exhibits with the council earlier in the week, and you just finished discussing an order with Ms. Goad that I would like to go ahead and enter into the record. It's the final order in case number 2018-00358. I'd like to enter that as PSC Exhibit 3, if there's no objection.
Any objection, Mr. Osterloh? Couldn't hear you, but I assume there's not. I'll let it be filed and entered as Staff Exhibit 3.
Okay, thank you. And
Ms. Kennedy, do you want me to put that up on the screen?
that's just fine. Yes, you can go ahead and do that. I'll be referring to it a couple of different times, but I think that you've already established that you're familiar with this and you had some discussion with Ms. Goad. I'm referring to page 66 of the final order, specifically. Mr. Osterloh, if you have
Trying to
that.
get there. Is it 66?
Yes.
I got it pulled up here as well, so if I can,
Okay, and it just
Yeah.
references the
Oh, it just popped up.
9.7
okay.
ROE.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I kind of got out of order here, so let me just come back here. Yeah. Okay. So, you had discussed, and I'll just jump around so we don't cover things twice, but you discussed with Ms. Goad about, in your rebuttal testimony, you talked about an appropriate ROE is for a particular utility is specific to that utility and must be determined on a case-by-case basis. Do you, and you talked about the difference between the 9.7% ROE and the 14.1% ROE that Mr. Collin talked about in his testimony. Do you feel like the risk profile in water service is so significantly different that an ROE that's 440 basis points higher than the last base rate case for a water utility is warranted?
Like I said, there's really no evidence in this record or market data to support any ROE at the end of the day. So we're not asking for rates to be set on the ROE. We're asking to be set on the operating margin. At the end of the day, I don't know what an equity investor would want for the returns in a company the size of Water Service Corp of Kentucky that has had a return on equity at about 1.5% over the last, call it 10 years.
Okay.
It may require a higher return on equity than what we've seen in other states or even this commission. I don't know that.
Okay, I understand. And so part of your rebuttal testimony focused on there hadn't been sufficient opportunity to submit market data as well and to discuss that point. Am I paraphrasing correctly?
Correct.
Okay, and so that brings us to the operating ratio of 88%. And you testified that you used the 88% operating ratio because the commission accepted that and you relied on that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think I said, well, the commission, I think their quote was encouraged the company to use the ROE and then found that, or sorry, the operating ratio, then found that methodology reasonable in every rate case since.
Okay, but you're not aware of any policy or directive that it must be 88%?
I mean, there's case history in Kentucky talking about the 88%. But, you know, am I looking, is there a statute out there that says 88% is mandatory? I don't, not aware of that.
Okay, I understand. Okay, I I would like to enter some exhibits that are on market data. You did discuss with Ms. Goad about interest rates and what the trends were. And I would like to enter and I've shared this with your attorneys, I'm not sure if you can pull this up, Todd, but it's the Treasury bond yield chart, macro trends.
Sure.
And that is, I would like to mark that as Exhibit 4 for the PSC. And then, do you have the Federal Reserve press release?
I do.
Okay, and that is what I would like to enter that as Exhibit 5.
Mr. Osterloh, any objections?
With respect to Exhibit 4, the macro trends, I'm not sure that there's been foundation or there can be foundation laid for that, so I'll object to that at this point in time. With respect to the press release that is Exhibit 5, I believe that that's a public record that the commission can take judicial notice of, so I have no objection to number 5.
What is Exhibit 4 exactly?
I'm gonna pull that up now. It's allowing me to share my screen, so I just, okay.
Sorry, I just tried to get out of mine.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Okay. If I can here, let me see. Whoops.
It was one folder up.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah, it was in the hearing question exhibit.
I apologize.
Right below it. There it is.
Okay, that is just the chart, but then.
Is this Exhibit 4 or 5?
Exhibit 4,
Okay.
and I just want to give, it would only allow me to save it on its own.
No, I know that. I'm just trying to understand, where did it come from?
Right.
It may be a noted and reliable market data or something like Kelly's Blue Book that would be admissible.
And so I would like to show you.
It may not be, I don't know.
Okay, I am not able to pull up, I was able to print the address of where it came from, Macro Trends, and then I'd like to show the other council on here, the website from where.
Well, let's do this. We can, basically, you'll be able to use Exhibit 4 and file it for purposes of identification, but not into evidence. Mr. Osterloh has no objection to Exhibit 5, and it can be admitted into evidence.
Okay.
As Exhibit 5.
Okay, and it is just reference, and Mr. Lubertosi, just generally, would you agree that interest rates are trending down?
I would agree that the document on the screen shows that the 30-year Treasury has gone down. I'd also say that's not, in my mind, relevant to say an equity investor would take a less than expected return on equity because the 30-year Treasury has gone down. I actually can make the argument that goes the other way.
Okay, fair enough. I'm pulling up the Federal Reserve press release that discusses, if you'll read the date on there, it's November 5th, 2020, and if you haven't gotten to review it yet, I believe paragraph 4 talks about that it is, that they, in the face of the election, which at the time had not been decided yet, but that they took into account several different things that they list, but that it was they committed to keeping it low, I'm trying to find the exact language there, but decisions. Overall financial conditions remain accommodative, and in order to support the economy and the flow of credit, it explains that the Federal Reserve had decided to With inflation running persistently below this longer run goal, the committee will aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time, so that inflation averages 2% over time and longer term inflation expectations remain well anchored at 2%. Do you see the same thing?
No, I'm looking at my screen. I don't know if Todd's got the right section. I could pull that one up as well. Maybe I just missed it.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I see the
me.
date on it. The date is there, and the memo states what it states.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so I'm asking you about the risk involved, and I'd just like to enter those two exhibits into the record so that I can ask you about just about the risk and the difference between a water utility and the risks that an electric utility would have. Do you have any opinion on that as far as the last order that we just entered and you discussed with Ms. Goode about the 9.7% ROE and the different risks that are involved?
Sorry, I closed the 9.7. That was the electric company?
Yes,
Water.
that was the order you were using for reference as far as,
Or was it Kentucky American Water?
yeah, whoa, hang on, sorry about that.
I shut that one down. I don't
Okay,
recall.
that's okay, hang on here. Okay, let's, okay, 88%. Might have gotten off track here. Let me go ahead and move on then, and exhibits 4 and 5 were used to show the trends over time, and the market trends that you referred to in your rebuttal testimony. Okay, and then would you agree, you said that you didn't agree that the general direction of interest rates were reflected in that chart, is that correct?
No, I said I think it, obviously the chart is going down, right? The slope of the line is going down, but my point is that's not indicative that the expected returns for an equity investor are also declining.
Okay, that's fair enough. Okay, and then, so I'd like to refer to some direct testimony that you had also in a South Carolina case that I gave you before, but basically, you discussed the operating ratio and calculating the revenue requirement, correct? Do you have that case in front of you, or would you like me to pull that up?
I can pull it up real quick. That's
Okay.
from
It's for the record, it's
20 years ago, I think.
right, 2002, but it's discussing fundamental process of determining the operating ratio, calculating it.
Yes.
Okay, and page 7 of that opinion, could you read lines 8 through 11?
8 through 11. The operating ratio approach is defined as a process in which a utility's revenue requirement is determined by dividing operating expenses by a target operating ratio that the regulatory body deems necessary to remit the utility to generate revenues adequate to cover operating expenses, depreciating taxes, and capital costs.
Thank you. Okay. And you also, in this case, supplied additional literature to support this, correct? And I'm talking about in the appendix, the article Accounting for Public Utilities, page 3. It is 14 of 28 in the PDF, if that helps. And at the bottom, it states,
Go there.
oh, okay. Just
He
tell me
had it
when
up
you're
on the
there.
screen and now it's gone, so let me,
Sorry, I wasn't sharing my screen.
sorry, Todd. Sorry to blame it on you, Todd.
Well, we're all sharing today, so everybody's getting in on it. So thank you for your help.
Let me, so where is that at in the PDF file? I just. pulled
Page
it up.
14 of 28 for the
Okay.
PDF.
I have it up now.
There you go, yeah. Under the operating ratio approach, revenue requirements are determined by dividing operating expenses by a target operating ratio deemed necessary is the qualifier there, correct? There's no 88% or what the target operating ratio should be. It's just stated that it's deemed necessary. Is that correct?
Yeah, the Honda Naylor, that's correct, what it says in their book about the operating ratio, correct?
Okay, I would like to ask that the South Carolina docket number 2000-210 W/S be admitted as Exhibit 6, please.
Mr. Osterloh?
No objection.
And sustained.
Okay.
It's Exhibit 6, and the Treasury report was Exhibit 5. Now, Exhibit 4 is for purposes of basically asking questions of the witness, but that's not an exhibit that has been filed into evidence. But that's all right. I mean, you accomplished your purpose, but it's not going to be filed into evidence.
Okay, that's fine.
There was an objection, and you're unable to provide the source or the basis for it, or whether it was a market source or from a publication that's generally held reliable in the field that publishes such information.
Okay. Okay. And so just for the record, I'm going to try to share my screen. Okay, just for the record, I do have the website pulled up where where the chart came from, and I just like to show the address at the top is included on the exhibit to enter into the record, and I'm going to scroll down to where the chart is. The reason that it wouldn't print anything but that picture was because it's animated. So as you can see, when I scroll over the chart, that's what's happening. But there's the address and there's the source. So Mr. Osterloh, I don't know if you want to speak to whether that.
Well, I don't think it matters. I mean, I made the ruling.
Okay.
And I don't intend to change it unless there's some evidence or there's something something more than there is. But I mean, you've asked the witness the question, and I think he's generally agreed interest rates are going down, the trend is going down, and if not, I think the commission can take judicial notice of that fact.
Okay. All right. And so then I'd like to draw your attention to, let's see, the last study that I provided your attorney with is what I would like to propose for exhibit, I guess, 7 is what we're on. And I'm going to go ahead and pull that up. And it is entitled The Cost Allocation and Rate Design for Water Utilities, issued by the National Regulatory Research Institution.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull that up now. I thought you were going to share your screen, but
I am. It's just going to take a minute here.
Oh, okay.
Hey, there we go. Can you see that?
Yep, the article by Jan Beecher, yes. Or
Great.
I shouldn't say it's an article, but yeah.
Okay, and are you familiar, obviously, with this report then?
Yeah, from the NRRI, and yes, I know Jan.
Great. I'd like to draw your attention to, it's PDF 59, and it's page 43 of the report. It's really, let me see if I can scroll through here. There we go. Maybe. Let's see if I can, no, it didn't do it. $59. And
Excuse me.
lost the ability to scroll, but I'm gonna try to get there as fast as I can here. Okay. Okay, page 59. See at the bottom, it's page 43 of the report. It's right above the footnote there. It states, thus, the purpose of the operating ratio method is not to provide an adequate return on capital investment, but rather to provide an adequate margin of revenues over expenses. And then on page 44, do you mind to read the next paragraph that's highlighted into the record, please?
You wanted me to read that in?
Sure, thanks.
Okay, we're on page 44, the highlighted paragraph says, using the operating ratio technique for rate-based regulation does not eliminate the need for commission regulation. Regulators must set eligibility requirements for the use of the method, determine appropriate operating ratios, and closely monitor the operating data for the utilities to which the method is applied. This method also may provide an incentive to inflate expenses more so than rate of return regulation where expenses are passed through. Finally, as they mature, the investment portfolio of some water system will change enough so that the operating ratio method may be an inappropriate tool for determining revenue requirements.
Thank you. Okay, it doesn't mention what the target operating ratio should be, does it? It just states that it's supposed to be appropriate, correct?
Yeah, I'd have to reread it to see if it said word appropriate. I think I said that, the commission has latitude, whether it's setting ROE or setting an operating ratio to do that. And our point is that, we've relied on the direction that the commission gave us and passed orders to use the 88%, right? And, and we have to rely on the commission to set that ratio, but the company relied upon the commission's precedent to do that. And, we'll know like I said, our ROE over the last 10 years has been hovering less than 2%, right? So, like the return on equity, if there is going to be one, it may be higher than the numbers that we're talking about. I understand you talk about operating margin right now, but.
Okay. I understand. I think I understand what you're saying. Okay. So, but what you just read, and I know you said that you've kind of got to read it again to really let it sink in, but, oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, so what you can see right now is a table of ROE compensation over the past 10 years, and you were talking about that you feel like over the past 10 years. Can you repeat what you said about?
I was talking specifically about Water Service Corp's Kentucky's ROE, right? That has, for the past 10 years, has earned ROE has been, less than 2%.
Okay. Let's see. Do you agree that since 2010, you see that the expenses have increased? It's like, let me make sure that you can see that whole thing.
Yeah, we'd have to scroll down a little bit. But yeah, expenses are definitely increasing. And, if we think about Mr. Elisegi's testimony, right, there's a new allocations that have not previously been considered by this commission.
Right. I understand. Okay. I think I'm about finished, but I'm not sure that we fully finished, and I didn't know if you wanted to add anything to your explanation of what you stated in your rebuttal testimony. It's page 8, line 1, if you want to reference it. But you stated that a water utility in Kentucky has a higher risk than an electric utility. And I think we started to talk about that, but may have gotten pulled off because of the technology issues. But can you explain that a little bit further, or do you feel like that's already?
No, so it starts on the bottom of page 7 and then goes on to page 8. About a water utility, you may have a higher risk. Well, first I'd say that the historical earnings of this company are, below 2%. So there could be a need for an investor who the expected returns are going to be higher than maybe Kentucky Americans or someone else's. Also, a water company is the only utility where the product is ingested by the customer. So in my opinion, the water companies can have higher risk than the electric companies.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. I would like to ask that the chart prepared by staff on the ROE in the last rate cases and showing that the expenses have increased 67%, be entered as our last exhibit, Exhibit 8, please.
Any objection, Mr. Oswald?
No objection. No objection.
May it be sustained.
Okay,
May
and
it be entered as Exhibit 8.
great. Thank you, Mr. Lubertosi. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Vice Chairman Chandler?
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Good evening. I have a couple questions. I'll follow up. So, taking a big step back, would you agree that the operating ratio is a function of expenses, of operating expense?
Absolutely. It's a mathematical equation that takes, prudent expenses and divides it by, 88%, yes.
Okay. And rate of return, or ROE, is a function of invested capital.
Correct. The rate-based rate of return takes invested capital times your equity thickness times what the commission would dictate what the appropriate authorized ROE would be, yes.
Okay, and even more than just invested capital, I think the one thing you forgot is it's net investment rate base, right? It's invested capital,
Absolutely.
Accumulated depreciation as a percentage of overall capital, and then you get an ROE return as a proportion of capital to get an overall rate of return, right?
Yeah, correct. I was just talking about capital. That's really the main driver, right? There's other things. There's accumulated deferred income taxes. There's customer deposits and AD and CIC, yes. But it's basically trying to equate to what the investment is that the
Right.
utilities put into the system. Yes, I would agree.
Cash working capital. I understand it's a little more than just net investment rate base and accumulated depreciation, but that's the large chunk of it, right?
Correct.
So, if I can, just for a minute, refer to the application in this case and in the company's previous case. Let me see if I can find it here. So in this case, I'll share my page if I can.
Appreciate that.
Let me know when you can see my screen.
Yes, sir. I can see the. I got to
Okay.
get right next to my camera to be able to see this, but I
If you
can.
go to the top of your screen, there's every one webcam, and beside that is Zoom. You can choose to zoom 100%.
Anyway, I'll figure some way out to do that. But I can read it. I don't see the Zoom, but
Okay.
oh, there it is.
So-
I got it.
I'll zoom in too.
I got it.
So-
I got it now.
The total rate base per books at the end of March of this year was, and I've written this down all to make sure that I'm referring to the right words. So Schedule C there, let's go to Schedule B right before it. No, Schedule A, excuse me. Do you see net utility plant on line 13 of 6.995 million?
Yes, sir. I'll write that down, right? 6.995, and I believe you're still in our current application, right? I don't see that.
Sorry, excuse me, that's Schedule A,
20, okay.
This year's exhibit REG1.
I got it.
And that's just a function, I just want to make sure I'm clear. That's a function of water plant and service less accumulated depreciation, right?
That's it for that number for the 6.995, correct?
Okay. And let me stop sharing here so I know that I get the right document. And let me know when you can see my screen again.
Yes, sir, I see that one.
Okay. Just give me a second so I can actually see it. Now, do you see that this is from case number 2018-00208, the most recent rate case, Schedule A as an attachment, it's work paper, Schedule A from the application Exhibit 4 here. And you can even see at the top of the screen the URL for the Public Service Commission's website.
Yep.
Do you see that the net utility plant, the water plant and service net of accumulated depreciation is $7,020,687?
Yes, sir, that's the
And
net
that's for-
utility plant. Oh, yeah,
And that's
it's
for
12/31/17.
2017, yeah. So, look, just remember that in a year, we'll call it 15 months, right? All of 18, and the first 3 months of 19, oh, no, I'm sorry, that's all of 18, it's 27 months, right? All of 18, all of 19, the first 3 months of 2020 is the difference between this Schedule A and the one we just saw, correct?
That is correct, right? Yeah, you had sorry, I was trying to write it down so you didn't have to flip back and forth, but I think you were going from the March 31, 2020 to the 12/31/17.
Is a difference of about $25,000 of net investment rate base, or net utility plan.
Yeah, that's what the numbers show, correct? Yeah, that the net has decreased, right? But that doesn't take into account that the gross plant has increased, right? That our investment that we've made out of pocket to invest in infrastructure has actually increased. The cash flow that we've spent on capital has actually increased.
Right, so we'll get to that in a second. Right,
Okay.
so your net investment, your net utility plan has actually gone down. So we'll go to the next schedule, which is Schedule B, which is the combined, I guess the income statement.
Yes, that's our combined income statement.
And we talked about earlier that operating ratio or operating margin, or average operating ratio is a function of operating expenses, correct?
It's a function of operating expenses divided by the 88%.
Right, a ratio. So the thing within the company's control, the operating expenses, at the end of 2017 was $2.114 million. Do you see that on line number 46?
I see that for the total operating expenses, yes.
And that's the per books. That is what you all had in operating expenses per the books 2017.
That is correct.
For Schedule A in this case, right, the actual expenses for the year ending for March 31, 2020, right, the 12 months ending, I assume, March 31, 2020, the total operating expenses was $2.76 million. Do you see that? Line 46?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
And then with the pro forma adjustments, $3.335 million.
That is correct.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. Your actual expenses at the end of 2017, your operating expenses was $2.11 million. You're proposing to have a rate year, I guess, to use Mr. Tormson's, we've just butchered his name, I apologize. I think that's how you pronounce it, but Tormson's, the rate year that he was referring to earlier of operating expenses of $3.354 million. Is that right?
That is correct. I'm struggling to read the number, but yeah, it looks like 3354 is
For
correct with the requested expense level.
Okay, so that's an increase of, let's say, more than 1.2 million. And 1.2 million over 2.1 million is more than 50% increase, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so net utility plant has gone down since the last rate case. From the beginning of the test year in the last rate case to the end of the pro forma adjustments in this case, the proposal is to increase operating expenses. Let me ask this question. Would you disagree with the document that you read from earlier that a firm, and this is not utility specific, this is not Water Service Corporation of Kentucky specific, this is just business, that a firm that earns its return on the basis of operating expenses is by design financially incentivized to increase operating expenses to maximize shareholder or firm value.
If you're asking if that's something we are doing, the answer is absolutely not.
That's why I'm just talking pure economics. Would you agree that by design, to maximize shareholder or firm value, that is what an operating ratio inherently does by making return a function of operating expenses?
I don't agree with the premise, right? If you read about the operating margin, it isn't talking about increasing shareholder profits. That's not the design of the operating margin at the end of the day. So no, I don't agree with the premise to begin with.
Okay, well, so let me ask you this: what's the basis of rate of return? Is it to incentivize a utility to invest in plant for the benefit of the public service?
No, I don't agree with that at all. It's to allow the utility to be able to earn a return on their invested capital.
But why? Why does the state care? Why does the government care? Why would it create monopoly pricing in such a way?
You want to encourage investment in utility infrastructure.
Right. You're encouraged, you're incentivized as a utility, if you earn a return on investment, to invest.
Okay, I'm not sure if that was a question or a statement.
It is a question. It is a question. You would agree that that's the premise of rate of return regulation, is the incentive. You're supposed to be the regulation incentivizes the utility to invest by providing them a return on investment or setting rates at that level, right?
Yeah, you have to be able to attract capital. You need to somehow incentivize, I guess if you want to use that word, equity investors to put their cash forward so they can have a place to earn a return on and of that capital. That's the rate of return.
If giving people a return on the basis of investment or rate base or net utility plan, right, is inherently economically incentivizing them to increase that factor, then why is an operating ratio that uses operating expenses in calculating return not inherently economically attempting to incent a utility to increase operating expenses?
Because that's not what the operating margin is designed to do, right? It's designed, when even the documents we read earlier, it's talking about designing to cover capital cost as well.
Okay, but didn't it specifically say that the downside to it was that it leads to the possibility of inflating operating expenses?
Yeah, that was part of the document that staff had me read, yes.
Right, and I'm just trying to ask you, it provides the same incentive for a firm, I'm not talking about Water Service Corporation of Kentucky, a firm to increase operating expenses the same way that rate of return regulation incentivizes a firm to increase investment as a way to maximize firm value.
Yeah, not sure I fully agree with the incentivize on the operating margin, right? Because there's a lag there as well, right? So if you're going to increase expenses as a shareholder, you're going to eat those expenses over some period of time and hope that you get that return. I think that'd be a foolish investment to try to do it that way. And Commissioner, I'm not trying to be arguing, but we'd prefer to be rate-based rate of return. And we've talked about that. We've had meetings with the commissioners and the staff and talked about going to rate-based rate of return at some of our annual meetings. And my point is, if we're going to do that, we need to do that going forward. It's at least my recommendation, because it's been pretty clear that the historical operating ratio is what we should do. And if we're going to move the goalpost, so to speak, for this company, we have to have some notice to be able to know that that's changing.
Yeah, I'm not advocating for anything specific. I'm trying to ask all this as a basis so there's no objection to the questioning. Is the fact that Water Service Corporation of Kentucky earns its return or calculates its rates, let's say it that way, calculates its rates on the basis of the operating ratio, a driver at all of the significant 50+%, let's just say, forget the word significant, 50+% increase in operating expenses between the end of the year 2017 books and the current pro forma adjustments in this case?
No, it's not. I mean, there's a new level of expenses that Mr. Losegi was talking about, right? And that's driving a significant portion of that, right? So no, I don't agree with that.
And I guess the other thing I'm trying to get to as a commissioner is the net utility plant is not increasing, right? And I agree with you that that's a function of two values, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a function of gross plant and a function of accumulated depreciation, right? Now,
Correct.
would you agree that accumulated depreciation, to some extent, the recovery of that allows the company an opportunity for capital to reinvest in its own system?
No, I would disagree with that. If you look at Dr. Phillips' books
Go ahead.
about depreciation, that's a return of an investor's capital. Not like in the public sector where you take that funds and you park it aside and use it for future investment. The Dr. Phillips' book is 100% clear on that. That's a return of equity or return on investment for the shareholder.
Right, but so you're saying that it is unusable as a form of cheap capital to reinvest in the system?
No, I'm not saying that, right? We do fund through, internal cash flow generated to, fund operations, that's for sure. But the return of the investor's capital, right, is the return of their money. Just like if anyone goes and gets a certificate deposit, right? When at the end of the year, you're going to want your return on and your return of your money, right? So the shareholder's doing the same thing.
Okay, so what we were talking about earlier, the end of March 31, 2020, the plant in service was 13.3 million, and let's see, it was 12.7 at the end of 2017. So that's an increase of gross plant in 27 months of $600,000, which is approximately, we'll just say is approximately 5%. Over 27 months, right? 600,000 over a 12-point-something million dollar investment.
Yeah, that seems about right. I think we're averaging about maybe $250,000 a year of new capital going into the system is my thought. I'd have to go back and check numbers, but I trust your math.
Okay, well, and I'm happy to bring it back up, but that's, okay. So you've also proposed in this case a QIP, right? A QIP.
Yes, sir.
Right. And that, are you saying doesn't have anything to do with the return, the rate of return that you earn? Or is it an attempt to, absent the opportunity to earn a return on investment, a way of actually incentivizing the utilities to invest in the system?
I think I've followed it, so maybe I'll give it a shot on the QIP, right? So if we think about the QIP and the way that we proposed it, which is the operating ratio methodology, right? Where you take your depreciation expense divided by the 88%, you get some number, right? That return that we'd be getting on that would be less than 1%. We can do that math, right? But even over 50 years on a $100,000 asset, what are you going to get? $2,000. Then you're going to get 88% of that, and only a portion of that's going to go to the return. So the QIP is really not from the operating margin incentivizing us to replace capital. It's actually getting a return of the investor's capital for the replacement that they're putting in.
Let me ask a very clear question, because I don't think this has been asked yet. Does Water Service want to use the rate of return in its next base rate case?
In the next base rate case, we would be willing to use the rate-based rate of return methodology. This is the only state that has operating margin in it. Every one of the other 18, 19 states that we're in all use rate-based rate of return. And the whole org chart that we talked about, there are other companies out there that we have where we invest in infrastructure, call it at Oklahoma University, where we do gas, electric, everything else, and they follow the rate-based rate of return model. That's what the investors are looking for, right? That gives them transparency into the methodology for where those returns are going to come from. So yes, we would absolutely would want to get there at the end of the day. And we take the comments we get from staff and the commission seriously. We had met with the commission staff. We were meeting them annually after the court's order came out. And Commissioner, I think you may have been at some of those, and at the AG position, maybe it was other folks there. We talked about going to rate-based rate of return, and we talked about going to using a future test year. And some of those weren't well received by some of the commission staff. So we take that feedback seriously when we're having those conversations as we make decisions about what we're going to do going forward.
You got asked a question from Ms. Koenig earlier about the 30-year Treasury rate and the opinion about the correlation between debt and equity returns aside. You've been involved in a number of rate cases in your current and previous positions, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're aware that the CAPM analysis, which is one of the fundamental, in addition to the DCF, one of the fundamental rate of return analysis, uses a risk-free rate of return as the basis for its calculation, right?
Yes, I understand that, but not a certified rate of return.
No, that's fine. And without getting into details, you do understand that a 30-year Treasury rate or a 20-year Treasury bill is occasionally used as that risk-free rate of return.
I would assume so. I'd have to go back and look at, honestly, I'd have to go back and read. But I think the answer to that is yes.
What is Tamament? T-A-M?
Tamament? Oh, Tamament, sorry. That is a company that we acquired, that we acquired in end of August, maybe beginning of September, end of August, beginning of September of 2019. So if you think back to that org chart, the colors that we had, there was one company called Community Utilities Inc. of Pennsylvania. That was made up of multiple business units underneath there. Tamament we acquired, rolled it underneath Community Utilities Inc. of Pennsylvania. It's about 800 customers that came in towards the end of the year. So I think Pat guessed that it came in December, if I recall his testimony. He was relatively close, but it came in, call it the end of August.
And what I was asking is, did his description of the reason why it was at 50%, the difference between the ERC and revenue, was that the case?
I think so, yes. That would make sense, right? If it came in towards the end of the year, that would make some sense. And, and I took a note, I forget who's asking it, but, you should have a footnote on there that if it wasn't for a full year to kind of, so there's not questions about why this one threshold, why this percentage is so high. So it's a recommendation that I took from that. Whoever's asking that question, I forget it was you, Commissioner, or someone else who asked it in the first place.
Yeah, I think it was me. The last question I have is, you all recently moved from Northbrook, Illinois to Chicago, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that more expensive or less expensive to move to Chicago?
I'll say it this way. We owned the building in Northbrook. That building was not ADA compliant. It didn't have the correct doors on it, didn't have the correct fire suppression on it. So to get that building up to code would have been more expensive to where we were at. So if we think about this building, I'll just give you, I don't know if any of the staff's ever been there, but it's an old farmhouse that occasion a raccoon got stuck in the wall. It has mold in the building. It's just not sustainable. It would have been super expensive to make it sustainable that people could actually continue working there. It would flood when it would rain. Like I said, animals got into the walls. There was mold in the facilities. Actually, we tried to sell it multiple times, and lo and behold, no one would purchase it just because of the condition of the building. So to get it up to where you'd want your office building to be, it would have been more expensive for the ratepayers than where we moved to.
Right, and how much more is the Chicago location than the Northbrook one was?
I don't have that information. Like I said, we owned that building, and then we did the math and said, if we were to get it up to standard, it would cost X. Then we looked at other options of renting downtown Chicago. And there's part of the reason, not only is because of that, but because attracting talent. We found it difficult when we were interviewing, IT, finance, executive people. They would say, I don't want to drive this far. I do not want to come out to the suburbs. I don't want to do that. And we had people leave the organization. We had people turn down, interviews once they found out the location of the offices. So we were about 20 miles out of the city in the suburb. When I started working there was nothing around, empty fields, nothing to be had out there. Old farmhouse that actually had a pool in it that had to be filled in, and it was continuing to be dilapidated over time and needed a significant overhaul to do that. And further, there were some restrictions on what we could do within that facility. We didn't own the driveway coming in, and we didn't own the driveway that went across our property. We only had an easement, so we had some issues with there as well. And there was impervious lot coverage issues where our parking lot was basically gravel, where we were unable to pave it or put concrete in it. So there's more issues than just the move and the finances. We actually had someone show up in a wheelchair, and we had to turn them away. They couldn't get into our office building. And not that that was the moment that we decided to move, but that's pretty difficult situation to watch when a consultant comes to your office and you got to turn them away.
Yeah, my last question is one that one of the earlier witnesses I don't think could speak with finality to, was the number of intermediaries companies between the ultimate or penultimate parents and the operating companies. Ring fencing is one thing. It seems that you all may have gone. There may be a couple of things beyond ring fencing in some of these intermediaries. Other than tax basis, what's the purpose of having so many intermediary holding companies?
I think Mr. Elisegi touched on it earlier, and I think he has a charge to eliminate some of them. They don't make a lot of sense. There's been conversation of amalgamating some of these companies. They're just not all needed, right? There's not a benefit to have them in there. There's 0 employees. If you look at that chart from HSHC, I think the IPRI, I don't think there's actually 1 employee there. I think that's what Sean had testified to. So there's just some leftover capital structure, call it, from when the commission approved the sale from HSHC, Hydrostar Holdings Corp., or HSLC, to Corex Infrastructure.
Okay. Are there costs with having all those holding companies between annual reports?
I think they probably do file annual reports, but they're probably immaterial, right? There's with the state corporation, not state corporation, but with the state, they have to file those with. Those are immaterial. Our taxes are done on a consolidated level. They're not creating financial statements, for example. Sorry, I'm pointing to my work chart over here. There's not financial statements prepared that I know of for HSHC or HSLLC. There's no debt held there or anything like that. So there's no costs that are being hung up there or being pushed down from those levels.
Thank you, Mr. Lubitosi. Those are all the questions I have, Chairman.
Thank you.
Dr. Matthews, questions?
I actually have one. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening. We're still here.
Yes, we are.
To go back to the quip, and I know you're the last guy, so you're the guy who gets to ask this question. The infrastructure improvement plan.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just going to say, would you have asked for that had not the commission given that to Kentucky American?
We have not asked for it.
Would you have asked for it if you hadn't seen that we gave it to Kentucky American?
I would say this. So all of our states that we operate in, we're looking at what's called constructive practices and what makes the most sense in each one of those states. So actually, NAWC has a database out there that anyone can go to look at constructive practices. And one of those is the QIP or the QIP. And it does make sense. And I'm going to go back a little further, then I'll answer your question. So the QIP really started because utilities were running with negative free cash flow, and that's defined as basically EBITDA less your capital spend. So this was designed as a way to get cash flow in the door for utilities, and that's kind of the free cash flow issue has kind of gone away since the invention of the QIP. And sometimes it's called QIP in other states. Would we have asked for it? I think the answer was yes, but being so much smaller, there's definitely some benefit from us letting Kentucky American, carry the water to get those things approved, where we don't have to spend as much money and effort to get that done. But we still would have done it at some point in time. That's for sure.
Are you aware of the changes that the commission put toward the QIP between the time it was approved in the rate case and the first filing that Kentucky American came in with?
I'm not aware of those, Commissioner.
I believe it was limited to aging cast iron mains. And the company demonstrated that those aging mains were accounting for most of their water loss. And
I
most
do
of
recall that, yes.
the big leaks and so forth. Is that the case in the Clinton and Middlesboro systems?
I think Mr. Vaughn was testifying about that earlier, about where the leaks are coming from. Definitely the mains are aging, and we want to be proactive in replacing these mains. And frankly, with or without a QIP, we're going to continue to do that, right? That's the right thing to do at the end of the day. It's just
You have,
one of the,
you have the responsibility to provide safe and reliable service to your customers.
it's just a constructive practice that is, we think is basically should be in every state where there's regulated water and wastewater companies.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Mr. Osterloh, any redirect?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for letting me have 4 more hours for this redirect. I appreciate getting to go to 10 o'clock tonight.
We have plenty of time. You've got 4 hours.
I think I just have one set of questions on a commission staff exhibit that I'm going to attempt to share on my screen. Mr. Lobertosi, if you can let me know if that Excel spreadsheet pops up.
Yes.
Is it legible for you?
Yes, I can read it.
Okay. And so just to be clear, this column here in column A lists the 5 most recent cases for Water Service Corporation of Kentucky, correct?
That's correct.
And in all 5 of those, the company proposed an operating ratio methodology to calculate revenue, correct?
Yeah, the 2010, correct, yes. That was the first, and that's operating ratio methodology was approved in those, yes.
Okay, and it was approved in those. In column C, these are the amounts that the utility requested for net operating income. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what the staff schedule shows, yes.
Okay. And so then the calculation that we see in column M for ROE, that's also on the next spreadsheet, that is actually based on what the company requested, not what was approved in the final order of the commission, correct?
That is correct. That's, yeah, that's requested. You are correct.
And then you were saying earlier that historically over that time period, the company has earned on average less than 2%. Is that correct? Less than 2% ROE if it was calculated?
Correct. There were some years that actually had a net loss.
Do you know what the highest ROE that Water Service Corporation of Kentucky has been able to achieve since utilizing that 88% operating ratio?
I have to go back and look. It's in the annual reports that I looked at, but probably around 6% would be my guess without looking it up.
Okay, I vaguely remember, just for full disclosure, somewhere around 8.5% is the highest for a 1-month period. But then you also mentioned that some months were a negative, is that correct?
Yeah, when I gave my average, I was looking at the end of the year, so I was just using the trailing 12-month period for the end of the year. It's how I got that average that I talked about.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Questions from anyone else?
No, sir.
May this witness be excused.
Thank you.
Ms. Potter, I guess Ms. Koenig mentioned earlier that you might need to put your witness on this evening, and we could go ahead and do that now if you'd like.
No, Judge, Commissioner, exactly the opposite. She has small children, and it really is preferable for her to be put on tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess we'll start at 9 in the morning. I won't be here, but Mr. Chandler, Vice Chairman Chandler, will be conducting the hearing. So I think we'd probably want to accommodate your lady. I understand she's ill or she's in quarantine or
Oh,
something.
no, that's not correct. We thought she had some COVID exposure, but it turned out that she did not. So she's fine.
Mary, I'm still here if we need to.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, if you want to
Mary?
wait till,
Oh, she's still here.
I'm still here if we need to go ahead.
would
We don't
you-
have to. Do you want to go ahead?
I'm here, that's fine.
Okay, well, let's
Would you like to
do
go
this
ahead and
then.
hear her now?
We can take a 10-minute break and let you go ahead and get your witness on, and then you'll just have Mr. Collin in the morning if that's suitable. Okay.
That's fine.
Let's just take a 10-minute break and we'll come back at 6:15 and we'll take Clinton's witness. Okay, thank you. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
get
Okay.
going.
Are we on the record?
Nope, I'm still churning, hang on. Okay, so Chairman, we're on
Yeah.
the record.
Apparently, we're now, we're now back on the record. I guess we could put on, Ms. Potter could put on Ms. Payne, and then the issue comes up about, I guess we'd heard Ms. Gold say that Mr. Collin was here, and we can go ahead and finish this up in an hour or so if you'd all like to go on and do it. But Mr. Osterloh and Mr. Gardner, I mean, it would be up to you to cross-examine Mr. Collin. And, I mean, are you prepared to do that this evening if we go ahead and finish up?
That's fine with us. Right now, we don't have any cross questions for Mr. Collin at this point in time.
All right, then let's go with City of Clinton's witness. Ms. Potter, you may call your witness. Ms. Potter, we can't hear you. No. We can't.
Okay, is that better?
Now we can.
I should unmute the mute. It's like, Mr. Chairman, City of Clinton calls their witness, Ms. Shannon Payne, to the stand.
Okay,
She
Ms.
will be
Payne.
sworn.
She was here a moment ago. Oh, there she is. I'm sorry, you were at the bottom. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. Ms. Potter, you may ask.
Thank you, sir. State your full name for the record, please.
Shannon Payne,
What's your business address?
112 South Jefferson, Clinton, Kentucky, 42031.
And what is your occupation?
I am the city clerk treasurer here for the city of Clinton.
Now, did you cause direct testimony to be filed in this case?
Yes.
And do you have any updates or corrections to your direct testimony?
No.
If you were asked the same questions today as you were in writing, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Is it your intention to adopt your direct testimony as your testimony today?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the witness is ready for cross-examination.
Okay. Mr. Osterloh, Mr. Gardner, do you have any questions for this witness?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but we do not have any questions for this witness.
Okay. Ms. Gold, any questions?
I do not have any questions. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, Ms. Koenig?
Staff does not have any questions.
All right. Vice Chairman Chandler, any questions?
Just a couple, Chairman. I just want to know, Ms. Payne, did you read the rebuttal testimony in this case?
I did.
Okay, and were you aware that Mr. Lubertozzi, I believe, responded to specifically to some of the issues raised in your direct testimony? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and I want to make sure that I understand here. On page 9 and 10 of Mr. Lubertozzi's rebuttal testimony, he says, like, for instance, with the late payments on electric utility bills, about the change and the relocation, the transition period due to their change from Northbrook to Chicago, that the issue that was raised in your testimony about the audited financial statements has been resolved. Is it are you in agreement that it's been resolved?
I am with the audit report, but not with the late payments.
Okay. And so, well, can you explain that to me then?
On our last report that we received from Ms. Tony Frederico on our wastewater report, again, the utility bills to Kentucky Utilities, which is the electric, we're still showing a late penalty and showing the month prior on that bill.
Okay. And so you don't agree that the issue has been resolved?
Correct.
Would you agree that the monthly reporting information is being provided to the city of Clinton on a timely basis now?
Yes.
Okay. And the issue with the fire department, that Mr. Vaughn testified to, do you agree with Mr. Vaughn's testimony in regard to the city of Clinton's fire department?
I cannot speak on the fire department's behalf because I do not deal with the fire department.
Okay. All right. And so let me ask, so ignoring for a minute the KU issue, right? This, not saying I'm ignoring it, but just for sake of conversation, ignoring the KU issue for a minute. In relation to the issues that you raised in your direct testimony, do you believe that there's anything else outstanding that has not been addressed by Water Service Corporation of Kentucky?
No.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Payne.
Dr. Matthews, questions?
I don't have any, thank you.
Ms. Potter, do you have any redirect of your witness?
Do not, Your Honor.
Thank you. So, may this witness be excused? Thank you, Ms. Payne. You may be excused. Ms. Potter, do you have another witness, or is this Clinton's only witness?
We have a joint witness with the Attorney General's office, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Goode.
Okay. All right. Ms. Goode, are you ready on behalf of the Attorney General's office to take direct testimony or put on the direct testimony of Mr. Collins?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. The Attorney General in the City of Clinton calls their witness, Mr. Lane Collin,
Okay.
to the
Mr.
stand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I have to swear him in at some point, I guess. Mr. Collins, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Goode, you may proceed.
Mr. Collin, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Lane Collin.
And what is your business address?
My business address is 570 Colonial Park Drive, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia 30075.
And Mr. Collin, what is your occupation?
I am a consultant with the firm of J. Kennedy and Associates Incorporated. I'm a vice president and principal of that firm.
And did you cause to be filed direct testimony in this case?
Yes.
Did the Attorney General and the City of Clinton only ask you to file testimony on the operating ratio versus the return on equity issue and nothing else?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you have any additions or corrections to your direct testimony?
No.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Is it your intention to adopt the direct written testimony as your testimony in this matter?
Yes.
Chairman, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Osterloh, Mr. Gardner, any questions?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Koenig, questions?
Yes, I just have a couple. Hi, Mr. Collin. Thanks.
Hey, good afternoon, or I guess it's evening. Good
Yeah.
evening.
Thank you. Thank you for hanging on with us here. In your professional experience since 2018, would you say in general that ROE models have increased or decreased, and why?
Generally speaking, the return on equity has declined considerably, primarily because of declines in the long-term interest rates and investor expectations with respect to that.
Okay. And do you think that ROE awards are?
I'm sorry. Can I interject?
Sure.
Sorry, I was on mute. I feel like I need to object to this line of questioning. Mr. Collins' testimony was not related to what the ROE should be or trends like that. It was limited, as was noted, to whether it should be an ROE or an operating ratio methodology in calculating the revenue requirement.
I think this has all been discussed and opened up on direct, and this is cross-examination, and we recognize wide open cross-examination, so you may continue, Ms. Koenig, the objections overruled.
Okay, thank you. With that in mind, and with the idea of putting evidence in the record for the commission to take all opinions into consideration on what's reasonable, in general, because it's been discussed between water companies versus gas companies, and electric, do you have an opinion as to whether ROE awards are typically less for water and gas companies versus electric?
They typically are less for water companies compared to gas and electric. In terms of sequencing, electrics tend to have the higher rates of return than gas, than water and sewer companies as far as a descending return on equity. And that generally is because water companies have less risk and less volatility in their expenses.
Okay, thank you. And then I know you've been listening to the testimony, and I talked to Mr. Lubertozzi about why 88% is used as the operating ratio. I just have one final question. Do you recall any policy or directive about whether 88% is used as an operating ratio?
I do not. I read the commission's order where it first applied an operating method or ratio methodology. I think it dated back to the 1980s. And it was an individual who owned a water company and really didn't have sufficient records, didn't have any real investment, significant investment in the utility system. And so that really put the commission in a bit of a spot because there needed to be some recognition of a rate of return on whatever capital was invested. And so the commission then adopted this operating ratio approach and used an 88% ratio. And, my assessment is that that may have been fine in that case, may have been fine in many other cases since that time, but in this case, it produces an unreasonable result, meaning the 14.1% return on equity. And this is a sophisticated utility, headquartered now, or at least operating out of Chicago, multi-level holding company, very qualified people, as you saw with their witnesses today. There's no reason to use an operating ratio. This is not a mom and pop operation.
I understand. Thank you for your testimony. And I just want to say, to be fair, you heard Mr. Lubertozzi say they're just doing what they thought their directive was from the commission, and that he wouldn't mind doing one or the other, but there were other reasons to decide that. But I appreciate that you've offered your opinion and why you believe the commission chose to use the operating ratio to begin with. Thank you very much. I have nothing.
Before I ask the commissioners, Mr. Osterloh, I want to give you a chance, if you'd like to cross-examine the witness after this testimony, please avail yourself the opportunity.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any cross.
Okay. Vice Chairman Chandler, questions?
Just a couple. Thank you, Chairman. Can you see me when I make a movement to hold on a second? I'm just curious about that.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, I keep doing that, and then I realize you may not even be able to see me. Good evening, Mr. Collin. I want to make sure I understand your argument in your testimony. You talked about a reduction in risk, and let me see here on page 4. However, I also recommend the commission consider a lower return on equity than it authorized for Duke Energy Kentucky due to the lower risk associated with a water utility. So you didn't go into any detail as to the basis for it. And a second ago, you mentioned the reduction in variability of expenses. Was that the basis for the assertion that water utilities are less risk, for instance, at least comparable to Duke Energy?
Yes, when you consider, particularly in comparison to an electric utility has generating plants, they have the risk of operating those power plants, potentially some type of damage, disallowances, so you have regulatory risk. Then you also have the variability of fuel, and I know that's mitigated through a fuel adjustment clause, but the utility still bears the risk of disallowance through the fuel adjustment clause. So generally in the regulated world, and I've been in the regulated world a very long time, electric utilities are considered to be the riskiest, and water and sewer utilities are considered to be the least risky. So when we're comparing Duke Energy, and I know the commission historically, or at least over the last several years, has considered what other utility commissions have authorized for returns on equity, not only for electric utilities, but also for natural gas utilities, and assessed their final determination of the return on equity for a particular utility in that context, then I think that it's important to consider the lower risk of a water utility, certainly by comparison to Duke Energy.
So, and then in recognition of the risk, you exhort, I guess, the commission to consider a decrement of 50 basis points. So what's the basis of that amount?
I think it's just a judgment call, quite frankly. Something less, it could be 25 basis points, it could be 50 basis points. But I think one of the factors that would inform the commission is what the South Carolina Commission deemed to be reasonable for a sister company of Water Service Corporation of Kentucky, and that would be the 7.46%. I wouldn't advocate that, but I do think 8.75% certainly that's significantly more than the 7.46% that the South Carolina Commission found reasonable. So these are just factors that would inform the commission as to what a reasonable return on equity would be. And alternatively, as I noted in my testimony, there's an analog to whatever return is deemed to be appropriate by the commission if it decides to go with rate of return approach in this case, and that would be approximately a 92% operating ratio. And so I put a matrix in as Exhibit 2 and also a table in my testimony showing that correlation, so that a lower return on equity would result in a higher operating ratio, or similarly or conversely, a higher operating ratio would result in a lower return on equity. So if in this case the commission doesn't want to move back to a return on rate base approach, then it could continue the operating ratio approach in this case, but then increase the operating ratio.
So I just want to make sure, though, I understand. There's no firm-specific or sector-specific information underpinning the 50-point basis or 50 basis point decrement.
That was just purely a judgment assessment on my part. I didn't actually do a study.
Okay. And on the operating ratio, you've been in a number of states. I think the CV's attached to your direct testimony. Does anybody else, have you been in any case, and I guess when we're talking about, people trying to save money, not doing ROE, using operating ratio, I'm probably going to answer my question for me in that the cases are too small to hire an expert, but have you been involved in any cases in any other jurisdictions where a utility uses something other than a rate of an ROE, such as a debt service coverage or an operating ratio?
No. I've not been involved in any other case where an operating ratio has been used. I would say it's a very imprecise, inaccurate approach, but in some cases necessary because of a lack of information or lack of sophistication on the part of the utility.
Okay.
And as far I was going to say too, as far as the cost of an expert, moving the operating ratio up to 92% approximately, which would be the equivalent of a 9.25% return on equity, that's roughly a reduction of $200,000 per year in the revenue requirement. So let's say, for example, that the utility was out, between rate cases, it was 3 years. So that would be a savings of $600,000 in exchange for a $50,000 cost for an expert on return on equity, which I think is on the high side. But in any event, the cost-benefit ratio there is significant, and I would hate to see the commission get caught up in a $50,000 cost when the true cost of that is not $50,000, but rather $600,000.
So, other than, there's ROE as it relates to an IOU, there's the operating ratio that we use, there's debt service coverage that some nonprofits use, like the Kentucky, the rural water districts in Kentucky. And then I know you've dealt with Big Rivers before. I've seen your CV where Big Rivers and EKPC use a form of tier or O tier. Operating ratio is a function of operating expenses. ROE is a function of net rate base or capitalization. Debt service coverage and tier, are those unreasonable to use for a utility of the type and size of Water Service Corporation of Kentucky?
I think those particular measures would be inappropriate because the debt service coverage and the times interest earned ratio methodologies are typically used for companies that are highly leveraged and have member ownership as opposed to investor type of ownership. And so, it may be appropriate to use the times interest earned ratio and the debt service coverage ratio to set the coverages and then set the return to cover the debt service for membership co-ops. But it would not be appropriate for a company such as Water Service Corporation of Kentucky, where you have a rate base, you have equity investment, and you have debt. And that's what was used to finance the rate base investment, all of which is readily ascertainable from Water Service Corporation of Kentucky's records. And I just think it's a much more precise methodology to determine the return component of the revenue requirement because they're financing a rate base. And the cost to finance the rate base, in my assessment, is the amount to include in the revenue requirement, not a cost based upon operating expenses. And there's no need to do it that way. It's inaccurate, it's imprecise. As Mr. Luda, I'm not going to pronounce his name correctly, but Labosi, but in any event, as he testified in South Carolina 18 years ago, rate of return is really the much more accurate and appropriate methodology.
And the last question, and it's something that I think you at least discussed the size of the utility, and Mr. Lubertozzi discusses in rebuttal. Are you aware of jurisdictions applying a size premium that correlates to some sort of inherent risk against a proxy group in calculating a rate of return or a return on equity?
I'm not in a situation like this where you have a multi-layered holding company structure. Costs are being driven in from different service companies and different organizational tiers into the utility, and the utility itself, for that matter, or its first-tier parent company, is also providing services to other regulated utilities. There's not a size premium appropriate here. In fact, if anything, because its size is encompassed within a larger organization, that would be indicative, I think, of a lower risk, not a higher risk.
So you're saying that it's your opinion that the size premium should only apply to small companies that are not part of larger companies?
Yes. If indeed there even is one. And I would not argue for one.
That's all the questions I have, Chairman. Thank you.
Dr. Matthews, questions?
I don't have any, thank you.
Ms. Gold, any questions? Ms. Potter?
No,
May this witness be excused, or is there anything else that anyone would like to ask of him? Mr. Collins, thank you. You may be excused.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, this is the case for all the parties, correct? All the witnesses who've been identified have testified?
That's correct.
Is there anything, I want to discuss data requests and a briefing schedule, but before that, is there anything else, Mr. Osterloh or Ms. Gold or Ms. Potter, that you'd like to bring to the attention of the commission, or you think we ought to be doing now? No
Nothing
motions
further.
Okay.
nothing for me.
All right, now, I know there's some data requests, and I'm sure Mr. Osterloh and Ms. Gold, you probably want to file a brief of some kind, is that correct? But we've
Yes,
got a
Mr.
deadline of what, December the 8th? So let me ask, can you, Ms. Koenig, can you get data requests filed tomorrow, do you think, or do you need till Monday?
I think we should be able to get them filed tomorrow. I think it should be fine.
You think if you can't, then we can go Monday?
I think it's fine.
Okay, all right, so the data request will be due to be filed by the end of the day or midnight or something. Dealing with Mr. Woocher, sometimes when you say the end of the day, you get 11:55. You get something filed. So November 13th. And then, Mr. Gardner, Mr. Osterloh, it'd be helpful if you could file your responses then on or before November 20th. That's essentially 6, 7 days.
I don't think there's too many data requests coming in from what I heard today, so I think that that's doable.
Well, if there's a problem, then, you could address it, file something short, and we'll see. Now, we're going to have to do a briefs and a responsive brief. So I think the issues are pretty well defined, but I'd like to see, if possible, the parties file simultaneous briefs by the end of the day on November 23rd. Now, I know you're going to have data responses, Mr. Osterloh, but you and Mr. Gardner together can work, and somebody can be putting a brief of some type together. But if you could file simultaneous briefs, Ms. Gold and Counsel for Water Service, then you could each file a reply brief or a responsive brief by December 1st. That gives you time, because I know you're going to be losing time over Thanksgiving week. You've got at least 2 days there you'll want to be off and eating turkey or holed up in the basement as per CDC guidelines, but you won't want to be working on on this brief, I suspect. Are those dates okay, or is that a problem? If it is, we'll try to address it, but if we could get the last briefs in on December 1st, that'd give us a week to get an order prepared.
I'm fine with those dates, Chairman. This is Angela Goad. I don't envision the Attorney General's brief being very extensive, because I think that we have a very full record, and obviously we've had a great hearing today too. So I'm good with those dates.
Okay.
Can I just confirm that with staff and the intervening and the petitioners, that the effective day for the proposed rates is now December is it the 8th?
It is the 8th.
For some reason, I thought it was the 7th, but I'd have to look it up to verify.
Okay.
I mean, in reality, the utility won't be sending out bills right away with that new with the new approved rate on that exact date. So there's probably a day or two in there of flexibility. I can confirm that with the client and get back to you all if you want me on that.
Well, if you would, yes, if defer till the 8th, that would give us Otherwise, we would just have, what, 3 days, right?
We
3 work
actually,
days to do the order. I mean, we can be working on parts of the order now, but obviously, we're going to consider the issues that you raise. So, Ms. Koenig, do you see a problem?
no, I just see it's in the record as December 8th, 2020. And the only reason that it stands out is I found that we had to file a nunc because there was an errant date in a different part of the order, and the AG found it, and the parties contacted us, and so we filed the
Okay.
corrected date, December 8th.
All right, so is everybody okay with the data request, responses, and the briefing schedule?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I will say that both parties, the intervenor, the applicant intervenor, both produced what I think is a nice case, defined the issues, and have enjoyed the testimony. To the extent you can enjoy testimony in a rate case. So if there's nothing else, is there anything else before we close out and adjourn? Okay, if not, then this hearing is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, council, thank you.
Thank you.